เดี๋ยวมันออกไม่กดมันจะออโต้เองเดี๋ยวนี้เอกลับบ้านคืออะไรไม่เป็นไร วันนี้เราจะไม่ดูพี่เอ๋ยเราแกล้งโกรธพี่เอ๋ย
Sound resumed.
เจนจี20ครับ
เฮ้ย
วันนี้จะไม่มี NA เข้าไป
น้องที่เขาตัดคลิปให้โคตรน่ารักเลย เขาทวงบอกพี่อย่าลืมอัด ดี
อย่าลืมอัดใคร อัดคนนะ
อัดคลิปไง
วันนี้ล้างพามครับเท็กเจอร์
วันนี้แบบเจนจีครับสูญเสียความมั่นใจจากเมื่อวานมาวันนี้ เดินยังไม่ตรงเลย โดนG2วูก็ไม่ได้ร่างทองนะ เจนจียิงไม่โดน เจ้าหรือเทค เจ้าออเทควันนี้
นี้จาวโดดเข้าไซส์โดนให้คม
เจ้ากระโดดเข้าไซส์โดนใครให้คม
บ็อกซี่นายที่กำลังเมาหมัดอยู่
เห็นทะลุสโมกออกมาเทรดให้เจ้า เก็บฟ็อกซี่นาย
เรียบร้อยโดนทานเฟอร์ครับ2 ตัว
ไปไลน์อัพเก็บแอด2ดับเบิลคิว วางบอม
เป็นตูเป็นตะ
เจนจีเซฟชนะ การเงินพังโอ้โห
เฮ้ยเมื่อวานพี่เอ๋ยเข้า2 คู่เลย ถือว่าคนเล่นเขารู้กัน คนเล่นเขา
ตอน
รู้
นี้
กัน
พี่สถิติ100%3 วันเลยนะ เอาปะ
100%จริง เมื่อวานด้วยเหรอ
เมื่อวานก็ผิด
เออ
100%2 วันแรกถูก 100%
ก็จริงก็จริง คุณน้องเอิร์ธนะครับ100 บาทส่งกาแฟพี่เอ๋ยแต่เราไม่มีแพ้พี่เอ๋ยน้องลูเชียอีกแล้วเหรอเอิร์ธมันซิงค์ลูเชียใส่ติดใจ
ไม่มีพักเลย
เป็นสายล่างที่เดือดมากอะ จะเริ่มได้ยังพี่ติดทุนเนี้ยเปิดเสียงได้เย
With
อะ
these teams, but I wasn't expecting to see these compositions being pulled out here.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for
Oh.
sure. And as
หรือ
the
ว่า
desk
คน
has been
จริง
already
ตอน
mentioned,
แรก
ใช่เหรอจริงแข่งเมื่อวานใช่เหรอ
ไม่ใช่ไอพิธีกรเมื่อกี้คนหน้าเหมือนมายืนอยู่เมื่อกี้
อ๋อคนหนวดอะหนวด
team in the world.
โอ้ตายแล้วแล้วกดโลตัส
G2 for Gen G moments of this
G2
tournament, but they've had those heights. So let's take a look at the pistol round. It's slow going for now. Gen
ตาย
G
แล้ว
set
ก
up
ดตัวโล
pretty
ตัส
tough.
ใส่เจนจี
Ready to pounce, aren't they? Primed with that paranoia.
Cam
But there's
lao,
no
cam
contact,
lao.
no signs of life from G2.
I'm so interested to see how Trent is
Off
utilizing
load
his
that jet.
utility. Now that it's all
มันมี
changed
พัก
up,
วันหนึ่งด้วย
Jordan
เหรอ
takes
ไม่มีป่ะ
contact,
รอบนี้ยาวเลยป่ะ
and he's out. Trent still with both salvos and a stun to work with.
Trying to take these fights as well. Straight up here. Flashes into your face. Jonah P. Is able to
Hey.
at least hold that
ไป
crossfire
ก่อนเลย
setup.
ลงเทค
No pressure coming
เห็น
out.
คอมแล้วเหมือน
Salvos
เหมื
lay
อน
it
จี
down
ทู
on
จะ
the
โดนกัน
floor.
แบบนี้
ทำไมไม่ชอบคอมอ่ะ
เราวันนี้เป้าเจ้า
Gen
เป้า
G
อา
now
กาศ
looking
ด้ว
to
ย
contact their way through this
ไปโด
scenario.
นตัวไหนมาเนี่ย
And a refight called for. G2,
dude.
they want to try and take the fight straight to them anyway.
เฮ้ย
Before
เป็นไง
they can even
ตกใจ
escape.
ก่อนครับ
Beautiful pistol round there from G2.
จีจีแล้ว
Never allowing Gen G to cut noise and force them to go for some kind of information, re-clear. They just force the fight instantly as soon as they hear that door open. I like that. Proactive, decisive.
โอเค
One enemy remaining.
Last time we saw these two teams face, the only time, in fact, that we've seen these two
แค่เริ่มมา
organizations
ก็รู้แล้ว
clash.
อ่ะ
It was a Masters Shanghai, a 2-0 victory
แค่เริ่มมาก็เอาเลยอะ
where G2 also picked Lotus, and Gen G got out to a 7-0 lead. So immediately history not repeating itself.
This
It's
is really
all right.
dangerous though for Jorgamo. He's out into the open here and he needs some
นี่
help.
ไงทันเฟอร์เห็นนะ
Mortality,
บอกแล้วทันเฟอร์
target-rich
One
environment,
enemy
and he
remaining.
flourishes with the rest of his team by his side.
เป็นจีมันเสียความมั่นใจอยู่ตอนเนี้ย
นี่หมุนอีกแล้วพี่เราย้ายบ้านแดงกันนะ
แต่
Gen
บ้าน
G
แดง
are
มั
a
นไอ้นี่
difficult
ยาก
team
อะ
to
ดิ
put away even when you have
แต่
that
เรา
massive
จั่ว
weaponry
จั่วทีจะจบ
advantage.
เลย
They've been winning a ton of those
แต่บ้านนี้
rounds
ก่อน
on
ก็ได้
Ecos after
ตอน
the
ครึ่ง
pistol.
ตอนครึ่ง
เดี๋ยว
One of
เอา
the
นี่ก่อน
highest
ก็ได้
win
เดี๋ยวเรา
rates
พอดโกที
teams at this event when it comes to pistol rounds. But not just that, like you mentioned, when they lose the pistol rounds, it's just rare enough.
แต่ว่านี่คือสมมติแบบใครเป็นอะไรพวกพอดโกคือมันจะเท่า
They
กัน
are.
อั
They're
ต
just
โนมั
taking
ติ
them straight up as ecos most of the time. It's a lower sample size, of course, but it is outrageous what Gen G has been getting up to. G2 getting a win nice and early here on the
เจ้า
Lotus.
เป้าอะไร
Set
ของ
them
มัน
up cleanly,
ใครไป
but it's
ให้
okay.
โค้ด
Nice
เป้า
on
มันของมัน
C's nade, and Jorgamo is no more obliterated.
Absolutely destroyed. And look how fast Karen is into a
Phải
deep
là
position.
sao?
เชื่อไหม
here.
ว่า
This is so pacey, up through heaven.
ใครไม่จบ
Just a
ไม่
head
จบ
popping up and they
ซี
spotted
รีส์
each
เนี่ย
other.
ไอ้เป้าเนี่ย
Almost ships in the night, but still, it's going to be a smoke into your face
เดี๋ยว
now.
ต้อง
And
เป
the
ลี่ยน
A side is
ก่อน
opened
จ
up
บแบบสามหรือ
relatively.
แบบ
They're
สอง
starting to clear some section of it. Gen
ไม่
G
ดีอ่ะเป้าเนี่ย
gonna make a move on now.
ไม่เวิร์กหรอก
Fans going to be
คนมันเล่
committed.
นเป้าแบบว่าไดนา
Trent
มิก
used
สูง
one
ต
of
ลอด
his salvos out towards back rubble at the very start of the round, so he still has one to
Nào là
play
đồ
with
lại
along
bị
with the
lag.
stun.
There's the paranoia. It's going to sweep through, dividing up
Fall
most of
late,
the
it's
side here. Double drop down into pit. They're going to try and combine their might and their util, looking for the kills, but the crossfires immaculate from Gen G. Coverage on every possible position.
Beautiful response from Gen G, instantly getting the most out of their composition. That's C's nade.
พี่เอ๋ย
Take a
เจิม
look at what it looked like from Jorgamo's
พี่เอ๋ย
point
เจิ
of
ม
view.
จิตวันนี้พี่เอ๋ยให้
He
เอ็นเอ
never
หมด
got
เล
a
ย
chance to play the round.
อันนี้พี่จอตลกปะ
Through a
see
flash,
เป็นเลย
he's blinded up
พี่เจ้าตลกอยู่
and gets hit by the C's of the nade just perfectly onto his position. The rest of Gen G with better weaponry close things out. Ash is only 2 away from getting Nightfall
กี่
online.
ภาพลอยไปทำไมเรายังไม่วาร์ป
There it is again. Yeah.
ไม่โดนขนาดนั้น
Side G2. Learning a lesson. I mean,
ทำไมเรายังไม่วาร์ป
take the contact if he wanted
Chào
to.
mừng
That
lại
is
tên mình.
aggressive. Caron
That's what Karen tried to do in the previous round. There was nobody in the smoke that time.
trying to take it very fast. Immediate adjustments
เล่น
being
เสียง
made by
จัด
G2.
คารอน
Yeah, it's a nice adjustment. I think the Pacific teams in general tend to be the best at these rubble fights, but G2 get the better end of it this time. And a drone
Oh.
immediately coming out from Trent. With 1:10 on the clock,
อุ้ย
just in case they've gone into a fast timing towards B.
เจ้ามัน
Texture
ไอ้ก็
being
ติด
left over here
ยิงได้
towards
ปุ๊บแบบ
rubble,
ซัด
just
ต่อ
looking to try to take a fight. as the rest of Gen G
คา
move
คารอน
towards
โหด
Mount,
ไปช็อตเนี้ย
Valen defending C with a paranoia in hand.
โหดยังไงวะพี่ว้าวเข้าไป
He's alone doing so.
โยนไปแล้วอ่ะ
Get help
ใจ
on
มัน
Leaf though,
นี่
on
ไป
the
อ่ะ
other side of this door.
ใจมันเหี้ยมไปอ่ะ
Prowler not connecting onto much.
กาดจะรักไก่
Time
เล
for
ยพี่
Texture seeking to take it, but 3 players, watchful eyes from G2, and Valen even getting one, and the exit. That is
ร้อย
monumental.
ครับเจอบอลระบบ
Gen G going to be left scrambling here. Just Ash and Munchkin left alive and risks to be taken. They want to stand a chance of winning this round. Munchkin going for a pick off out towards spawn, but it's all watched for. Safe hands from G2, that discipline. Always going to rear through. Flawless.
ไปแก้มาแล้วครับ
Necessary risk had to be taken there with such a player disadvantage. But by and large, these rounds, the last couple, have been decided based on the picks that were found at the very beginning.
แล้วฟอร์เรส
I don't think Karen
แบบ
can go
การ
for
เงิน
this
แบบ
play
ว่า
again.
โคตรดี
It's
ก่อ
a
นลบ
cheeky
แค่หนึ่ง
idea.
ตัวแค่เจ้าคนเดียว
We saw Mako, I believe it was, doing some crazy teleports all over the map here on Lotus. Pacific teams are down to cook.
Yeah, they really are. And honestly, subverting my expectations for this game. When I think of these two teams, I think of methodical, disciplined, a bit slow at times, willing to work the map ever so slightly, but there is pace in this game. Gen G have been throwing themselves at this A rubble fight over and over again.
I think it's really valuable to condition your opponents. If they can kind of force G2 to
คู่นี้พี่
not
ให้
fight over
เจ
rubble,
นจีครับ
then suddenly you're gaining yourself
เจ้า
a
มัน
big
ไวเปอร์
advantage.
ไอ้ซิงเกิลเจอร์อีดิชันนี่หว่า
Unbroken in time. Big reveal onto the
Mao
two
tola
of them.
12,000
Gives G2 a lot of information.
ป้าไปแล้ว
Foxy Nine's actually utilized his wall very early on to stop a potential B push. So that means it's not available for a post plan, where the Vice can be at its most deadly.
Doors opened up though. This is going to be putting Jorgamo under scrutiny. Can he deliver? Was it ever in doubt? It's 2 ripped array at a moment's notice. Sight's still going to be gained though. He's got no sound cues to work with. Still going to be TPing back and evacuating. Now with the dimensional drifting, even catching that late lurk. Foxy Nine, there would be no
เฮ้ยยิงยับ
policy.
ยิง
Gen
ยับ
G are the ones who are left scrambling, picking up the pieces of the round and
โอเค
just dying
โอเค
straight away. It's all set up from Jorgamo, isn't it? Valen being the closer.
น่าจะใช้
It
เป้าเนี่ย
looks
จบ
immaculate
ครัวเล
out
ย
here for Gen G.
This is a team that is determined
Hey,
to get
what are you?
redemption.
Sorry, the G's are confusing me.
Wee.
Immaculate for G2. These rounds,
อันตีเลยเหรอ
I mean, Jorg should have been under a decent amount of pressure, but he
Ui.
was 7-1. And he deals
เดี๋ยว
with
นี้
that,
เราดูแมตช์เดียวกันไหมเนี่ย
killing people who were barely
ดี
looking
นะ
at
ค
him.
รับ
I mean, when Texture goes into the side there,
9,500
he's having to
คนลงนะ
split his focus so much on Blue Room as well.
Dimensional drift getting value as
พี่เอ๋ย
well.
พอดโกจริงได้ปะ
Exactly where the player planting is. So
ผม
Valen
จะ
knows
ไปไกล
exactly
ปะ
where
ไม่
to
รู้เหมือนกัน
spam.
เนี่ยทำเอาแล้วเนี่ย
When I've
Huge
watched,
round from
Oh,
Jorgamo.
when I've
นักทำเป็นชีนด่วน
กดอันตีปุ๊บทีนี้การเงินยาวเลย รวยจัดเลยทีนี้ J2 Sentinel
ใช่เหรอ NA คู่เลยเหรอ
วันนี้เนคู่เลยวันนี้
เหลือเชื่อปะไม่น่าเป็นไปได้ปะ
มันก็เป็นไปแล้วไงกำลังจะเป็นไปแล้ว ไม่รู้ดูแล้วแบบ น่าจะเซ็นนะวันนี้ เพราะว่าอะไรรู้ป่ะ คือตอนนี้เอเนติกมันดูโปรเตอร์ไม่ยิงเลยนึกออกไหม
so far.
แต่คนอื่นยิงไง
คาจัก
Gen G have
คา
got to
จัก
turn
ก็
this
ยิง
around.
แต่แบบ
Timeout taken.
ไม่ได้ยิงทุก
ท้อ
แม
ง
ป
เสียด้วย
Likely for the next
แล้ว
round.
แล้วการที่
Weaker
การที่
weaponry.
ผู้เล่นหนึ่งคนใน
Munchkin
ทีมท้อง
lines up,
เสีย
just looking for the horn
มันจะ
position.
ไม่ได้ซ้อมแล้วมันจะไม่ค่อยได้ทำอะไรพร้อมกัน
เดี๋ยวพี่เอ๋ยเพื่อนเดี๋ยวไอ้นั่นก็ท้อง
Big
เสีย
not
ตาม
starting from B, so
No.
wasn't the same horn position
Well-
at all. But didn't even use it.
One of the anti-strats that people have used in the past against G2 is trying to punish Leaf. You know that he's going to be jiggle peeking or jump spotting this deep C angle. And Texture, he's got a Guardian in this round, so I think that's the kind of fight he was looking for.
This push out though, I mean, listen, Jorgamo is taking liberties. The deep drone from Trent Pryor. Here comes the hit coming through. Not shying away from investing the All-Star. The knife falls in. And here it is. Bodies collapsing onto the floor. Gen G. It's a
ไม่ไหวครับ
อุ้ย
G2 Just taking
ดูเลือด
him
ดิ
over,
มี
and
เจ้าลง
again,
คน
the
เดียวนะ
weaponry wasn't ideal for Gen G. Got to keep that in
3
mind,
มิน
of
ก่อนเจ้าลง
course.
คนเดียววินนี่แล้วไม่มีใครลดเลยอันนี้
But
เจ้าลงคน
if
เดียว
the weaponry isn't ideal and Texture's the only one with a Guardian, why is Gen G sending him into sight
Yeah.
alone
รวยจัด
there
แต่ตอนนั้น
instead of
โมเมนตัมแบบ
why are we not looking for
ไปไกล
picks,
แล้วอะ
seeing if we can bait out individual fights and rely on Texture's aim? It's a strange way of playing the map so far from Gen G. Feels a bit rushed, a bit forced.
And we might be seeing glimpses, I think,
หมดบุก Gen G
of
แล้ว
their downfall. We haven't really mentioned it too much, but against Wolves, Gen G, they threw away 2 leads in the second half of the maps.
เห็นจริงๆตอนนี้นึก
Landed
ถึง
them
ใคร
here
รู้
to
ไหม
this lower bracket,
But this is the
นึก
round
ถึ
they
ง
took the
DX
time
ยุค
out
แรก
for,
อะ
Brent.
and then he
Yeah.
needs to come up with a good here and now.
ไอ้รอบแบบว่ายังไม่ใช่ไม่ออฟแบบโคตรโหดอะพอเข้าไม่ออกแบบโคตร
There
โห
it
ด
is,
อะ
Munchkin and Caron, happy to
เฮ้ย
collect.
มาแล้วว่ะโอ้โหแซวหน่อย
This
ไม่ได้แล้ว
time,
นะ
establishing slightly more passive positions, baiting G2 into fighting over towards Rubble, and then ripping them away when G2 overextends slightly.
นิดหน่อยๆ
But
ไม่ได้เลยใช่ไหม
4v2, you've got to convert on this one. Has to be a second round for Gen G. And you know that Valiant and Leaf are going to be looking to try to take risks.
Yeah, business is booming. Their money almost capped out. If you look at the kills, a lot of noise made. Valorant already
ต้
got
องเล่น
วาลิน
G2
ยิงไม่พัก
G2 ต้องเล่นกันเยอะ
You have to He's taken out.
เอ้า
It's a 2v2 in the blink of an eye.
เป็นเรื่องอะ
Dead it. Anything to slow down. He
อย่า
approached
บ
the
อกนะ
onslaught. The G2 were delivering. Rapid
โอ้
run
แต่ว่า
around.
โพซิชันยากอยู่ครับ
G2 looking to group up.
โพซิชัน
Hit the
ยาก
switch.
อยู่
Moving around. There's a smoke into your face now, and you're going to have to call this timing well. It's disjointed from G2, and Karen's got his eye on it. 1 for 1 at that. Not to be outdone. Playing further back positions here. Gen G do not want to throw this advantage whatsoever. We've been in and out trying to ping pong here, but the time is ticking, and now it's ran out. Valin, no more chances. You can at least bring Karen down to the grave with you.
That's actually
ทำลายการ
really
เงินทำลายการ
important
เงิน
too. They've done insane
Oh.
economic damage there. Yes,
ต้น
it's a must
ต้น
win
มากอะ
win round for Gen G, and yes, they do get it over the line. But at what cost? The economical damage has been ridiculous there, inflicted by Valin and Leaf. What was that hop up to delete Munchkin? He's waiting for the flank, but he's just not expecting that movement. And now, Gen G is still behind by 3, and they're coming into this one with double Guardians, light armor. They're excited about it to get some on the board and starting to roll
ที่ตอนนี้ผม
forward.
ชอบไอ้นี่มากเลย
But it doesn't get any
She's better.
easier.
No, the money's looking pretty damn dire.
Texture
Body.
seized.
Quick takeover towards it. Might be seized. There's no follow-up though because Jogamo's opted into the operator.
วาลินมันลั่นจัด
Big hit. เจอโชว์เลย
Now he reveals his hand. Had to shoot the Prowler. Had to evacuate and exit out.
วาลินลั่นอะไร
Jordan
ข
P
นาด
happy to use a lot of utility. There's only one Prowler to try to get kind of passive information.
ถ้าเจนจีสะดุดปีนี้นี่ยาวนะ
Had Jorgamo
Go
pushed back
reset.
here too, so I think in terms of the macro
Texture-
game,
Texture
Gen G
มีอันติอะ
kinda
ต้อง
winning
เบิก
this
นะเนี่ย
round. Jorg's gonna have to go for some kind of info peak. Nobody set up to punish though.
Gen G.
ไม่ปกติแบบนี้
certainly
เท็
a
ก
bit
เจอร์
of a
มันเล
pause,
ส
I
ใช่ไหม
think, expecting that G2 are going to go for some form of reclear.
But
Oh.
that's actually allowed Jorgamo to get back on the line. Leaf
โอ้ถ้า
in
มี
a tucked
พี่โบ๊ท
position.
ถือโอดินอยู่ก็บอก
This ends A.
แตก
Wall up, wall down. There's a timing here that Gen G looking to utilize, and there's a Prowler connection. Still Leaf gets one. This traded shows up not expected, but there it is. Collapses onto the floor.
ครับเป็น
Jordan
เรื่อง
from the high ground. It's the operator looking to get value, looking to get a few
30
more. Running it down to the side. The extremities getting cleared up.
Ui.
Jorgamo counted for. Taken out. It's a 2v2.
ชิดเชนแม่งโหดชิบหายเลยวะ
G2
Full
versus
angle
Gen G
man.
Valin. Trying to clear, trying to be diligent. Paranoia sweeps, no connection onto Caron. He's still going to see this one open. Sighted. Ash is seeing it, takes the connection. Knows that he's off of it for now. But the C's did not connect. Smoke's going to be blossoming, blooming, covering the intent of G2.
จีได้
And they cannot be denied.
เป็นจีได้
They're looking incredible in these kind of scrappy moments. Gen G need a huge player advantage to be able to close rounds out, because otherwise, G2 are everywhere.
ใครเห็นก็เจนจีได้ใช่ไหม
Even in this spot,
Hey,
Leaf
go
should
Gen Gได้
never be getting one. But they find themselves in a 4v3. Even clean up Jorg. But coming back through, Trent applies so much pressure
โอ้ย
onto
พลังแห่งการเจอของพี่เอ๋ย
and you got to give credit to Valin. He's having an incredible game. He's 12-1.
Locked in.
You don't expect him to be out here smoke diffing Caron.
G2 under that pressure to perform a perfect lower bracket run. Seems to be creating diamonds. And the money Bottom of the barrel purchases for Gen G once more. Slow as you go. Just trying to dodge and weave past these bullets. Working the map a little bit for Gen G. They're hoping for a pickoff or two. And
ทีนี้โซโล่เปลี่ยนมาใช้ไวส์แทนนะ
Munchkin spotted out. Round to the side here. Stun. Maybe avoided. Jorgen was watching the one
ต่อ
angle.
ให้ตัวเซนเนเรลของทีมไหม
Got to deroot
ปก
this
ติ
guy.
มัน
But
เป็น
Munchkin
คิว
could
จอยว่าไม่แน่ใจ
potentially get some kills for his trouble. Spotting for the info. And everybody just calls it
แต่
quits.
ไวส์
That's
ใส่
going to
เก่
make
งนะ
Munchkin panic a little bit, though, isn't it? This is one of the only rounds where we've seen Gen G put that default over towards C, let Munchkin lurk, and slower pace round. But it is on the eco. So how much can one guy really get done? He's calling the rest of the team back over to him.
Yes.
Trent's fully out of utility. No opportunity for those salvos to regenerate.
35 seconds left.
ประตูเปิดอยู่ปะน่ะ
Slowly going for this one again.
Protect,
Don't really have the weapons to be taking this fight.
30
All
seconds left.
contact plays for now, but
Ciao.
looking to explode potentially into blue room. And there it is.
ดูแล้วว่ะ
Twice
ดูแล้วว่ะ
shot.
They're tucking in close with classics and
Yeah,
shorties.
here it is. It's the pistols that have to do the work here. Jorgamo. He's running hot on your heels. Shorty in hand from that kind of range. He's done the damage, but not quite the kill. Jonah P looking to redeem. And
Ow,
he has indeed
Munchkin.
shut down the kill.
เอาโดดเฉยเล
Shot
ย
to find, leaves it down to Ash, and he's on double digits. There's no chance in hell he can make it out of that spot. 7-2 in his
อุ๊ยใจ
scoreline
มัน
now
ได้
for
จัด
G2.
อะ
Rough moment there from Munchkin towards the end. Kind of panicked, jumped up. Maybe a bit of a mouse problem. G2 are storming away with the lead. Again, look back towards the historic matchup that these two teams have played previously. Lower bracket final, Masters Shanghai. Tournament that Gen G ended up coming away with the victory, and
One enemy is left.
they came out to a blistering lead in that match on Lotus. Now G2
ถ้ามัด
fully
กี้ไม่โดด
in
เมื่อกี้น่า
control.
จะได้นะ เพราะว่าไอ้โจนัสมันใช้เวลานาน
Gen G generally have been in control of their games. They
อาจจะเป็น
normally
อี
go
กภาพ
up early in the first half.
ก็เลยจีจีตื่นเช้า
And then
ตาม
it's
ระ
about
บบ
whether they can close out. Here they're struggling to stay even close.
Just a float. Up shot, rattling past just to put a bit of fear into Gen G. They've been conceded, rubble control. There wasn't really much of a fight put up by G2.
I do like the slower pace though from Gen G. I think it's more likely to find success.
Footsteps already crossed past, but unanticipated that Jorgamo would be there to Nightfall now. Scatters across, sound cues are cut away. Moving forwards and back, there was that game crash, but here we go. Roll out the red carpet, roll out the salvos. There's nowhere to stand. Very few pockets indeed for Gen G to be safe, but with a minute on the mark, they can buy
ถ้า
dead
ไม่ใช่เล
time.
สนี่เรียบร้อย
Play this one together.
ถือว่าไอเดียดี
And a player
Yeah,
advantage
Jordan.
retake for G2. They still have paranoia. A flash from Jorgamo.
สุดท้ายมันก็ให้เทรนกับเล่นเฮโจ
Still
กัน
plenty of utility here to make this work. And
จะ
of
ฝืน
course,
ธร
the
รม
player
ชาติใช่ไหม
advantage.
แต่แบบมันอาจจะมีเซตอัพอะไรที่แบบว่า
แก้ได้อะ
เด่นที่เมื่อกี้มัน
Out of
ใช้น่ะ
paranoia. Go button's going to be
เมื่อ
called
กี้
for
น่าจะ
here
มี
by
สักหนึ่ง
G2. They want to try and make a go of it. It's good for the positioning. Still
Oh.
Ash is doing tremendous damage and tremendous work. Jorgamo
มันดีแอดเรา
try
คืน
and
มาได้
clear up that upper area, but the site is kind of flipped over. Gen G, holy! Jorgamo just locking on. One to stand. Caron!
เกือบ
3 bullets left. And the swarm just in time.
พี่เจ้า
G2
พี่เจ้า
again.
บ้าจัดพี่
Just
เจ้าบ้าจัด
box Gen G into the site and hit them with so
แมสจัด
much
แมสจัด
utility. The operator from Jorg is also just getting astounding value. He's, despite getting pushed off his early lines, he's always finding a pick as they enter the site. And then also still somehow being able to find value. Nice! From the up and the shorty on the retake. Gen G at some point in this tournament, after they beat Fnatic, I think,
Time to
were
work.
most people's favorites to be the top team here.
There.
They need to wake up here in this game.
Looking out of it. Completely out of it with no real chance here. This is unbelievable.
รัว
He's looking great with the off.
This kind of form.
คือตอนนี้ผู้เล่นเจนจีบอก
He's
ไอ้
just
นี่ไม่งไปทุก
unleashed here
ที่
in the
เลย
LAN
เว้ย
environment
ไป
on
ไหน
the
ก็
big
เจอ
stage.
And he's dominating texture.
อยู่ทุกที่อ่ะ
Textures
ดูดิ
2 and 10. This is one of the favorites for MVP here. If you were just looking at individual performances, I think it was Paperthin who said, "There's no doubt who the best player in this tournament is." Well, he's just getting shut down, shut out.
ตอนแรกเบสเพลเยอร์อินทัวร์นาเมนต์เท็กเจอร์
Walking around the
Come on,
map here,
that's
Gen G
not
are looking for anything.
มันหลัง
By Foxy 9, maybe feeling The impetus is on him.
Look,
Someone
you
needs to
know
step up and maybe get the ball rolling to get any sort of round they can as a timing. It's caught. Foxy 9
เฮ้ย
can't get more for his troubles, but maybe one is enough. Still, Munchkin also
Foxy.
going walkabouts. Paranoia connects. All up is going to be saved by it. Nightfall committed. G2 are just looking for info.
Yeah, that's just for information. Now, they've only caught 2, but the sound
30
cues
seconds.
อุ้ยวาลิน
a little
ยิง
bit
ไม่พักเลย
oblivious
ว่ะ
of the spike dropped in no man's land. This
รู้
is all going to
สาย
be on
สาย
camera.
ไปอยู่ข้างในตัว
Caron even being spotted out. Beautiful correction. Leaf was just out into the open there, but watching onto every other avenue. G2 are not letting anything else
อยู่
slip.
ดีๆก็
He
ได้
has
เล่น
the
เฉย
ult for the spike. It is
He's
Salam,
possible
salam.
here.
pick up the spike here. It's going to be a risky plan, though. They're already on
10
him.
seconds left.
Straight onto the site.
เฮ้ย เอาดี
Start to play this one all together now. Wide swing, wide face.
ไม่ได้วางด้วย
Is feeling
ไม่ได้
himself.
วาง
Why wouldn't he be? A team leader, the IGL for G2. He's not required usually to put up unbelievable numbers, but he's 15-2 right now.
ตาม
That's a shot and a half, though, from George. Rifles back in the hand of Gen G, though, as they try to close this one out with a 9-3. It's the best they can possibly hope for. Double
ที่ถูกโคตรโหดเลย
operators, because the wealth is that large.
Last round of this first half, too, for Gen G to put up anything.
ไอโจด่านนี้โหดไหมโหดครับ
At least they've got the rifles.
G2
จริง
are
ๆไม่
just so
คุกกิ้ง
active,
โย
they're
รู้กันแล้ว
already putting pressure on the B-Lurk player.
ด่านต่อ
Finding
ไป
out that Munchkin is over
ไม่น่า
here.
มีนะ
All over the place. Making good usage of the fade. Hello, okay. One of the first kills going away for Gen G now. Valen gone. We'll see how the rest of G2 end up playing this one. That's a tag through the
Kung Lao.
wall.
That's
Jorg is
crazy.
not missing.
ชาดู
He's
ไป
everywhere
เดิน
at
เก็บ
once. The TP took him out into the open. Almost died for it.
เกือบ
But did he anticipate Trent? He's tucked in close and tight. He's a few more, bit of spam. Raw bullets coming his way. There's a lot of teams coming for
Oh.
him, yet still he perseveres.
โอ้โหเทน
And reigns
Ui.
supreme.
โคตรบ้า
Munchkin
รอดได้ไงอ่ะ
scrambling left and right. Dimensional drift spotted. He can see it on the HUD, and Leaf just plucks him out of the picture. It's a 10-2 half.
Absolute
Skill
domination
ล้วนๆครับ
here for G2. Gen G never had a hope in this half.
เทรนบอกตัวนี้แหละ ใช่เลย
มันก็ยังได้อยู่นะ
เจนจีแม่งติดสเปรย์ยับเลยตัวเนี้ย
แต่รู้สึกว่าเทรนด์ใช้สตาร์ทของเทโจคุ้มอยู่นะสำหรับครึ่งแรก
HSK กุมขมับแล้ว
สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับทายอะไรไปแนวเนี้ย
ทำไมเจนจีเป็นไง
ทายอะไรไป
ทายเจนจีไปดิ
เอ้าโถถ้ามาแต่แรกนะเรียบร้อยแล้ว โดนไปอีก1 แก้ว
โอ้ย โอ้โห แรง ด่าน
ยัง
ใคร
ไม่
ด่า
จ
น
บ
มันด่านใครด่าน
ยัง
มัน
ไม่จบนะไวเวอร์เดมอนใจเย็น
อ๋อ มั่นใจเวลามั่นใจเวลา
ผมไม่ค่อยมั่นเท่าไหร่เลย
โอเค ฮึบ
นี่คืออะไร ภาค M Lab อ่ะ ใช่ มันไม่ไหวล้าใช่ไหม G2 โดนใครตบลงคนเปเปอร์เล็ก พี่อาร์มเดี๋ยวเมื่อวานพี่เอ๋ย2-0เลยนะ ไม่สู้จริงเหรอ
นี่ภาพครึ่งแรกนี่แบบมันไม่มีภาพเลยเอฟ
โอ้โหเดี๋ยวภาพก็มา
คือถ้าเขาสัก6-6เนี่ย น่าจะไปแล้วเนี่ย แต่คือ12แล้วแบบภาพเมื่อกี้ครึ่งแรกคือแบบไม่น่าเลยอะสู้ไม่ได้เลย ดูดิเท็กเจอร์15ฟ็อกซี่ค่ากวนตี11ไม่กวนเลยวันนี้
ฟ็อกซี่นี่หลับยาวเลย ผมว่าถ้าอยากยืนในสเตจบ่อยๆต้องออกกำลังกายวะไม่งั้นยืนเยอะแล้วแรงหมด ไม่มีแรงยิงด่านนี้ด่านกันพี่เปเปเล็กโดโชว์ให้ดูแล้ว11-1ยังกลับมาได้เลย อันนี้แค่12เองนี่พี่เลยให้ NA หมดเลย
these pistol rounds. So one of our best teams at this.
เมื่อวานยืนสู้ซุยแฟตไม่ไหวดิเล่นออกกำลังกายเล่นขามายืนเท่าไหร่ก็ไม่เหนื่อยเอจี้เยอะชิบหาย
The pistol. Having said that though, it's a 10-2 half. So Genji need anything they can get. Paranoia used instantly with a haunt to fake like Genji are fighting super hard over rubble.
Double
Good
up
ending.
with speed. It's tenuous at best. Flank taken, bullets rattled off. Ash weakened all the way down here. Bit of a drive-by, opening up the door, applying that pressure now towards C-Mount, and the TP back. It's fakes on fakes.
And it looks like
เด็กดี
Valen's
เข้า
got
เอ
the
ครับ
read
แล้ว
that
คารอนอยู่คนเดียว
this rubble pressure was a fake
เหงา
all along. It's only Karen.
Jump spot.
He's already used the paranoia as well. Yeah.
Smoke's barely available to him. He's just got to try and scurry towards the back. But he
เฮ้ย
gets
เปิดไปแล้วหนามอ่ะ
Thorns in front. Needs to step up and try and take this. Fight for
Vaya pada.
Tudum. Blind as anything, still manages to
ไอ้เจนวิ่งมาตาย
เทนสวยจัด
Already just
แล้วเทน
getting
โด
into
ดผม
all
ให้
the
คมด้วย
cracks
นะ
in the defense. Any sort of gap
เฮ้ย
whatsoever.
ของหมดอันนี้ของหมด
Jogma was taking and he didn't have a teammate to help him.
แล้วหลิงจริงแผนนู้นมันล่อให้ฝั่งข้ามยืนวะ
เปลี่ยน
เห
ละ
นื่อย
เป้า
Two players controlling spawn and two players on the flank. Leaf could easily get caught out.
Player advantage for Gen G. As you mentioned, Leaf could definitely get caught out, but he's
มัน
positioned
เล่นไก่
himself
ไปวะ
well indeed. It's the first one. Still fights happening on multiple avenues, multiple fronts. G2
Oui.
filling up the feed and getting the better of it for now, but it's still that 2v2 and the damage done. This is
Oh,
no
right.
way.
เอ้า
So damn low. There's still a chance for texture.
No
It's not
way.
planned for these G2 players. They're gonna have to get a bit of a run on. First one's a good connection, brings it into the 1v1.
นี่ไง ไทสเจอร์
He had to turn
แล้วโล
up.
สองอะ
ทัน
He had to deliver.
เหลือเลย
And he needs the kills. He needs the economy to get this up online. Red Bull clutch in the end. There was barely any health on the board. It was to some degree ridiculous that Tex was even left in a 1v2. Munchkin, I think, should have been able to deal with it. He did hit a headshot onto Leaf actually, but he was just
ตอนคิดว่าเบสออกไปสูแปดยืน5 แมตช์จะคาริโอด้วยเอ้ยมัน
Nice composure
มัน
from
เป็นหนุ่มออก
Texture
กำลังกายอยู่แล้ว น่าจะสบายๆ
And
ป่ะ
G2 go for a force
ดู
here.
กล้ามมันดิ
So
มัน
this
เบ่ง
is
กล้าม
one of
ใส่
the
เซล
few
ล์ซิตอะ
scenarios where G2 actually get the plant, get a lot of kills, and decide not to opt in.
13
And I think this is actually the
ไกล
right
สุ
idea
ด
because if they force and lose, Genji
ไกลมาก
are starting to build up
ชอบ
some
ชอบ
momentum.
สันได้ชอบไกลเลย
If you ignore the fouls, you're doing all right.
ๆอุ้ย
Trying to play the long con with the money, and okay, pistols in hand, actually still getting some
Yeah.
value from it, even dinking Ash, bringing him straight down to
Fair
him over there with a follow-up.
อุ้ย
They haven't even forced and they're in a 3v3.
This
Come on,
is
Martin, grab.
dire for Gen G.
นัวได้ขนาดเนี้ย
Scattered with the players, Leaf is just going walkabout, seeing if he
Yeah,
can bait
really,
out a
no.
bit of this one, and he's not even just baiting them all, he's full committing.
Yeah, he's just sent that, hasn't he? Taking the risk on the eco
น่าจะ
round.
คิดว่าไม่เข้าแน่เลยเพราะว่าเมื่อกี้แปด
Is he
แป
going
ด
to be
ไม่
able to
ขึ้
hear
นเห็
this
นปะ
one? Potentially.
เจนจีเลยไม่โยกเลย
Might just be in the Venn diagram where he can get some information
middle.
out for his team, but the rotations
Mid
are coming
now.
late now from Gen G, so I think he might have just missed
ได้เล่น
it.
อย่างเงี้ย
ไม่ไร
A
ส
plant,
บาย
but not a great
แต่ว่า
one.
ปืนแบบ
Having
ว่า
said that, you're not going to
ไม่
be
ไหว
playing
อะ
long range offsite
Classic
post
booster
plants
มาแล้ว
anyway. Jog takes a full flash to the face.
ยังเลยเหรอ
Jorg might have just missed that timing. Onto Munchkin on the flank. Munchkin's still working with the
Munchkin
judge.
looks
Not the best
on, yeah.
weapon,
A
but
terrible weapon, in fact, for this flank.
เฮ้ยได้เล่นว่ะ
hoping the rest of his team, I think, can try and push
Leaf-
him into it
Leaf-
potentially.
Leafจะเป็น
here.
key
All's
man ครับ
popped up here in
ที
his
นี้
timing.
นี่ไง
Okay, Foxy 9. They watch for line
Key
on that
man.
one there. Good connection with the flash. A bit of damage with the chip. Trent got to try and do it now with a classic.
รีบมันเร็วไปหน่
โอ
อย
เคเลย
It's the
กี
advantage
แมน
of G, but looking
กี
for
ปุ๊บไปเลย
Not
Lom
too bad
hấp
overall,
lên.
actually. Munchkin and Foxy can still keep their full armor. And so, while it looked like a very dangerous
man.
situation in the 3v3, Gen G have managed to come through relatively unscathed.
หาวะ
Now,
เรื่อย
they
หา
didn't go for anybody saving money here. They put a lot of respect on G2. They knew that the force was possible, so that means nobody's gone for a pistol round in round 14 to save up for an operator.
ตอนนี้คือแบบว่าแคมป์ออฟเดอะเดสอะพี่เอ้ยพูดถึงใครคือไม่งตายหมดเลย
mediocre weaponry
Yeah,
coming
like-
into this bonus.
คือเมื่อกี้ถ้ามันไม่มูนวอล์ก
If they can
เดิน
convert
ตาม
here
เพื่อนอะจบแหละ
Maybe there's a chance to apply the pressure back to
ต้องเด็ด
G2.
หนึ่งหัวแน่นอน
They're
แล้วก็
putting
ปิด
a lot
มุ
of
ม
their eggs into this rubble fight.
Yeah, bit of a preview of what's to come here. There's not much pushback. It's only Leaf. He's not going to be opted into all that.
จริงๆการเล่นของลูเชียมันถูกนะเพราะผมเห็นโอเมนหลายคนก็อาจจะตีหมดเลยนะ
And pretty. He's got deep A main
Hey.
control now. It's going to make the guessing game off the map.
แต่ไลน์อัพเมื่อกี้แปลกๆวะมันจะกันสแกนวะ
ไลน์อัพอะไรวะเนี่ย
Worth paying attention as well while we're on this attack half to how
Ooh, let me
Trent's going to be
pop it
using his
party.
โอ้
salvos.
คืออยู่บนงานช้าง
Used it for side checks, map control,
That's not
close plant.
intended.
ไอ้เหี้ย
Might
อยู่
be
บน
meant to land
อยู่บ
on
น
the
งาน
tusk
เฉ
or
ย
something.
ช้างบอกกูดมพิษแบบมันเลย
Baron feeling the pressure now with that util coming forward. Snake bite and a prowler. Sends out that paranoia. Just a clone and Texture's watching.
You need this guy to activate.
I think they may have seen a lot of players present.
อย่างนี้
Though,
เข้า
so
สี่
now they're
ง่าย
going to be
นะ
making a
ไม่
move
มี
over
สโมก
towards
ลี
C.
เลย
Foxy
ส
9
โม
gets
กหมดเลย
info. Storm's going to be deaded. He's trying to slow this one down, buy some time with the rest of his
ส
team.
โมกมีดิพี่แต่อยู่ข้างบนไง
Haunting through.
มันไม่กันให้อะดิ
Foxy 9 just playing this
One
one for
way,
full
ah.
retake.
Watch Texture's ult.
ไอ้ซีโร่เวย์เลย
Watch
เมื่อกี้
Texture's ult
ไม่
here.
เอาสักทางนะ
They're going to try to push into him. A lot of pressure.
Salvos. This is actually disconnected. Ah!
Ui.
He still gets through.
Ui.
It's wonderful. It's beautiful. He was pushing to a really difficult spot, yet still Trent is getting that value. Round towards the pillar.
อุ้ยมันตาไวจัง
That's
อะ
the difference maker and is. Gains some side control, leaves it into just Jonah P. And he's not much for them. G walk all over the side.
15ไกลอยู่ครับพี่เอ้ย
At the beginning of this second half, his
ไกล
Texture is now
ไกลมาก
online.
Yes.
He's been
เฉยๆ
getting multi-kills. He's been really impactful. Winning them the clutch,
อ๋อ
getting
สโมก
three
เฮ
in
เว่น
this
เหรอเมื่อกี้
round. Impact kills as well. He's rocketed back up towards the top of the scoreboard.
สโมก
for
เฟ
his
ลแต่
squad.
ชนะเรียกว่าสโมกให้สงสัย
Forced into a stinger buy. Not that they're bad with these at all, but they're starting to get
แต่
ults
ของมันค
online
ดีแล้ว
too.
เว้ย
เฮ้ยมาแล้วครับ
Now I think a bit of confidence
Odd
back
buy
to
ที่คุณ
Gen G,
เคย
convert the bonus like that. Spirits are going to be high. You know at this point, it's more than winnable.
ฟ็อกตี้ตื่น ต้องรอฟ็อกตี้
Over
ตื่
the
น
line, one round at
นี่
a
เหมือนจีดู
time.
จะเจอแล้วว่าความอ่อนแออยู่ที่ไหน
เมื่อกี้
The ult rounds are going
ไอ
to be
โจ
the
นาฟกด
trickiest,
แท็บมาดูใช่ปะ
and it actually could be right here.
เห็นฟ็อกซี่
Nightfall
ยิงอยู่
game.
3-4 ตัว
พอเข้าซี
บ
แล้
อก
ว
สั่งหาปลายเข้าซีเลย
Full util done, Foxy 9.
หา
Squares
ไปเข้า
up.
ซี
Challenge, that's the util.
เป็นเรื่อง
TP forwards, the wall's going to be deaded on top of it. There's two players all the way in, but they're looking left, right, all over the place
Love it
still.
so.
Up and over towards the wall. Leaf was able to pluck Foxy 9 out. Ash is in. Trying to flood defend this one side by side with him and Texture.
อร่อย Ash
There's a
น้อง
disconnect here. G2 have called for a bit
ให้
of a
ความมั่นใจ
pause.
หน่อย
Util's flying back and forth.
เฮ้ย
Cutting them up now with the smokes, including the sight. It's
Đang đi
divided.
ยังไม่ได้ปืนแฟนทอมอีกเหรอ
Doesn't really look like there's a safe opportunity to
เออมันไม่
plant.
เก็บวะ
Drone. Out
กลัว
wide.
เขารู้ตำแหน่งหรืออะไรออกเป็นท่อมมันตกอยู่ข้างในพี่
G2 with their backs against
ต้อง
the
เดินขึ้นมา
wall.
เอา
ข้างบ
วะ
นมันตกข้างบนไม่
G2
ใช่เหรอ
เนี่ย
corners.
นี่ไง
นี่แหละนี่แหละ
Parents
นี่แหละ
actually staying all the way
มา
over
แล้
towards the bottom
ว
in case
มา
G2
แล้ว
extract themselves, but Valorant and Trent are really
Valin.
committed.
ตัดให้
Hard
หน่อยเว้ย
stuck. Gen G cemented themselves, rooted. High-low setup.
How do you work a play here
30
don't even
if
know.
you're
seconds left.
G2?
The waiting for the smoke time is for one.
มันต้องสโมกสาม
Dropped
ลู
up,
กเลย
now trying to take the fight. Ash!
Spike
It's
down.
monstrous.
มาดูว่าเป็นท่อมจะสร้างเรื่องแล้วกระบอกนี้
Huge performance, timing taken, and the Prowler just misses in for Texture. On the high ground. Watches for it. Gen G. This is what
อยู่
we're
ใน
expecting
ช่วง
from
โม
them.
เมนต์
A bit of a bounce back.
มันเป็นแมปกันตั้งแต่เมื่อไหร่เนี่ย
G2 though chose not to invest any of their ultimates. They did have a couple that they had one, the Nightfall, that they could have gone for in that round. But this is what they're saving. This is why they didn't force in round 14. This is why they haven't invested any ultimates yet. It's because when you have such a big lead, when it's a 10-2 half, you know that you should be able to close out with ult rounds. And this is one that we're about to watch here. Jorg with the dimensional drift. Jonah P can turn off everybody's audio, allow Jorg to make a play.
เฮ้ยมีอัน
How
ตี
are
โล
they
ครับ
comboing
จัด
these,
วีนี้
if
ระเบิด
indeed
วิน
they are?
Sending it
ระ
down
เบิดประตู
though. Dimensional drift
โอ้โห
forward.
แผนเก่าวันเนี้ย
Salvos in.
เขารู้กัน
breaking
ทั่ว
blue.
โลกแล้ว
Gives him access towards it.
What
It's going to
the
be a
beast?
split. Cheeky idea. Nightfall now. Cutting away the sound user. Yeah, no.
แต่นี่ไม่รู้ไง
เออ
As you mentioned, they cooked it up. They
อาร์ตบอก
combined
ไม่
it
รู้
with
ดิ
ults.
เออมาใหม่
โด
โท
น
ษ
เล
ที
ยตีเฟสไง
And the Taylor get tremendous value to knock through that door and allow a safe path for Jorg.
อันนี้คือคนที่ไม่รู้
Very cool opening.
แล้วคนที่รู้คือไปหมดแล้วข้างนอกไซต์
Need another layer to this one. Gotta watch for it. On top of the box, that's an angle that is hard to get onto. Texture is punished for it. Trying to peek past it. 2 plays up towards heaven. Genji to make a go for it. It's a 3-2-1 in the swing, but right through the smokes.
สวย
โมเด
It's
ล
a hard fight to win. 11 rounds now. Finally, G2 get a round on the board on this half.
It's a tough one for Genji to deal with. It's just straight out of the
ไม่เป็นไร
strap
เดี๋ยว
book. Beautiful idea from G2.
ตามออฟ
Gets them one
ตีไม่
step
แตกเลย
closer
ใช้
to the
ตี
finish
รู้เอา
line.
อีก2 วินจบแล้ว
As long as you can convert those kind of rounds, you're not too worried about Genji winning the more neutral ones. It's a beautiful idea. And it also got Trent's ult online if they needed it. Didn't have to use it though, so maybe there's another idea here that Josh RT can cook up for them.
โคตรชอบแผ่นนี้นะมันทีเด็ดจริง
The round's already begun. Seeing emphasis placed over towards C.
คู่หนึ่งเป็น
เมาส์แผ่นเจ้านี่คือแบน
Down. C.
แบบอะไรพิเศษหรือเปล่า
Operator in his
ลูก
hands,
แม
and
ว
now he can't really let loose.
And this is where the danger might start to mount for G2, because when Texture has an op, he can be a nightmare to deal with. If they were thinking about setting up some kind of play with the Taeho ult as well, that's no longer available. Entire game plan might have to shift here for Valorant.
ดื้อยังดื้ออยู่
Creeping and crawling though up through B main
ไอ้มุมเนี้ยอร่อยจ
But
ริงนะ
Leaf himself loves to play in.
รู้จักอะไร
with the wall.
คนไม่ค่อยเช็คกันอะ
Punish off.
แต่ถ้าเช็คก็คือ dead man
We're gonna hear it walking and much
อร่อยปะ
อุ้ย
Down. B.
เฮ้ยโดดอีกแล้วโหโดดบ่อยนะมันกินวันนี้
G2 are just dropping like flies.
เฮ้ย
Fantastically
แบบ
clean
เครื่อง
round
ติด
there
ว่ะ
from Genji. Once the economy started booming, as you said,
มันเอาสุดเลยดิ
they got the op, they got the Odin. Players into
หลบแฟ
standard
ดติดด้วย
defensive
นะ
positions.
ไม่โดน
And Texture and Munchkin looking lights out. G2 forced onto another eco round.
เนี่ยพอดูไอ้
They're gonna
เจน
take a
จี
tactical
แค่เป็นท่อม
timeout
นี้อยาก
here.
กลับไป1,900แล้วเป้าแบบว่าโกสคูเลย เป้าเท็กเจอร์เป้าฟ็อกซี่อ่ะ เป้าสมัยเกมเปิดอ่ะ
1422นะ
ก่อนที่เป้าเยมันจะมาอิทธิพลภายหลัง
ที่เล่นเป้าดีฟอลต์ของเกมเลย
โอ้ยอวกาศ
ด่านนี้มันกลายเป็นด่านกันตั้งแต่เมื่อไหร่ไกลอยู่ไกล
Great in the
ถ้าผมเป็นจอกิโม่นะผมจะสั่งคัสตอมไลน์หน้าพี่เอ๋ยลงไหม
post plant setup.
เล่นไปแล้วได้บัฟ
G2, they like to play for retake a lot.
เดามา
but
เสร็จรู้
Genji
จัก
are
พี่
only
แท้
playing about half the time to let their opponents plant. So most of the time they're playing up front, denying you at the choke points, and Trent's going to get his util forced out early.
Rounds up and over. Flash into his face, still pre-aims out horns.
คือสิจัดฮารอน
It's a good play by Kara. Leading out a ton of util from these G2 players. Does he have a backup policy?
I mean, he could
Has he
escape.
gonna exit his Foxy
เหนียว
now?
จัด
That's the
เฮ้ย
bloody policy. Looking for even more.
Ow.
Cleaned up, and this against the G2 with not too many guns. Upgrades are going to be acquired off of that.
Yeah, Karen didn't want to teleport away because he would have abandoned Foxy 9, and in the end they go 2 for 2. Munchkin gets in to reinforce, but he takes a
Yeah.
fight.
He's gone.
เอ้า
เป็นเรื่อง
And this is the
Really?
opening, this is the window, this is the kind of mistake you cannot
แต่
make.
โอดินก็ถือมาแล้ว
Dire straights here for Genji.
อุ๊ยแต่แอดมีโอดิน
Hit
นะ
now,
แอดมีโอดิน
swarming
นะ
out wide. It's a poison that's going to be
แต่
spreading.
ผมมีคนตายคอยดูนะ
Ash trying to go for a bit of random spam, seeing if he can collect these kills, but there we go. Season and
Boom.
Valorant
There
is
they
no
were.
more. Still the pit remains. Defensive wall is propped up here. These G2 players are going to try and make the most of it. Ring around the rosies. Operator in your hands.
Top beat.
And Ash left reeling, left wondering. His hands played it well, trying to pick
Hey.
up some sort of rifle leaf. In front of him, it is a game and a
Hey.
half.
Leaf.
Dominates it.
That's incredible precision there from Leaf at the end. Needed to hit that one. Because Ash had the read exactly on where he was. That is a mad that Texture goes in and swaps away from the shorty to the off. I can't believe
ตอนแรก
he
เมื่อ
went
กี้
for
แบบ
that.
ตัวแอดไม่จะกดสแปมอะคือถ้ากดไปนี่หายแน่เลยอะ
A fumble coming out of the tack timeout that Gen G cannot afford. Gets G2 up to map point.
Let's go, Damian. And that's it. One more round is all it takes, and this is it. The brawl called for. Sees connects though. Jorgamo attacks side with the operator.
อุ้ยเจ้า
That is not expected.
เสียเจ้า
That's an ult gone now. Texture no longer to be the playmaker in this pivotal round for Gen G. Map point for G2.
The tension in the air. Foxy9 and Munchkin both holding
Now, how we check that
aggressive angles, looking to maybe be the playmaker.
Trying to make something happen for the rest of the team. More for the exit. Salvos towards the back. Foxy9.
Crazy.
Just
ไม่
trying to
ได้ดิ
play
เดี๋ยวมันไม่ได้ดิ
stay.
Completely
Medai, medai.
flushed
เอ
out
อ
by one salvo
หลายรอบแล้วนะ
This is methodical. It's G2 dissecting the map up now.
โอ้โหดูดิ
Armageddon rolls it out.
ทำมาแล้วอะทุกอย่าง
Valorant as well. Full access. Munchkin. He's already rolled away
เอ้า
forward. Trying to take that
การ
down.
ใช้สกิล
Trying to take
อุ้ย
it well. God damn.
ใช่สกิล
If they needed him.
ไปสองเลยยังไม่ทันขาดคำเลย
And put up here, and it's a pivot for B. G2.
การใช้สกิล
30 seconds remaining, and heads are being popped straight through the wall. Damage being done. It's G2 tepid, trying to make these fights out. It's a triple face in the end, and one player left to do it all. Caron, TP, throwing mind games into the mix, expecting potentially the pivot over towards
Oi.
A. But the plan is stuck
โอ้
now.
กา
G2
แบบ
get
ว่า
into
นี่
this
เลย
with
แบบ
Jonah P and
มาเอ
Lee
อะซื้ออะ
to lock up this map. And one kill is all it
Good lord.
takes.
จีครับผม จังหวะแย่ไซด์ตีทูทำโคตรดี ไม่เข้าพวด
เรื่องนี้ของแท้เมื่อคืนเข้าฟอร์มของแท้เลย
SG2 ว่ะน่าว่ะ
บีมาแทนใคร น่าจะซิกแมนปะฟังเพลงเพลินๆผู้สองน่าจะเฟนาติกปะเอ็นไม่น่าไหว เมาหมัดเปเปอร์เล็กไปเมื่อวานเจอรถไฟชน ทำไมเขาไม่เปิดพวก kicking away อะไรอย่างงี้วะเอากล้าม เจอพลังกล้ามซุยแฟตตอนเล่นในโซนมันเดือดขนาดนี้ป่ะใครดูลีกจีนมาบ้างวะใครแบบมันครับอันนี้ เจอกันแบบสอง
that loves sending the fights there round after round. And G2, they conditioned those early fights. Obviously, they have a Teo, double initiator comp. It's going to be good for that. But later in these rounds, they showed a lot of different, more passive looks where they're playing deeper on site. They're refighting it. Look at the pistol rounds here where they go for this active re-clear play. Later on in the half, it's the operator going for those reposts in the mid-round. And it was a really nice read into how Genji plays that.
Yeah, you really did get the idea that whenever those plays were starting to manifest themselves, Genji were kind of like lost and not sure how to react in those moments because G2 were hitting them fast.
They kind of decided this, right? Like G2 were very, very heavy on A. They were fighting for that rebel control. They could have at some point been like, okay, listen, we're gonna lose it for the first half of the round, and then we're going to really re-clear it. But I feel like Genji thought that they could be like one step ahead, and they simply weren't.
Yeah, they were not indeed. G2 as well. It's funny, watching this game, if you took away all of the name tags, told me that the defenders were G2, I would think this was the XLG game again. Like, I don't think G2 was phased at all that the opponent was Genji. The same fast reaction,
Yes.
there's the same confidence from all of these players. The being on the perfectly same page in all those ways, it's the exact same stuff that won them the XLG game, and that's so good to see against an opponent that on paper should be way stronger, should be way scarier than XLG was in Toronto.
Yeah, no, that's a very good note there. But now we're left wondering, what does Genji do to bounce back into it? Thankfully, we have just the person to get on the case. It's Yinsu standing by with the coach of Genji.
I'm now joined by Coach Solo from Genji and Jen to do some translations ahead of map 2. Now, Haven is going to be very important for you, especially having a nice start. So what is the most important thing on that attack side? 감독님 아무래도 헤이븐 시작부터 좋은 흐름을 만들어가는 게 중요할 것 같은데 공격 때 어떤 점이 가장 중요할까요?
일단 G2 선수들이 팀워크 부분이 뭐 전략 부분이 이런 거에 좋다 보니까 그 부분을 이길 수 있도록 공격적으로
เฮ้ยเอ็นเวิร์ด
저희가 맞받아치겠습니다.
โอ้โห
I think we have to bring a lot of aggression
Yok,
into
yok,
our
yok.
first half since G2 they have great teamwork and great strats.
Thank you very much, Jen, and thank you, Coach Solo. Good luck.
All right, well, they're going to need to be coming out with a lot of aggression here. Haven is going to be the battleground for map 2 in Kukuka.
เฮ้ยโหร้อนขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
Both teams have success on this map, have some struggles on this map. What are you looking for here?
I'm looking for that vice that we saw from that I think changes a little bit of the shape of the map this time coming around for the side of G2. Genji, even though this has been a good map for them in the past, they were able to beat Fnatic, also changing a little bit of the composition here and there. I think that they have to be
ห้อง
very
แข่งมัน
ready
ร้อน
and
เหรอ
sure that
ไม่
they
เหงื่อ
can feed onto
เต็มห
all
น้า
the
ผาก
layers that G2 are
ก็
having.
จะใช้ได้อยู่
Texture
ดูจากหน้านัก
had
แข่ง
a really rough first half, as did the entire team on map 1. But he bounced back, had some big moments to win that bonus, make the map look at least a little bit more competitive.
true.
And you must look to him going into
แคนาดากี่องศาตอน
beat
นี้
MIBR and Fnatic on this map at this tournament already. And in both those games, Texture
ไม่น่าจะร้อน
was
เหมือน
one
ไทย
of
อะ
the biggest reasons. I would argue that this might be his best map with that neon. On the attack side, his dives are on point. On defense, when he has the AWP, it
แอบ
helps
ตัว
them
นู้น
out
มัน
in the way
อุ
they
ณหภูมิ
call
ไม่สูง
so much.
มัน
He's
ก็
a
ไม่
beast
ต่ำ
here.
ขนาด
How
นั้น
do you stop him then if he's going to run roughshod all over you with that neon?
I honestly think G2 again, just on their attack side, slow things down a little bit. This is a
เขาบอกว่าแคลิฟอร์เนียในอเมริกานี่คืออุณหภูมิประมาณ 20-25 ทั้งปีเลย
อะไรนะ
แคลิฟอร์เนียอุณหภูมิประมาณ 20-25 ทั้งปีเลย
มันมีอยู่เมืองแน่แต่จำได้ว่าจะมีอยู่แบบรัฐหนึ่งที่แบบว่าดีอะตลอด
โคตรฟินอย่างนั้นนะ แม่งมีผลกับแอคทิวิตี้ที่แบบว่าออกไปนอกบ้านอะไรเงี้ย
And again, to me, is the layers that are going to be stopping Texture on the other side. That Vice, Leaf, playing there with the performance that he had yesterday, he's going to have an easy time, at least in my opinion, replicating that.
Here we go. What's up?
Hoping to see more from the rookies here for Genji.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Without a doubt.
Texture started on a rough
ไม่ถึง
map.
ด่านละบิดว่ะ
Both Ash and Foxy 9, not really a rookie in his book, but still.
ลายบิดดูแข่งแม่งมันจัด ลุ้นคนตก
Those two guys
แต่เล่นเองก็เฉย
in Genji, making it this far already. They need to be themselves on this map.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary here for either team. You see those double smokes coming in for G2 Esports, so they're going to probably lock in that Omen. But you know, Valent's barking at the troops, letting them know what's really good before they start this matchup here. But yeah, I mean, my eyes immediately Kukuka get drawn to Texture in that neon. And also, I'm curious to see, as we had mentioned previously, how those rookies are going to set up, because this is it. You lose this, your tournament is done. You're out of here.
Yeah, exactly. So in this case, I would be more looking at Munchkin and Valin. We heard a very good speech coming in from Valin. The pressure is on Genji. There's the ones that have been performing, and everything could be done in a matter of 2 days for them. Right now, with all the momentum that G2 had over that Lotus, where, let's be honest, they dominated Genji. They have all the ingredients to put this in 2-0 fashion. And also looking at them, again, starting from the defense, I expect to see more of the same that we saw in the first map. Jogamo, if they start snowballing, just getting in that operator early and having a lot of impact on the team.
Well, Genji is in a spot that we did not think possible. They're facing elimination. They have to force a map 3 Toronto. Let's get some energy as we send it over to your casters, Brent and Sideshow.
Exactly.
Sideshow.
All on the line. Genji, they have their home territory of Haven, their own map pick, but are up against a G2 squad that are raring to go. Valin in rare form himself as well, getting morale up for the troops. They want to take this one. They want to take this one cleanly.
I love the fact that Valent said we want to change the narrative here today, because I do think the narrative has shifted massively. Coming into this tournament, G2 were the de facto #1 seed. If you asked anybody who the most sensible pick to win the tournament would be, it'd be G2. And yet, some of that confidence seems to have dissipated. Genji going for a fast play, paranoia onto Valent, taking a bit of damage there.
Yeah. Just near-sighted for a little bit. Step back into the Nano Swarm here. Front A control. A short, a long, Genji have it. Waiting for their time to strike.
Munchkin walking up, clearing Trent's position.
Oh my goodness.
Going for the right click.
เอาไปก่อนหนึ่
That's
ง
devious.
ทำไมเดินมา
Heads
เปิด
up
แบ
as
บ
well, just to
ชิวๆใช่ไหม
clear in that
เอ
angle.
อ
เดินแบบชิวๆเหมือนไม่มีอะไรเกิด
He's
ขึ้น
holding that position a ton.
A lot.
Now Jorg is containing them in spawn. So G2 can still keep 3 players on A and be very confident about this.
We'll see if it's Genji to get put into the blender through the smoke. In through short, double up with the crossfire. There's a lot that needs to be dealt with. Util flying forwards, and so are the bullets. Genji are not going to be denied this chance.
ใช่ละ
Grabbing access to the A site, grabbing a plan indeed, and Jorgamo, despite the incredible form he's been in, this would have to be an absolute world-class miracle.
วัดกันไปเลย
Scored
ว่า
into 1v3, but they know
คอม
his
มันแบบ
location.
คล้ายกันเลยก็มาเปลี่ยนแค่
Textures even
เล่น
wrapping
สไตล์
behind.
มีไวเปอร์2 คน2 คอนโทรลเลอร์
ช่วงนี้เขาฮิตคอมนี้นะ
Action Caron looking to double up here. A
อุ้ย
lot
อั
to
นนี้
clear if you're
ซ้ำกัน
Jorg
แค่
flash
คอนโทรลเลอ
overhead.
ร์เนี่ยที่เหลือ
Gonna
ไม่ซ้ำเลย
signal the things are to come, and Jorgamo is going to be dropped.
ไอ้คอมไมโซเนี่ยเลิกคิดไปแล้ว
Genji is a fantastic beginning. They needed this.
Yeah, I think it's a particularly good beginning because it showcases an awareness of how G2 have been playing this map. Despite the fact that
ผมงง
we've
ว่ะ
barely
เมื่อกี้
seen
คือมันที่
G2
มันเดิน
playing
มา
with
ใช่ไหม
this composition.
มันเดินมาคลิกขวาด้วยนะเริ่มก็ไป
They've only brought out here for Toronto, and yet Genji already is super aware that they want to be fighting tight crossfires. They're not putting a lot of
ถ้าเฟรนติกมีด่านนี้ในแมปหน้าไอ้ในรอบหน้าก็น่าจะเป็นไอโซอยู่ป่ะ
knew that Trent was going to tuck up close, and then I think it was Jonah P did exactly the same, and both times Genji were aware. Already anticipating an eco round play where G2 might be facing that mid window.
G2
Slide
ตบ
across.
เจนจีในโล
Triple
ตัส
face it early with
แต่มัน
Guardian to the
แพ้
right.
โลตัส
Yeah,
เติมเหล็ก
and Genji actually
แสดง
doing
ว่า
a bit
เติ
of
มเหล็กมัน
disrespect
มัน
here
เปลี่ยน
too.
มาแล้ว
Munchkin and Foxy9 only bringing pistols into this
ตอนนี้
round,
เติมเหล็กเป็นทีมที่เดาการเล่นยากมากเลย
force quite a lot.
ดูไม่รู้จะท่าไหนกัน
I was
เยอะ
about to
แยะไปหม
mention
ด
it, that deep A lot of control. G2 are walking all
เหมือ
the
นมัน
way up.
แก้ยากมากเลย
Yeah, I mean,
ถ้า
Munchkin
ทีม
just
เป็นระบบ
slamming
เนี้ยมัน
into
ยัง
the
ดูแบบ
smoke.
ว่ารู้ว่าเดี๋ยวไม่ต้องมาตรงเนี้ย
Handed the perfect line, but a double face in the end. There's too much to overcome, so Genji now turn up the pace a little bit. Starting to get a bit of a move on. Leaf looking for a timing of his own. Rooted into the back of the site, trying to take a time and pass his util. He's just spotted the bodies out. Foxy9
เดน
will
แม
be
น
safe,
จัด
yeah.
ๆแม่งถือคลาสสิกแล้วโดนใบในไซส์เนี่ย
This should just be closed shut case for
ถ้ากิน
Genji.
นี้เขาฮิตนะช่วงนี้ฮิตเลยเสียงแน่น
See who wants to build up their ultimate. I mean,
Guardian,
prioritizing Foxy9
ไอ้
potentially here
โกดเมื่อกี้
would be a good idea.
อ๋อ
ไม่แต่
He's
ผม
already
ก็
got
มี
the
นี่หว่า
pistol in
โก
hand
ซิ
as
โน
well,
เฟน
so he could go and chase this,
Okay.
see if he can grab another one. Genji with a very clean start to this map, and that's exactly what they needed. They just went down so early, almost without a fight at the start of Lotus. But we saw them start to get back into the game, and they do feel like they are at least shooting back.
สวยเลยแหละสวยสัตว์เลยดูดิมันเป็น
Not
แบบว่า
willing
ทอง
to go out of the
ดำๆ
tournament in easy fashion. Nobody chasing as well, looking for this kill onto Valorant.
ห้อยวูด็อกทอง
So an ult orb denied. But Genji, they keep the 3 rifles that they bought into this round, and they're going to be able to buy up 2 more, so, or at least 1 more. So this is going to be
อัลลัคกี้ชิบหาย
a pretty dangerous bonus round here that you've got to imagine the Genji coaches have got a specific game plan for.
Hefty purchase for them.
ฟ็อกซี่มันห้อยจี้ใหญ่
Genji love doing kind of fake
คิด
pressure.
ถึง
ใส่คิดถึ
Take
ง
Garage early on and allow Munchkin to be the playmaker.
คิดถึงหรือลืมเปลี่ยน
His
กันไม่รู้
lurks through A are diabolically good.
Going to be another face in mid. Jorgon is going to be at least meeting them, 2 of them facing, and are they going to be expecting this? They didn't see it in the last round. Here it is, glide to the side, taking that fight out. Why? Jorgamo, only the 1.
He does well to get one.
คนตายมันคือ
It's
ชาลอน
crazy enough when you're facing that many players.
And here's that A lurk.
เสียคารอนเลย
ชาลอนไม่งเป็นลูเชีย
Taking liberties is a core part of the way that Genji
ภาพมาเลย
plays,
คำนี้
making sure that
รู้
Munchkin
เลยว่า
can
เป็นยั
get
งไง
those lurks off.
He's found this timing. As
ผม
he
ถึง
จำเป็นได้ไหม
ผมถึงสงสัยไงว่า
thinking that he's
ยุ
got
คนี้หรือเขาเล่น
information. If
โอเมน
anybody
กันแบ
was
บ
to
ลู
cross
เชียและ
short,
แอ
he
คซี
doesn't
ไม่ได้
realize that Munchkin's already here.
Yeah, now the
จริงๆแล้วลู
IGL
เชียมเล่นถูก
team
แล้ว
get into position. The prowler's good. Connection there. Trent with the jump spot.
เราแค่เข้าไม่ถึง
He was
เฉย
looking for. Now there's
ของ
3
เทน
players
จีพี่มองว่า
G2
เมื่อกี้
here.
เขาช่วยกันเทรดแต่ของลูเชียบางทีเขาเล่นคนเดียวเขาแหลม
G2 with a nice read.
อ๋อ
Recognizing the
มันต่างกัน
Munchkins over
นิดนึง
here, and it's been quite an
ได้เย
aggressive
อะ
map, but they're playing B and C for full retake.
เพื่อความเดือดของมัน
Didn't connect. Leaf has been inserted though. Deeper position
Leaf.
indeed. That's a critical one. You've cleared up A short now.
Can't
One of the
think
fights
that
out of this A
one.
hit is going to be removed, and Snakebite just forcing the issue. Texture could have gone backwards,
ทำ
but
ไมไป
instead
ยืน
chose
ที
to
ไร
take
ไม่
the
เคยได้
fight.
ยิงเลย
โดนเช็คตลอด
Still forced
เออ
his
โดน
hand
เช็ค
there.
มาแบบพีฝ่ายท่าเป้าเลยในแหลงอะ
Genji got to be starting to realize that G2 have been stacking A really heavily and very quickly in these rounds. Despite the fact that Genji came away with the win on the pistol, everybody from G2 was there.
28 seconds roughly. Sticking down now at this point, 20 to work with.
Nothing ไวจริง
He's the side that they're going to be looking towards. Still, it's a 2v4. That means risky business here for Gen G. They're going to have to put the guns and bullets on the line, I think, to try and stand a chance of this one. The horns barely broken. Ash going to be connected, rooted down into the spot, but no one's watching. Oh my!
เป็นเรื่องอะไรเงี้ย
And the blink, but still all managed in the end by G2.
Got dangerous there for a moment, though, didn't it? An opportunity for Gen G to win. G2 maintaining composure and dealing with that final player. Only 2 rifles survived that, though. It's a cool idea that we're seeing. But I do think Munchkin's a smart enough player to realize that G2 are putting massive focus on this A stack and A defense. They're not playing A for
ไว
retake
นับไว
in any of these rounds.
And a heavy premium on
ก
re-clearing.
ดแคปลองแล้วตบ
Yeah,
โต๊ะ
so
คืออะไร
I would imagine you do a little bit of A pressure, and Munchkin's going to be smart enough to realize that's opening up B and C massively. This time, though, looking like they want to pressure Garage early on.
หน้าบีมันซัดกันรัวๆเลย
A new beginning. Viper Wall is just one more element to really try and get past here. Deep horns. Alongside the flash.
We've seen G2 go for this play before.
ด่านนี้มันเป็นเฉพาะ
Put
สอง
up the
ทีมนี้
Viper
ว่า
Wall,
ที่เล่นไว
flash
เปอร์
horn through it. See if you can catch people as they're about to enter Garage.
ดูชื่นชอบนะ
Genji had a passive start to this round.
Yeah, patient.
Very
ผม
cautious.
ชอบไวเปอร์ทั้งคู่
Perhaps
เลย
anticipated it actually. If they've done their research and their homework.
Yeah,
คนหนึงเล่น
super
เป็น
possible. And
แค่
Ash
ตัว
still
เดียว
has this
เรื่อง
drone,
คอมนี้
which is a great tool for setting up texture for this opening kill.
มันเล่น KO เป็นอยู่ นี่มันกินมาเล่นอยู่2ตัว ไม่ใช่ว่า
Put a stop to this one.
เจนพูมัน
Pressure into
ไม่มีเลย
Garage. Wall
แผ
still
น
up
มัน
to
มีแต่ไอ้
Jordan
2ตัวเนี่ย
walkabouts.
เป็นเมน
Once more, so many players waiting on the other
โอ้โห
side. And the timing
เกีย
now.
จจอง
Core force
ไม่รู้จะยิงใครแล้ว
ready
เมื่อ
for
กี้
it.
เกีย
ปื
ร์
น
ตรงจะดับวินนะ
Control of the wall in that spot, and that means the go button called for. Gen G,
ทำไมมันถึง
Trent, not accounted for.
เล่นเปลี่ยนอ่ะเอ้า
หมุนนี่สัตว์เอ้ย
Sets himself up and sets his team up nicely, but the snake bite is going to be putting a pause to the plans. Gen G have got to get a few more bodies in here because G2 have them surrounded. Still that high ground angle. Caron
อุ้ย
getting amazing value, but here's
เป็นเรื่อง
G2.
เลยทีนี้
From all sides of things, they come out swinging. Foxy 9 in a 1v2.
10 วิ
Damage done to Jonah P. A bullet to the chest will do him in. The spike is retrievable, but only 14 seconds to work with the time pressure. He's going to have to commit to the B plan. Jonah P isolated, but the timing gets the
คน
worst
จะ
of
โด
it.
นว่ะ
Jonah P gives him a bullet to the temple.
โดนนับเลยวินนี้
I really like the way that G2 have changed around their compositions.
Yeah, that's
We didn't talk about it too much, but on Lotus, it was a massive change of comp that I think led to that dominant first half. And here, though it's not specifically against Gen G that they've altered this composition, it has changed the way they've played a lot. I mean, they're no longer playing, they're playing a flood, just a ton more. The snakebite there to put pressure onto the plant, and then they're through, they're in, trading out. Valen swings, Jonah P comes back in behind him, grabs 2. G2 are applying a lot of pressure onto Gen G as they're trying to get the spike down.
Spam offered up on either way.
มง
Trent gets the better of it.
ไม่ได้เล่น
อย่างนั้นเลยเหรอเซน
Gen G going to be grouping up now. Is the weaker buy for them.
น่ากะน่าจะใช้อันติเทคเจอร์เข้าใส่ด้วย
Good
วินนะ
start to this map. This is where perhaps mental fragility is going to be a talking point. G2 trying to defend garage control. They do have thorns, they have flash, they have tons of different tools here for Leaf to stay in control of garage or at least re-clear if they lose it.
And now just the flash.
แล้วกระลัดเคลียร์
Popped off, doesn't get the acknowledgement that there's players in there. And Gen G take that timing.
ขวา2ครับ
Slipping in, Leaf has to be cautious if he wants to try and take this fight here and now. In that deep C position, Jorgamo cemented. That's going to be pivotal when this hit starts to come through. Leaf is just raring to go, man. He's just spamming through the smoke, trying to take that timing past him. And he's still not to be dissuaded. Sticks around and plays his life. Jorgamo now going to be taking a peek at the zone. Fights to be taken on every single angle.
ไม่เจ้า
Crunching Gen G
เจ้าหันไปให้เม็ด
in
เดียว
their space.
Gen G are getting dismantled here. The light weaponry isn't even the problem necessarily in this round. But Genji just got funneled into Garage. Leaf was happy to give it up. Trent actually, after getting this kill, he re-cleared A long with a horn, got full info down there, and Jorgmo's got full info down C long. So they know that all 5 players are coming through Garage. I mean, maybe there could be like one B lurk, but apart from that, they know 100% where everyone is. The macro game is getting dominated right now by G2.
It's how you have to play against a team like Genji. When they do play so lurk heavy with a Viper comp as well, Munchkin loves to take those timings. So you're seeing the game plan. G2, all the emphasis being placed on re-clearing, information gathering, deep positions that they can place players into to make the calling that much easier. Looking towards Garage. Shock dart, there were no thorns there to receive this.
If you've done your homework and you know that Leaf has this flash here, I mean, they've literally heard it. So you know that there's a period of time now where they're not going to be able to flash to re-clear information in Garage. So if you can go and take it, G2 have got to be worried about it. So now the smoke comes up. Now G2 have got to be a little bit concerned. And this really is where Munchkin could try to activate on his A lurk. He's just dodged a Prowler.
There's pressure on his shoulders. 3-2, it's a narrow margin in terms of the way that G2 are winning, but they're up a map. Haunt breaks it, he's going to reveal it. Inserted himself there into A long, and Munchkin's gone. Jorgamo.
They've got such great game plans for dealing with this. They know exactly how Genji are playing.
ยังไม่เข้าสายโดนตัดไป
One
2
of these Genji bodies.
แค่โค้งแรกหาย 2
No fancy re-clearing protocols, just really just offering themselves up to try and take it. And now Genji, less than 30 seconds left.
เทปเลยเหรอ
And they look a little lost.
Yeah.
I mean, what is the game plan here? It's just probably
ซื้อ
going
ได้
to end up being a
ฟ็อกซี่
save.
มัดกินบิน
They don't even
Iron
look
Man.
like they want to go for it. They are losing massively in terms of the macro game here.
10 seconds left.
They've put so much emphasis for months now, actually, with different variations of these compositions, on Munchkin being able to crack open A on his own.
God.
And G2 are hyper aware of it. They know that Munchkin has to take timings based on Trent's utility. He can't walk into a Prowler or a Horn, so he has to be trying to take the timings between those pieces of util. And then they're so ready for it. Yeah. Jorgamo pushing up short, catching him on the backstab as he has to retreat after the Haunt is thrown. And really, Genji's game plan there was to go and try to put pressure Garage and force
ทำเมาส์เลย
User disconnected from your channel.
a fast round just getting melted. And then if you try to go quick over towards A, well, that's where G2 are playing usually. Really tough to increase the tempo.
It's going to get even harder. Jonah P. That's a pit earned up, lays this one down over towards C.
And you can see in this round that that Vice wall is in Garage. So a flash, trying to keep Gen G honest.
Deeper position.
They are going to walk up though and at least be able to bait the wall out this time.
Drone is here, they finally spotted it. The wall's just trying to get baited out, a bit of jump spotting
แปม
for
โดน
it.
โซว่าเฉย
Deaded.
So now you could back up and go into a B exec because you know the Vice wall isn't there. There is a little bit of freedom now for Gen G, but C is tough with Jonah P's ult.
Still, Jonah P's now worried about his back because they've put that pressure into Garage, they removed the util, and Gen G are looking in a different direction.
Recon back in 2.
Yeah, grouping up now for the pop. We're going to see it happen.
ตอนนี้แบบ
Texture, it's going to be the tip of the spear.
ต้องข้างปั่นป่วนอยู่
Players anchoring on site for G2.
โอ้ตอนนี้
All up and over, stun. through main.
Last time
Scrappy
G2
they only
flooded,
take.
they didn't play a set retake, they were ready to fight. This time though, they don't really have players in position.
Breaking a bit of the util. There's ults to be used for G2 if they want to try and play this one in the retake, and here's the first one, dimensional
Cow
drift. Jorgamo is going to be getting information, spots it out into the smoke, trying to body block texture. It's going to be collided there, at least with the Nightfall. It's going to be scattering forwards, care on. What the hell has he got there? Texture, eliminating, trying to eviscerate a bit more, yet he's put down entirely.
Sova ult.
Leaf sticking, Sova needs to get value, it's half onto the defuse already, and Trent is
คือนับ
taken
ผี
out.
ไม่ได้ยินอะตอนนั้นตื่น
Munchkin
ลง
delivering a death blow. 2 for it. Leaf has earned himself win cons potentially, but time is ticking in a 1v3. Good luck to you. Up onto the edge. Doesn't stick it. He's looking for the fight, and Munchkin will give him it.
โอ้ถ้าไม่เหลือเป็นตัวสโมกนะเป็นเรื่องอะ
Good
ไม่
round
ขึ้นเลย
there
ด้วย
coming out of the tactical timeout for Gen G. They were forced to call an audible after they ran into the vice wall in garage. I don't think that would have been the initial game plan that the coaches called, but a nice adaptation from
เออ
Munchkin.
น่าสง
And
สัยอยู่
Karen
ว่าไม่ได้ยิน
here,
เหรอ
I think he was just
จน
ulting
นา
to
ที
try
อะ
to escape
น่า
away
กำลังแบบเดิน
from that
เดิน
dimensional
ไปแล้วก็แบบ
It was
ใช่
a
ผม
Yoru
ใช้ความ
ult
คิดอยู่ว่า
paranoia play that G
พอ
was
พอ
trying to
เดิ
cook
น
up on the
เดินมาถึ
retake,
ง
and he
แล้ว
ends
มัน
up
เข้าระยะป่ะตอนแรกไม่อยู่ในระยะ
evacuating and
ไม่
catching
แต่เสียง
somebody.
คนที่ได้ยินมันจะได้ดังกว่า
That's a big one, an important one
แต่
for
คนที่
Gen
ได้ยิน
G.
อ่ะ
But now Jorgamo with an operator, and he was doing nasty stuff on Lotus.
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะ
Phenomenal
ไม่
แต่
ได้
มัน
ยิน
วาร์ปลงแล้ว
Take
ตัว
the
นั้นพี่
timing
ยัง
a
ไม่
bit
เดิน
more
ไง
passive though.
Oh.
Texture lays
Papa.
down it, but he
โอ้
doesn't
โห
have clearance. In for a short
ซอ
deals with
ตี้
him. Shorty in the back pocket.
And then set up by Fade Utility to re-clear and get onto an angle.
เอ้า
Back up, trying to take that swing. That's Valen
Don't
going down
name.
though. This should be the
เออ
C
มัน
side
เข้า
cracked
เปิด
open.
โดนเลยทีนี้
Enormous impact kill from
ฟอก
Foxy
ด่านก็โดน
on the
ฟอกที่ได้
entry.
ตายที่หาย
And they have Munchkin's ult to be able to work with.
Viper's pit even
Hey,
being
look,
committed. Thorns to tangle them up. Leaf wants to try and take this fight forwards. When it just reduced down to the side arms. Even expecting where Karen could be, Leaf is just absolutely monstrous. Munchkin still alive. Pit will remain, but for how much longer? Not at all.
You thought that
Foxy
Foxy
gets
9 had created the opening for Gen G. He gets in, barrels over Valen, a pit down on the side,
ตัวจะเจอแต่
and yet Leaf
รู้สึกเท็กเจอ
constant
ร์สไล
thorn
ด์
in the
ไม่ค่อยได้เล่น
side.
เท่าไหร่ช่วงนี้
โอ้มัน
Rips away
นัดเดียวเลย
all
วะ
of the
150
weaponry and charges through like a bull in a china shop. They are trying to rewrite the narrative today and get back to when people were putting not just respect but fear on the G2 name.
Yeah, a team that you
Team
do not want to
knocked
run
in
into
the ball
at any
500
stage of the tournament.
800 ก็ได้นะเท่า
Karen's
เชอ
come
รี่
into this round with just a ghost. They're half buying even though 4 of them have
เชอรี่
weapons.
800 คนยังไม่ก็ซื้อเป็นกระบอก
That's
ที่สอง
weird.
เลย
It's weird. They have
Mm.
money
Only.
still. It's
โอ้นัดเดียว
situation
ตาย
to be in. Could buy for the next round.
อันนี้ก็นัด
potentially.
เดียวได้ใช่ไหมราคา
Struggling
เท่ากัน
to
ไปดิ
deal with the
เท่า
setup
กัน
defensively.
800 เอ้า
Munchkin though, that's a critical kill.
What a shot.
ต่างกันบ้างครับผม
Drone even spotting it off into the corner. Leaf will have to get the hell out of there. Munchkin walking
Okay.
around. Even Trent himself.
Hard ball, man.
Util used to clear that one. This is a game of timings that Munchkin has one out finally.
โอ้สำเร็จแล้ว
The
มากิน
spike
สุด
drop
เลย
though, the spike
พอ
dropped
เล่
it
นข่าว
in
ตัวเองไป
window.
Is occurring
Ash in a
เดิ
really
นเข้าใส่ไอ้ฝั่งเข้าใส่ไม่ได้
จะหมุน
gonna have the timing to be able to get back into A before the plant comes down.
โคตรตึงเลย
Problem
ส
is,
กอร์แล้วแบบ
Leaf's just
มันดูเล่น
really
กัน
far
เฉือน
back.
คมจัดดันเนี่ย
4v3. Just walking straight into it. That operator has
timing
exchanged
there.
hands, and this time G2 feeling the ire of it. Texture, it's no slouch.
He almost missed the timing, but hits the quick scope.
He's in though. Past this one. A lot of angles to account for though. He needs some backing from Leaf, and they go for the
Hey.
3-2-1 swing. Good movement from Karen. Almost went wrong for them.
จะ1-2
But he offset the aim of Jonah P. Leaf's just going to tuck
เอา
himself
ตัด
in.
ปืนแล้วนะ
We've seen him win a clutch from this spot before, but it very much different circumstances against Gen G situation with the spike ticking in the way that it is. Yeah, he has to give this one up finally. Gen G going to be happy with this one, and finally the IGL of Munchkin getting value on his lurks.
Yeah, mostly just set up because he hit a
Something
blinder of a
from
shot
Lille.
onto
Shotty,
Jorg.
yeah.
And to be fair,
Shotty,
Jorg
man.
does miss, even though that's the exact fight that Jorg was looking for. So, you know, crosshair placement's not perfect. He's on a bit of an open spot here. But he misses one operator shot, and that's the only opening that Munchkin needs. Trent hoping that Munchkin wasn't taking the fastest timing in the world. And Joshua T, by the look of it, expects perfection because despite the fact that Gen G still look like they're struggling to get into this game. G2 have taken attack time out here. Already looking to make changes.
ต่อเนื่อง
เริ่มปิดเสียงชินแล้วเว้ย เริ่มชินแล้วเริ่มชินเซนซีนิม่าแน่นอนครับ
ไปถึงกลับบ้านไปดูบิ๊กซีนีมา
ไปถึงเจอกันเด็
อ๋อ
And there is potential
Absolute
for that
in
same
Mama,
flash haunt kind of set play. Because Genji taking a bit of garage control early.
Yeah, just trying to force out where the util was. And we know that Leaf has
กล่าว
set up
ตาย
shop
เล
in
ย
a different place.
Already, though, that Prowler is going to tell them that something
เก
is
มนี้ส
different.
แปม
now.
ดี
If
ๆตายเลย
Trent
นะ
is over on garage, where is the Vice? And also, who's defending A?
เห็นบอกไม่หงุดหงิดทำไมไม่ให้กูเล่นเทโฮวะ
แบบนี้ไม่
Carol's
คุ้มหรอก
position holding anti-flash just in case G2 go for that fast play. The Haunt and the Flash, of course, the Haunt used prior. Sees as the drone is going to be clearing most of the way. That's a tag through the smoke. Got to respect that. Trent's got to back away. Could get wall banged.
Yeah, that's pretty
ผมไปนั่งดูย้อนหลังอะไอ้ที่เจสันมันหมุนตัวตอนกู้อะ
If they go into B,
มันเปลี่ยน
it's gonna
พิ
be
ษด้วยนะเว้ย
trouble.
หัวพี่
I think Jorgamo
ยิงยากมากเลยนะ
goes to the
ใช่
corner. Nice
ไม่
and
ไม่ทำหรอก
tight. Great trade by Ash.
คือมันช่วยแบบช่วยโคตรๆอะ
They
Still
still
have
have
the opening in the entry.
they still have Foxy 9's ult.
You should run.
Here it is. Lockdown going to be used. After the fact here, G2. Do you take this one fast or do you wait
มัน
this
เฟิร์
one
มวิน
out?
ว่ะ
You
วิน
got to
นี้
wait it out. You got to
ล็อก
respect
ดาวน์
it.
เลย
รีบอกอยากเล่นคาร์ลอน
Eventually get
ยาก
a
อะ
kill or two.
Oh, Valen using his ult to dodge it. Is he going to cancel that one? Oh, he got detained.
Detained.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
that's the timing on it.
Yeah, he missed the timing on that one
มัน
quite
จะบาย
early.
คาร์ลอนเนี่ย
And through the back door,
ตาย
we
ก่อน
knew that position was
เออไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวกูตายก่อนแล้วกัน
take it out. Still a 3v3 G2. Making a move on now. Time's ticking. So as the spike TP up towards our top, trying to offset this one. Great movement. Foxy 9 still alive, playing his life. Dart towards the side. Ash tries to avoid capture. It's a gun that needs to be picked up, but he realizes it now. Trent.
ยัง
Not
เหนียว
enough time to work with it. Genji, they
Foxy
bring
ไม่
it
พีคเลย
level.
Great recovery in this half from Genji. Looked like they were down and out at one point after they got a good start on the pistol.
ไอ้เจสันนี่ตอนกูน่าจะกดปรับ DPI เมาส์อะแล้วแม่งก็หมุน มันน่าจะมีปุ่มเปลี่ยนน่าจะมีปุ่มว่ามันหมุนเร็วมากอะแบบ
And it allows them to play these off-site post plants that are pretty drilled. Munchkin sat all the way back.
เฮ้ยมีเสียง
Playing
เหรอ
Cubby. Ash deserves credit in that round as
อัน
well.
นี้ใส่ล่างแล้วครับ
Really important shots, including the trade onto Jorg. And G2, their economy is finally shot.
Genji roaring in those replays.
โหบอทตรงนี้เลยเหรอ
See how much this meant for them. Jorgamo. Walkabouts through mid. Well, I'm not going to be broken.
Really,
It's going to be signaling that there is that deep push going. And what's the reaction from Genji? They want to go fast. They're going to be contending with all that Vice util. Well, not anymore. Leaf's gone.
ภาพตัด
All going to be quite useless onto the side here.
หมาเปลี่ยนจอทำชั่ว
Inside the smoke, and he might be inside their heads. Go forward, trying to reset that one. It's a
ถ้า
full
ได้
attempt.
ตัวนั้น
G2
ตัว
already
ข้างใน
in
โด
through
น
the
โด
back
น
and
ตายอยู่
clearing
อะเอาหมดเลย
out the sight.
Spike down A.
They're just ridiculous on these eco rounds. Jorg pulled all of the pressure towards him, and Foxy 9's got it all to do.
That rifle still snaps towards it, has the angles, finds the kills into the 1v1. Jonah P doesn't know where he is. Tap trying to bring him out into
โอ้โหมันเลยไม่พวกผมหิวเว้ย
the timing miss once more.
โอ้โหสองรอบ
So
อะ
snappy from Foxy 9. He almost managed it.
ไปมอง
But
ข้างบนเฉ
G2
ย
close things out in their 3v1. And
เชื่อ
when
ใจ
they
ข้างล่างสิวะ
They're just
จริงๆไม่น่ามองข้างบนนะ
เออ
ข้างล่าง
play
ไม่
from
ดี
Jorg is
How you
absolutely
want?
perfect. Just to pull eyes. Look at that. That's a free kill for Valen as he runs back in onto Munchkin.
อารมณ์แบบถ้าอยู่
Who's
ข้างบน
standing back in the
มัน
smoke.
มันเท
The
แล้วอะ
flood is perfectly timed off that anchor pressure from Jorg. And he's got his head in his hands. He knows he should have been able to win that one.
โดน
Could
ทิ
have
ปตี้
been
ไป
Genji taking the lead
แต่ยังมีตังค์
back.
Lot of spam, a lot of pressure. Genji trying to clear. Bit of garage control. The setup has adjusted once more for G2, but it's the final round. This first half.
And broadly speaking, I mean, Genji have been getting their success from garage pressure into B pops. So I'm wondering whether G2 are
หรื
actually
อไม่เมื่อกี้มันน่าจะเดินไป
the
ใต้อี
vice
เวนต์เลยนะ
wall has changed. We now have a vice wall over towards the front of B.
มันไปยืนอยู่ตรงนั้นแบบ
And Genji
แคบแบบหนึ่ง
haven't
อะ
really been
ซ้ายก็ดูขวาดูข้างบน
threatening
ก็ต้อง
front
ดู
B and trying to
ไม่
make
ไหล
that
เล
out.
ย
It's a
Move
tough
main
one
gear
because you
good.
need to be smoking both
ต้องได้
sides before you
มันต้อง
bait
เดิน
it.
เลยอะ
Down to the minute mark. Drone re-clearance. If they're tracking the money, they're going to know that Jorgamo has that operator available if he chooses to invest into it, which he has. He's got control of C long. Trent gets acknowledgement from the Prowler.
10 seconds until a haunt as well.
Pressure in through garage. That's a kill onto Leaf, and that might just change the game plan entirely. They were looking to go in a different direction. Jorgamo
What a shot.
gives them second thoughts.
30 seconds left.
Pins Munchkin to the wall with that one. They still want to go forwards, and now moving into B. There's 25 seconds left into this round.
But no vice wall.
Moving forwards now. The stun onto the left side. Holding your ground down, Jonah P!
โอ้โห
Wrangles controlling the rifle.
เฮ้ย
And the dreams and hopes of Genji
One enemy remaining.
are scattered to the wind here.
10 seconds left.
โอ้โห
Playing with them.
เป็นโคตรดี
Jorg finishes it off, and a beautiful opener, but the 3 kills
พี่โจหน้าเขายิงไม่พักเลย
โอ้โหโจน่า
แล้วช็อตตี้ขึ้นไปกระบอกละ500 จะดีไหม
ดีจริงดีจริง
ดีเลยอะ
คู่ควรนะ มันโหดนะฮัตตี้อ่ะไม่งั้นใครๆก็มีตอนเนี้ย มันเหมือนแบบเป็นสกิลวันหนึ่งแล้วเวลาคนเล่นอ่ะ เหมือนซื้อสกิลติดตัวอันหนึ่งอ่ะตอนเนี้ยฮัตตี้อ่ะ
อืม
500นี่เหมาะสมอยู่
ผมว่า300มันถูกไป400ขึ้นไปกำลังดี400มันราคาเดียวกันโดรนเลย
500นี่ว่าแพงไปนะถ้า400นี่โอเค
อืม
400ยังพอจะแบบน่าจะยังซื้อติดอยู่บ้าง แต่500นี่ต้องคิดหนักเหมือนกันนะ
500น่าจะไม่มีใครซื้อ
ใช่500แบบต้องแบบการเงินดีจริงๆอะถึงกล้าซื้ออะมันแพงมากดูลิแต่ต้องแบบซื้อติดแค่ไม่กี่คนเลยเงี้ย
มาตอนแรก150อ่ะ อร่อย
ติดทุกคนอะ
เฮ้ยแต่
ใครๆก็ต้องมี
แรกๆมันไม่มีใครเล่นเลยนะ
ต้องมีตัวอย่างให้ดูของพวกเนี้ย
อืม
And all the pressure.
แรกๆทำอีคอนเก็บตังค์ซื้อปืนใหญ่ดีกว่า หลังๆมีให้เห็นเยอะไงช็อตตี้เจอซัมติงอัพดับ2 ทีบินขึ้นหัวแล้วลงไปยิง150 บาท
2-0 today.
คงไม่ค่อยดีหรอกเจนจี ผมว่าต้องลดดาเมจเพิ่มกระสุนผมว่าช็อตตี้อ่ะเนิร์ฟอย่างเดียวเลย ตอนกระโดดให้มันสเปรดมากกว่านี้หน่อย ไม่งั้นมันโดดยิงกันมันเลยดูดิแบบบ้าจัด
โหแรงจัด
Really gotten in
อย่างน้อยให้มันต้อง
every
นั่ง
half, even
ให้
this
มันแบบ
one.
มู
The
เมนต์
was
ยากหน่อย
fairly competitive was stop and start.
ไหนๆก็ไอ้เนี่ย
Well, it needs to be a better beginning, Genji.
UC มันเดินหน้า
Being almost a statistical anomaly with the amount of pistol rounds they've been winning overall. They'd love to keep that one.
ก็โดดยิงมันเกินไปเว้ยอย่างน้อยมึงซื้อมาระยะประชิดมันควักมายิงเขาก็ต้องแบบ
They're going to meet it. It's a clash of the players, and the bloodbath is called for here with a paranoid sweeping forwards. Trent snaps forward to the arm. Munchkin. The bullets the entire clip emptied out and damage done finally.
จังหวะนี้ไม่มีใครมาละเลงหัวแล้วรัวเลย
But look at Jonah P. Again, he's managed to work his way through.
Yeah.
There's no way he's expected.
And the damage done. These players are weakened.
ไอ้ยันมาทิ้งขวาจบเลย
Up and keeps the dream alive of pistol round. Win the
ทิ้ง
timing.
ขวามากกว่าทิ้งซ้ายป่ะ
Out to the smoke, and it's a guessing game for where this last player could be here. Looking for it.
หวานๆก็วินนี้
And he's just missed it. Ash.
ยิงอย่าง
By their might towards the end here. A pistol round win. Another one added into the
คาร์ลอน
tally.
มัน
They
หัน
want to
มา
keep this
เบิร์ดไฟ
momentum
ทีเดียว
forward
เลย
now. They want to keep it going.
ไม่เอามายิงคาร์ลอน
Massively important pistol here for Genji. And the question is, do G2 force?
กลัวมีคนล็อกอยู่
They
เปล่า
didn't get a spike plant. They got quite a lot of kills. These are the kind of spots where normally we aren't seeing G2 start to force here at Masters Toronto. That 3K from Munchkin is everything. Just when we were talking about how he needs
เออง่ายเมื่อกี้ถ้าแม่งมีปืนกลแม่งคงกลับไปแล้วแบบ
Now, you guys didn't see it at home, but G2 were thinking about forcing. Some of them bought stingers, then sold them again. And the end result is it's only Jorg with one in his hand.
A mistake or not too sure.
I don't think it is either. I think he did it very late. I think that was part of the game plan.
Wall in your face makes this a difficult angle. Yet okay, you can take the pot shots. Shooting fish in a barrel.
คาร์ลอนบอกเอา
A
คื
few
น
angles they
ตอ
can
น
be
กู
playing
บุกแม่
from.
ง
Caron is rewarded.
ยิงใส่เพื่อนกู
The drone's going to be spotting a lot of bodies there. Moving forwards, taking that A space.
G2 themselves are going to be trying to make great use out of the Viper wall, applying pressure to the A defense. Genji are super happy to be playing these Viper v Viper situations, so I think when Genji are on the defense side.
Util overhead. You're going to hear this one with the TP forwards, and they're taking a peek. It's a fake and a bait, yet still Texture has that composure. Shuts down two of the players. Waiting for it. Leaf is answered. Drop dead in his sights. Caron
ยิงง่ายขนาดนั้นเลย
got a full lock now onto the side, and
ยิง
Ash
การเด้งกันง่ายดี
gets
ต
the
ลก
follow-up here. Flawless for them. Everybody surviving.
แบบว่าพีกมาสะบัดไปหัว
You can hear it from here.
Yeah, massive amounts of weaponry
การเดียนถ้าพลาดนัดแรก
saved.
นี่คือ
Even
จบเลย
I think 3 people not even having to rebuy the armor, so an exceptionally clean round. G2, remember that one of the players, Jorgamo, did actually force into this. So they're going to be coming into the next round, an anti-bonus with 2 stingers and 3 rifles.
It's a weird one.
It's a very strange one for G2.
Genji starting to smile a little bit more, getting the whimsy back. Handshake with the util.
And once more, as soon as Texture's able to get an op online, the things he's been doing with Neon op is unbelievable.
It's disgusting.
His movement's spectacular.
One of the most active players we've got.
So G2 need to be putting up these rounds early before Texture gets that weapon.
ผมไปดูย้อนไปดูไวซ์คอมของลิควิดอ่ะ
He's crouched out.
อาโมมันถามไปเลย time to fake code
notice. He's got no
แล้วก็บอก
backup.
เย่
Here's the smoke drone. He gives him the timing, layers down that snake bite. Use pound for pound, slightest of angles, and he will need to respect that now. Bullets flying forwards, breaking
หมายช็อต
a
เต้ไหม
portion of it. High ground.
ขออนุญาตก่อนเลยนะ
Good awareness from Leaf.
Toppled, and he's knocked. Forwards though, Horn needs to be broken. Kills. Potential for it with the bulldog though. It's not the weapon of choice. But still, a good attempt is called for. Genji trying to get themselves.
ลีฟเป็นเวนโดเลยเหรอ
And Mirage, second guesses it, finally catches on to it.
ตาย
Trent,
Latches to the corner. What a shot tap from Ash.
เฮ้ยมีโดนอีก
นะ
He's brought them a win con.
เช็ค
ถ้า
เช็
วัน
ค
นี้
Give
โด
them
น
a
แท็กนี่
chance
มีปัญ
here.
หานะ
And it brought them into the 2v2. The drone just spotting it. Tight to the corner. Leaf will
Pick up.
have to reposition.
ขอร้องมุมเดียว
Close together now. Texture, Ash move together as a unit, as one. Ash cannot do it all.
Leaf collects and G2 go up, but it cost them a lot.
อ๋อฮี
That's
โร่
a
บาย
pretty successful bonus round from Genji. Think about the fact that they brought only 2 stingers into that round, G2. I mean, 2 stingers and 3 rifles, of course. They're going to have a pretty similar buy again. Some wonky
ตัวหน้าสงสัย
moments
บี
in
นาน
this
เกิน
round. Great shock dart though onto Trent, who was extremely
เอือ
weak.
remaining.
เข้าหน้าพุ่งไปด้วยเผื่อรอด
เอาหน้าหลบอะ
This is the round
Lun,
where if
lun.
Genji can win it,
เวลาเรากระโดดไปข้างหน้ากันแล้วแบบเอาเอ็นตัวเนี่ยพุ่งไวกว่า
เอ
เดิม
อจะได้
and
เร็
of
วๆ
course
ได้เร็ว
G2's economy would be shot.
Yeah, the money's still not corrected properly here for G2.
And this is all before you even get the ults online.
Dart's going to be avoided. Texture is still deep tucked onto A long.
And they're not really worried about short because Foxy9's popped his alarm bot down there.
Prowler missed.
เดดแมนว่ะ
G2
ทิก
aren't
เตอร์
opening up though. Texture. This is time in the sun there, but shut down.
There.
Jogamo removes him. Alarm bot broken, and now with the util sailing up and overhead, it's all going to be on Foxy9.
คุยเล่นในไซส์เลยเหรอบ้าจัด
It will be a hit.
Foxy
Foxy9, how the hell do you overcome all of this one here? Still TP forwards, no trade there.
Oh,
Eventually,
top
going
there.
to be, it's labored in the
Red line.
process, but a horn to the
It's
beat.
old horde.
It's picture perfect from Trent.
That's an amazing play from Trent on his own. G2 have managed to get themselves
จะเล่น
in
แรงแล้ว
onto
เจ
the
อเซต
site.
มาอย่างนี้คือแบบ
I don't see a way
Oh,
back
no,
in for
see,
Genji.
ไปเล่นละ
For Ash, he's alone doing this. Munchkin, other end of the map, just going to make a go. Anticipating
What a
Richman
freebie.
in the trade. Yeah, it is a free kill. There was no trade.
เพื่อนไม่เอาเพื่อนไม่เอา
Swing from G2. Ash was almost ready for it, but this is just going to be
เดี๋ยวเข้าไปตัดได้
Has no interest in even
No, he
taking
wasn't.
part in
ไม่
this.
ไม่พยายาม
No, he's just playing for the economy here.
ชีวิตมันต้อง
This was
ทำอะไร
a
กับ
really
ความเสี่ยง
pivotal
ขนาดนั้น
round. If Genji had been able to win it, you're expecting that they start to get the economy really snowballing. And Texture could have got that up. Now though, with G2 coming away with the victory,
ยินปีได้
they
เลยว่าหนัก
stabilize the attacking economy. No more stingers for them. And Genji, it's the Korean team that's going to be going towards.
ถ้าชนะแบบนี้ได้ก็อาจจะมีแมป3มันไม่ใช่หมายถึงอาจจะแบบว่าได้ลุ้นแมป3มันมีอยู่แล้วแมป3ว่ะ
2-round lead. Steady for G2. The emphasis still placed on Genji, I think, to come up with a response to stay alive in this tournament. It's elimination.
ได้ปีนได้ตรงนั้น
A loss here means a 5th-6th exit out of the tournament. Not what they were hoping for.
นี่ฟ็อกซี่จะหลับอะไรขนาดนั้นนะ
When everybody was singing their praises earlier on in the tournament.
I mean, they looked utterly dominant early on. And part of the reason was Texture. He's only got a Sheriff now, looking to try to defend C.
Bit of posturing from G2. They don't see too many signs of life, but walking up here. God, and that's just a Sheriff diff.
God, what a shot. No, they both had rifles there.
Yeah.
That was a
rifle.
A 140
with a Phantom.
with aim punch. And Jorgamo somehow managed to land the headshot still.
เป็นทอมโม
On
เมน
a
ต์
crazy off angle too. I mean,
Ridiculous adjustment.
Munchkin is really favored there. It's a weird angle.
เฮ้ยแอดว่ะของ
Couple
กำลังมา
reclaims at least.
Could be a blessing in disguise as well,
Yeah.
yeah, because Texture actually gets the rifle on into his hands, and
ไป
if
เอหรือเป
anybody's
ล่า
going to carry them through this defense half,
โอ้มันไปคอน
Texture,
โทร
who's
ลเอ
been
กลับ
one
มา
of the
ย้ำหร
front
อ
runners at this tournament for MVP, but crashing out in 5th to 6th, didn't look like it was on the cards for Genji. They're only 4 rounds away from that being a reality, though. Texture has got to rewrite
เจ
history.
นจีขาแข็งครับมุมนี้ต้องมีอย่างต่ำหนึ่งครับ
Falling onto his shoulders here.
Take
Lots of
that.
flash knife,
Oh, yeah,
although he's
ตี
gonna
เลย
have everything cut away. Gotta rely on the raw aim. Gotta rely on the mechanics. It's just the one. Foxy9 inserted. Sees them, but just misses him with a cross.
โอ้ยฟ็อกซี่ได้มันของหมดแล้วพี่
Are overwhelming.
โอ้ไม่โดน
On
ไม่
the
โด
sword
น
they deliver onto the site. With the money in the state that it is, Ash can't even attempt it.
โอ้
Texture getting one.
เมื่อกี้แบบ
I think Foxy9
เห็น
should
ออร่าเดินมานี่แบบ
from that
พี่เชื่อต้อง
position,
มีสักหนึ่งอ่ะ
but
ยัง
he
ต่ำ
really did only have the
ได้อยู่
Sheriff.
เมียงดงแล้วดอกเนี้ย
G2 going up to a comfortable lead here. And it's Genji's economy that, again, is going to be on the rocks. And more importantly, perhaps than even that, the ultimates are going to start to snowball.
Yeah.
Jorgamo, he can play for an ult orb in the next round, and then you've got one of the best attacking ults to try to take space, take information, increase tempo. Genji are going to find it hard-pressed to deal with that, especially if it's used over towards C, like through Garage, for example. Scout out what the Garage defense looks like, find out where the C player is, hit them with a paranoia. These kind of combos are just so powerful.
It's heartbreaking right now for Genji.
ภาพมีผลต่อการเล่น
These rounds are just, feels like they're just bleeding out slowly over time.
That's
Plays like this, kills like this. I mean, it's an insane adjustment by Jorgamo.
It's a
Genuinely.
special shot, and the crouch is excellent too.
30 seconds left.
Really-
Texture is going to get his op online here, Brent.
One enemy
is.
and he's going to look for a peek in this next round down towards short. That's exactly where all 5 players of G2 are.
ไม่มีใครต่อกรเป็นเล็กกันนะเนี่ย
To lose on the map,
ทางสะดวก
losing the series,
มี
you're
วูฟไงพี่
losing your lifeline in this tournament. Gen G.
ผม
สไตล์พอน่ะวัด
ผม
กัน
ฟูไม่น่าไหว
Response here and now G2.
น่าจะโดนลีลาไป
Shy,
เล็ก
making all the
ไม่
noise in the
เมา
world over
ที่เจน
towards
จี
A.
จบเลย
How is Texture actually getting an opportunity here? He got blocked off by the thorns from the Vice.
Out off. He's hard committed now onto the one angle. Jogamo cleared out. Thrown there. We'll respect it.
So this might allow Texture, if he's bold, to get back up onto the A-long angle. You don't know that it's clear, so he's tentative here. But once he gets posted, it's good information for Gen G.
He's easing up. We'll have to worry about the Viper wall if he gets
Ooh,
pushed up
Viper
into
Lake
his
song
face.
กันบ่อย
G2
รู้
we're
มือ
going exploring now elsewhere. Through mid. Thorns into garage.
เต็มร้อย
Feels like many things here, but the pressure's now on Munchkin once more. Smoke, it's a weird one.
I mean, it's to smoke off the alarm bot and threaten a B-lurk, but Munchkin looks at it and he's like, well, that's a fake, 100% of the time.
And back into Texture. Here. He's been in the MVP running and he's got to show it here. And now the shot just misses. Glides straight past. Valen's very lucky.
30 seconds left.
Result of it.
They're leaving, they're going back
Stay by
towards
down,
garage.
Straight into it. Foxy9 now. His turn to be the playmaker, but he's going to be hearing potentially some signs of life. Calling for a TP all the way through. Valen's clearing close. Foxy9, he's missed the timing. He's trying to get close up forwards into them. He's catched it.
เอาปืนหน่อยน้อง
Touched down by the ankle.
ไปเอาตัวนอก
Clinching. Trying to get a move on. Being shut down entirely.
Spike down.
Door slammed in their face, but there's no time left. And they're going to collect these kills. Is there time to plant?
วางไม่ทันครับ
คลัตช์เฉย
ไปแล้ว
Absurd! Ashy wins the round and Jonah even committed the ult.
Oh my goodness.
That's mad. I mean, we've got to see a replay of that, but I think that was literally
One more,
milliseconds.
one more.
I had no idea
Yeah.
whether or not they were getting that
One
plant down in time.
Holding my breath on that one. What was the
เอาหัว
timing
เลย
on it?
คันหนัก
I
เลย
like to see this one. Jonah P
เฮ้ย
commits
อะไร
ไม่พักเลย
ม้วน
They
ผม
thought
เล
they
ย
had it.
ม้วน
กด
ใหญ่
ทำไม
เลย
วะกินกดเวอร์พิษทำไมวะ
Yeah, I mean,
ไปลูกพิษไปลูกพิษไปลูกพิษ
barely missed. Big loss here for G2, but a massive win for Gen G. Only trailing by 2.
จะดูแล
Dimensional drift committed, along with the TP.
เจอไม่ต้องเลิกสไลด์ก่อนตอนนี้
Things happening. Trying to follow up forwards here. This is Foxy9 playing once more inside that smoke, but he's vulnerable. Now the swarm, there's a judge in his hand.
ลูกซองคำตอบ
Picks up the gun.
ต้องควักไม้ตายออกมา
For G2.
the whole game plan there was just to try to spam off
หรือวินเมื่อ
Jorgamo's
กี้จะเป็นวิน
information.
เปลี่ยนเกมครับ
He took a ton of damage, but now they're going back into
And
Cameron.
Cameron hard committed. Repositions Paranoia with a jump spot. Not to be outdone.
Feels rushed at this point from G2, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit tilted perhaps.
Genji making a war for every inch of space. Cameron. He's monstrous right now.
พอดี
Don't
คารอน
want to be removed. He's a line of defense for this team, and as much as you want to
Nen-
break those shots out, you're not getting squat.
มาแล้วครับ
เอาแล้ว
โมเมนตัม
The tiniest of margins, milliseconds on the clock in that prior round. Feels like it could have changed the game here. G2 went for something a little quick. Didn't get the value out of Jorgamo's ultimate, and then a scrambling.
จอบอกถูกลูกซอง
And it
เลย
does look a little bit sloppy. Like I said, maybe a little bit tilted. Josh RT is going to take a tactical timeout here. Gen G looking like they believe again.
โอ้ถ้ามันไม่พลาดวินเซี่ยววีนี่เป็นเกม
Weaponry and ults. It's going to require something special for G2. But Gen G do love a scrap. And if you end up getting caught by these stingers, G2 can be a very tough team. If they spot a weakness, they will swarm. And right now, eyes look set on either Garage or B. It's a bait and switch defense in Garage.
Texture lying in wait.
And Foxy 9 there to bail him out.
Double scoped up. Could get overwhelmed. Swarmed. Prowler to connect. Has to really get the hell out of
ขาย
there.
ของไล่
The corner was cleared here. Seeing the rotation immediately there from G2. They want to try and make moves. Munchkin is immediately there with a snake bomb. That's a smoke TP play. Valin, he's in. Straight into the fray, but he's alone at the case, and he's going to use a second TP just to get the hell out.
เฮ้ยไม่ได้
Yeah, they didn't like the look of that one.
กลับ
Didn't
ดี
even
กว่า
break the
ไวลิน
alarm
บอก
actually
เอา
either.
ไม่ได้
โอ้
Now
นึกถึ
looking
ง
to
ฟัง
try to
ฝัน
go
อยู่
back
แล้วเมื่อกี้
into Garage. Foxy 9 is very isolated here on C.
มันน่าวาร์ปไปซีลิ
Want
ง
to
หมด
clear
มัน
forwards.
เกิดความกลัวเมื่อกี้
He's super confident here, Foxy. He's got the turret.
เพราะว่าไป
ไม่
สี
ดีละ
นี้
Self
เดือดเลย
playing
เมื่อกี้
contact.
เอออย่างงี้ไม่ดีละ
Get
เสียความ
overwhelmed,
มั่นใจแล้ว
especially
เนี่ย
against those stingers. A bit of spam. G2 playing it patiently. They're waiting. 37 seconds though, it leaves you with limited options, and already the rotations are abound. Gen G reinforcing up the C site.
But no pressure over towards A at all.
Exploring for Foxy 9.
ไม่รู้ว่ะ
Will he catch the kill? Yes, he will.
ว่าจะทำมิ่งอีกฟ็อกซี่
Finished off here. G2 going to try and get a move on now. Bodies potentially falling. It's running and gunning from Valin. He's just trying to claim any sort of space. Munchkin dominating. Reign supreme onto the site. You're getting a mad dash and a scurry, but Ash is going to be waiting for you. The time's not even barely there. It's knives out for Jonah. And no chance now for G2. 10-10 for Gen G here. They are pulling this back.
yes yes yes
Even
yes yes
scoreline with everything on the line for Gen G. But I think there's a silver lining here for G2. And it's that Soveralt and Killjoy were both used in this round to stop an eco. You see here, the ult being fired out from Ash. Foxy 9 also got rid of his. And so that ult economy advantage now negated.
New beginning here for round 21. Ash is too diligent there with breaking some of the util.
Tech's just getting a free walk down C because G2 are never breaking this Killjoy turret. And it sees down C long and into the garage.
Taking full advantage of it. Just a wall to hold him back here. Drone timing. Saw it, I believe. Yeah, the corner towards bricks. Jonah P was spotted out there. Gen G not going to be budging. Pressure towards garage though. G2 look for something here, and it's a spike into the hands of these players. A lot of damage. Slam through the wall.
They still haven't broken the turret. They're still convinced that Foxy 9 is going to be fighting them aggressively somewhere, so they don't want to show. They used a huge amount of util just to get in.
Jonah P's aware of it. Look at him trying to jump spot, but it's an off angle by Texture.
Feels like Tech's just the playmaker here.
Yeah. He's trying to play ahead of all of this one here, and he needs to get this kill.
เราครอบพอหรือเปล่า
Surely
ไม่ได้
here
เกี่ยวหรอก
until now sailing up and overhead. Jonah P is finished. And here it is. Stun ricocheting back and forth. Reinforcements here. They've arrived in time with the texture even needed. Caron delivering death blow after death blow. G2, 20 seconds to work with here. They call for the pause and the hesitation here. This discipline outwork G2. They spotted the last remaining player. He's left reeling, backing away. 15 seconds, and it's time enough to get the plant.
10 seconds left.
ไปแล้วแอชเดินไปเจอกับ
Position and forward is Leaf. There was a chance there for Ash, but now down to just Texture. Spotting out the one. Does he expect?
อุ้ยมันรู้
It was low enough, and it's not planted.
It's a horrible plant.
Not planted for Leaf whatsoever.
Patience.
Patience. Leaf is not budging. He calls the bluff entirely. Another tap. Texture. With the movement, he still can't claim the kill. One more for good luck, but he needs to hunt down Leaf, and Leaf sees that it's not being stuck. He finds the timing again. Texture is being toyed with. Leaf has had it for breakfast.
ไม่ทัน
What an
ไม่ทัน
ผมมันน่าเอาขึ้นก่อนนะ
punch from Leaf.
ไม่สุดยอดว่ะ
All with the brain. No need for the aim.
สุดยอด อันนี้คือแบบว่า
Leaf knew
ที่
that
สุดละ
Texture was hunting those kills. There are certain players who
But
are always going to be
that's
trying to
fair
fake
enough.
and force a fight. And I think Leaf there just has an immaculate
ก็เจอใครนะ
read.
เจอจุ่ม
The
อะ
fact he never even
Tờ
went
พี่
for
อะ
the first one.
โอ้ยหมายถึงว่าเจอมึงใช่ไหม
He just
เออ
tucked.
ก็เจอเจสันเมื่อวานนี้ก็จบเหมือนกัน
ใช่ไม่ถึง
นั่งหัวหมุนอยู่
He looks so stupid if he's wrong as well. And yet, at 10 to 10, he is willing to take that risk. G2, though, despite winning the round, are actually going to be taking an eco here to make sure that they have
ก็เว
the
ลา
economy
G2 มัน
to
จ่าย
close
ส
this
กิล
map
เวลา
out.
มันเคลียร์แบบว่าจุดอันตราย
That's
โค้งอันตรายอะ
Stingers
มันดู
is
แบ
a
บ
crazy
มันไม่แค่จ่ายแค่อย่างเดียว
prospect. They're looking to move over towards A again. Snake bite, thorns up and over. Just to deny the chance of any sort of reinforcements. Texture's there with a stun though, layers it all down. Looking to slow them down. Util is used. Munchkin even with a pit here. Texture.
Texture ไม่ได้เล่นเลยครับผม
G2 flooding in. Fast and loose.
โดนยัด
It's
เลย
ไม่เล่น
risky
เลยฮะ
business. Risky business sometimes
อ่า
pays
ชิบหาย
off.
โดน
Gen G
Aspinian
finally getting bodies into the site. The defense intact. Jumping, peeking, trying to bait for one another. One left to stand.
เอาละค่ะเดี๋ยวรอบหน้ารวยอยู่
ซื้อได้
รอบนี้มันมีคู่มา
They're not done yet.
Huge rounds flying back and forth between these two titans. But G2 deliberately managed their economy in that previous round in order to invest in this
กว่า
one.
จะได้เล่นมันก็เข้าถึงไฟแล้วมันโด
Was
น
it
ไล่
the
แล้ว
right
ไล่อีก
play? I think, listen, that's a tough one. That's a difficult argument. But the fact of the matter is that G2 went for a soft buy, allowing Gen G, in all likelihood, to tie the game again. So
วาลินมันดึงผมแล้ว
ม้วนหมดแล้ววาลิน
what is the game plan that Valorant cooks up?
โอ้
Texture. Flashing your face
อุ้ยบาดจัด
disgusting
ออฟหลบ
He's
เป็ด
so fast.
แล้วหันมายิง
It's rapid.
พอร์ตนี้โคตรยาก
แล้วเทรนด์แม่งโดนด้วยไงประเด็น
Down to 30 health. Did he get legged in the middle of that too? Or
Yeah, he was on top of the box.
กูเกือบตายสอง
that's mad.
Damage through. G2 going to be limping through the rest of this round here. But Gen G. Got to be smilers from how this has
บอก
started.
ดิไอ้บอกอย่าพึ่งพี่ยัง
Towards this B site.
ยังเหลือทั้ง
G2
4
wants
คน
control of this one, but a snake bite at the feet makes it
3แล้วเนี่ย
pretty hot and heavy to try and handle. Precarious at that, still sticking the plant down and now playing off site. Dangerous prospect. Munchkin is still alive and he has that wall to deny them info. The G2 are still sticking two players onto the site. It's up to Valin, Jorgamo.
ม้วนผม
They
เยอะ
deliver any sort of kills inside the wall. It's a tiny
โอ้
bit
โห
of dash.
ชัดเลย
It's a great tag. Jorgamo, he's gone. To the dust and to the mud with him. Valin has perfectly baited once more.
ทำไมวาลินถึงดูแบบงง
Facing it up every single point of G2.
แล้วบอกเลยทีมโจนนะมีสุดท้ายอะ
They found that 12th round.
ๆของจริงเมื่อกี้
ไม่คือ
อ่านขาดจัด
Here for
วาลิน
Gen
มัน
G.
ม้วนผมมาหยุดเลยใช่ไหม
มันเหมือน
มั
มัน น
ยิงไป4
Winning
ตัว
5 out of the
Lắc, lắc,
last
lắc, lắc.
6. Forcing G2's
Phần
economy
bắp bánh
down,
lụt
getting
rồi nè.
huge value out of the operator.
There it is.
And skewering those G2 players at the start. Adding such impact from Texture early. 22 kills, by the way. I feel like he had a bit of a slow beginning as well, even on this map. As soon as he
Lao
gets
điều,
on the
lao
defense
điều,
side,
làm cho
though,
mình yạc.
especially with an op in his hands. He's a monster, he's a nightmare.
And one more is all it takes for Gen G to extend this play.
โอ้โหนี่ต้องจ
Stand
ด
a chance of staying here in Toronto.
จุดเปลี่ยนเหมือนที่เทคเจอร์ยิงเกือบ
Their
ได้
economy's
2
just been so much better
Yạc
this
lên,
entire
G2.
half. G2 constantly messing around with
Không
Stingers,
nhiều Valin muốn
Guardians,
ผมด้วย
Bulldogs. Not a
เออ
single
ไอ้
player.
แต่วาลิน
with
แบบ
a
แรก
rifle.
ยิงเยอะมากทำไมแบบนี้มันดูแบบ
ใช่
ขาดความมั่นใจจัง
G
วะ
have got the right read.
นั่ง
Three
ม้วนผม
players
รัวๆเลย
defending A.
จะได้
Trust
มันจะได้ไปต่อเลย
มันเป็นอาการของคนขาดความมั่นใจไป
Idiot stuff.
ใช่
He's out in the open.
ขนาดวาร์ปเข้าไปยังวาร์ปออกเลย
Towards A. It's a nightfall.
ผมบอกว่าคนเก็บทรงไม่อยู่อ่ะ
Snake
เอ้ย
bite's
เอา
gonna be used
เอาแล้วไง
reactively.
ยูไม่ได้เข้า
Barrel is going to be broken and
โดน
Ash
แท็ก
trying to
ใกล้
play
ครับ
tight tuck to the corner. Bit of spam just catching Jorgamo into the leg. But he's able to get himself out of there. The weaponry.
เป็นเรื่องกันใหม่
Touch on even that.
Tổng
T2
chào phá
working
bóp
with
rồi
scraps here to try and bring this to OT. Gen G
ตลาด
caught
ก็
him
ไม่
in
ได้
the
เข้า
driving seat. Taking
Ui.
the fight forwards, and there's
Đẹp
that stinger. Can't hold a candle, not against the
mê ăn
rifle
đuổi
in
á.
the hands of Kieron.
And this looks scrambled from G2. They can't exactly figure out where they want to go. They're threatening like it could be a C split and looking for the B pop. All on Munchkin, no snake bite.
All in your face inside the smoke. He wants to dominate this angle nice and early. It's going to be dropping down. Faced with multitude. It's evened out and traded out, but still that player advantage is there.
He legged him.
Texture, legged it.
Ui.
Damage done, but he's out to the side and he's looking all over the bloody place. He needs help and he needs a bailout.
Ui.
49 just can't wrangle it. Leaves it to Leaf though in a 1v2
มีการลีฟอีกแล้ว
with Gen G.
น่ากลัวสัตว์บอกเลย
This is it, the impetus, the moment, the turning
อุ้ย
point.
เกม3ครับ
Earned.
โอ้โหเอาจน
ไป
ได้
ต่อแบ
ว่ะ
บ3นะ
โคตรถึกอะ ตอนแรกโมเมนตัมเหมือนจะไปแล้วนะ
ไอบล็อกเดือดทั้งคู่นี่ใช่ไหม
แบบภูชนกันทั้งคู่เลยทั้งคนไอ้ทีมเนี่ยแต่ไอ้บล็อกเจนจีไม่ได้แข่งขนาดนั้นอะถ้าเทียบกับแมปอื่นนะ ประมาณเฮเว่นเนี่ยแหละ
เจนจีฟ็อกซี่หลุดไม่เป็นไรจีทูวาลินก็หลุด
ม้วนผมยับเลย มันเอาอะไรอยู่ดีมันหลุดวะ ตอนแรกมันก็
ยิงอ
ความ
ยู่
มั่นใจ
สี่อ่ะ
แมปแรกยิงอย่างเยอะ
เห็นมันแต้มมันหยุดยิงมานานแล้วเมื่อกี้
อืม
ยิงไป7นะจบเกม
หมดความมั่นใจ
เก้า
อาการเลิกลักไงการแบบคนขาดความมั่นใจ ไอตอนวาร์ปเข้าไปนี่แบบตอนแรกนึกว่าแม่งจะเอาแล้วไง แม่งวาร์ปออก ไม่เล่นดีกว่า มีพี่โจหน้านี่นิ่งอยู่
โจนาของดีจริง เมื่อกี้ลั่นสุดแล้วของจีทูอ่ะดาวเล่นอะไรไอ้บล็อก
โยรู้ปะคอมจีทูไม่รู้อ่ะ ถ้ามันเปลี่ยนเทโฮมันอาจจะเล่นตัวอื่นมันไม่แน่ใจ
เฮ้ยถ้าเจ้าเล่นหมอเจ้าได้เล่นอยู่ คือถ้าเป็นโยรู้อ่ะโยรู้มันไม่ค่อยได้เฉิดอยู่แล้วดูลิสอะ
แต่ถ้าหมอ
เตะ
นี่ได้ลุ้นอยู่
เศษได้เล่น ถ้าเศษนี่เจ้าได้เล่น
เจอเป็น7มั้งใช่ไหม
เพลงอะไรเพราะวะ
ฟังเพลินฟังเพลิน
ไม่เพราะจริงเอฟลองฟังเลย
ไม่ได้พี่ ไม่ต้องมาหลอกกัน ตอนนี้ลงไปต้องเรียกความมั่นใจของไอ้วาลินมากันเจนจีเหนียวจริงว่ะสุดยอด พี่เอฟปรับเวลานอนยังไง เล่นเกมไปเรื่อยครับ จนกว่าจะง่วง แล้วมันก็จะดันไปอีกเวลาหนึ่งจริงๆนอนเวลานี้อยู่แล้วครับ สบายๆทุบกันใหญ่ทุบกันใหญ่โหหลุนจัดนะฮะ
that we're going to be seeing, or at least expecting to see.
For sure. I was very
ตัวหน้า
impressed
คน
with
แคนาดา
Gigi's pivot into the Sage composition. It does so much to actually point to.
นี่โจหน้านี่ถ้าแบบหุ่นรถไม่มีขนาดเนี้ยหูน่าจะหล่อสัตว์หน้าทรงเนี่ยน่าจะทรงเดียวกับไอ้นี่แหละ ใครว่าไอ้โทฟุในดอท
NG on one, looking to for Pacific. Meanwhile, for G.
มาแล้วครับ ไอหมอสังหาร
โหแล้วคอมมันโคตรตั้งรับอะ
Moments before
G2 แบบ
75เดวิน70
From a
ยอดนักกันในตำนาน วันนี้ต้องให้เจนจีดิครับเติมเจนจีไว้
ไปกดอัดครับ
NA ไม่ชอบเล่นดูเอลด่านนี้ไม่รู้เพราะอะไรเซลชิดไม่น่าไหวกับบันเดาวิบดกูหน้า
The game.
โดน
By T1, potential here to be denied again by another Pacific team. G2 have been in control of this match from the beginning, but now they're up against the ropes as well on Icebox. It's anybody's game.
Pressure just flips that easily. It's all it takes, and Gen G have been putting up the work and the mechanics.
You're expecting G2 to be playing a retake style here on Icebox on the pistol round because Jorgamo's wall is so powerful. Gen G, they're gonna know that.
Full committal. Ash going for this one, the shock darts. Not doing much.
So it's about escorting Jorgamo in. He's the VIP. Get the wall down and apply pressure with the defuse.
Seen it. Paranoia is going to sweep forward here, but high ground angles unaccounted for. And Texture trying to lock down and hold down that sideline angle to the dart the back and inside the smoke.
จบเลยครับ
โดนสแกน
That player out of the picture. Caron is no more but Texture. Next to step up, holding his ground down. Here's the jump down. There's G2 just trying to put it in.
อุ้ยบาดจัด
Heavy-handed swings. Texture making the most of it. Jorgamo with the wall. There needs to be that follow-up.
ไม่เนียน
ยังไม่ได้ครึ่งครับ
No half-earned time ticking away. Leaf is going to get a move on.
โอ้โหแอช
Another pistol round.
กูจะเจอมันเวอร์จัดเมื่อกี้
Added to the tally, added to the spreadsheet.
ยิงตัวแรกพลาดไม่เป็นไรกูยิงตัวสอง
Once more carrying forward that energy from that prior map.
And there were so many small things that had to work for Gen G to be able
มู
to
เมน
win
ต์
on
ดิ
Haven.
มูเมนต์
And I think the pistol rounds are absolutely an enormous part of that, winning both
โอ้
pistols.
ตรงนี้มันขึ้นง่ายดิใช่ไหม
And like you've been talking about the whole day, Brian, the fact that they've been doing it consistently all tournament long. Like 75% win rate on their pistols or something at this
พอเล่นใน
point.
ไซด์ดิมันไม่ได้ช่วยวอกู้อ่ะ
It's crazy, and we haven't really been seeing G2 force
มันต้องแบบว่า
against
เล่น
it.
นอกไซด์แล้วรอโพส
They've
แผ่น
been
เนี่ย
opting to
ถึงจะโด
play
น
pretty conservative today. And the most we saw was like Jorgamo picking up one stinger.
Yeah.
Here, pretty much full classics for G2.
Right here.
Allowing Gen G to build up the ult
โดน
cycle.
เซตอัพว่ะ
So pivotal on a map like Icebox.
สุดท้ายเอ้ย
Paranoia. Hold on, that's missed. A slight gap and a window.
โอ้โหไม่โดน
Dash
ตัวไกลมั้ง
ตาย
to safety.
Pretty nice movement from
Yes.
Texture.
เอาตัวรอดไปได้
Happens back. He gets out of dodge.
จะตาเกือบขาดเมื่อกี้
That's going to start Foxy 9 Munchkin moving forwards over towards A. You know that G2, roughly speaking, are going to be fighting over one area of the map, playing a retake on the other. This time, though, on the eco,
โอ้แล้วมา
they're trying to get
มา
into
ซิ่งเลย
flood defend before Gen G are here.
เฮ้ย
Just pop
Ui.
it out.
ยิงตามเซนส์เหรอ
Smoke, shot
ยิงตาม
dart.
เซนส์เหรอ
Foxy 9.
เซนส์แรงจัด
Down and out here. Ash
แล้วช็อกดาดเมื่อกี้ปล่อยมาโดนเต็มๆเลย
reclaiming the gun too. Texture's going to be picking that one up. Well, he's swapping it around. We see it now, Dart lay it down, but players are starting to get themselves in. Classics in hand, and that's just it to work with. But G2 done more with less somehow. We see them now just trying to get a move on, fighting into this one, but entrenched positions into the 1v2 for Trent, and he's just left guessing where this play could be. Hold on, it's a 1v1. Him versus Ash.
โอ้โหแอช
Connect. Can't lock on.
โอ้โหแล้วมั่นใจถึงด้วยนะไม่ดึงเชิงไม่เลยแม่งวัดเลย
The rookie, the newbie, coming up massive for Gen G here on Icebox. These first two rounds delivering the critical kills. He's one away from getting a Hunter's Fury as well, which could be a decisive factor in a bonus round like this. G2, they made that one expensive. So
ที่แอชมันเอาไป5-0แล้ววะยังไม่ตายเลยวะ
Stingers. But if they can get Ash's ult
ตอนนี้
online, there
วา
could
ลิน
be
อ่ะ
a chance
วาลิน
here.
ต้องมาก่อน
Looking
ไว
towards Leaf. He always
โดน
invested
ตั้งที่
in
มา
he's tracking. No money.
ของหมดเหรอ
ติดบัคกันแบบ
The
ที่แล้วอยู่
outlaw, no sight lines, no easy kills, instead just a battle for the extremities.
You see there, Genji's game plan of taking some A control behind that
ถึงขั้น
vital
อีโค
wall.
เลยว่ะเจนจี
G2
รู้แบบ
was
ว่าเขาจะซื้อ
spamming
แล้ว
it,
มาตัดเหรอ
seeing if they could land some early damage. Foxy ducks, manages to make it through. That's the orb, that's the ult. So Ash 5-0 has a very, very early Hunter's Fury to play around with. And if they are, G2, playing retake on A, that could potentially allow for a very effective post-plant setup.
Slow going for now, but you are right. There's that danger lurking right now for G2.
Double nano swarms, double shock darts, Sova ultimate.
Trying to play retake into this would be
Tough.
pretty
โอ้
tough.
ย่อ
Not
กระโดดดี
impossible, but difficult.
It's a paranoia. Different sections going to be dividing up towards the site. Now Hunter's Fury is going to be used just to get them in. It's 2 misses. Clearance into the corner on top of it. G just choosing to expend it. Plan down just yet and watching for the peak up
ขึ้นไป
top.
ทำไม
Munchkin's head
ไอ้นี่
rolls
ชอบ
on
อยู่
the
ที่
shoulders
สูง
there.
แต่ดูไลออนคิงมากเลย
Fast on the flank. It would be only Texture capable of taking a shot.
The Stingers, Genji are forced to opt into the site. They have to hold this one. Close quarters is the combat. That's what's going to be suited towards them. Building up these players, though. Texture can't stand up against that much. Still the pressure's there with the outlaw in hand. He's got it straight into the back of Ash.
เสียน้อย
How
เสีย
long for the
น้อย
world is he?
So very clean and not really finding the value that they were looking for from that Hunter's Fury.
แอสซาคาเดมี่
I think Genji got a bit scared there. They weren't really willing to take the risk on whether or not G2 were playing retake.
Seconds left.
เนี่ยเอาวาลิน
G2
เอาให้
threw
พี่
out
เล
a
ยแล้ว
little bit of utility early, some shock darts,
One enemy remaining.
a slow orb that made it feel like they might have been playing on site in anchoring positions.
Down here.
Munchkin, though, the deeper this goes through the attack half, will be one of those IGLs that's willing to call the contact plays if he figures out that Valent's playing really soft on one side of the site.
โอ้ปืนเจนจีแบบ
Alarm bot out.
กาเดียน
Two
3
Guardians,
Well,
three
outlaw.
Guardians actually, again for Gen G. So, bit of a wonky buy.
Slow up towards the top, breaking the drone.
รู้ไหมไอ้หลอกเอาหลอกไม่อยู่แล้ว
Isn't it?
The fact, though, that Munchkin broke the drone there kind of scared off this push from G2. If it was only Foxy9 on his own, I think they might have tried to force the fight there, looking to just try to catch that solo player
Guardian
from
map
Gen
ni
G, but he had
ได้
backup.
เล่นอยู่
Gen G playing a spread default at the moment, but the spike in a somewhat committed position on B.
Very slow game. Contact, swing. Potentially, if there was a player holding close. Texture, he's just crossing out into the open. There's a re-swing from
กระโดด
Kero.
เข้าไปกันเร็ว
Attempt to punish as that spam was coming through from Jonah P.
He believed in the Viper wall.
ว่าจับ
Got to wait for the next timing on it. Got to wait for the fuel to get back up. Keron's going to be jumping the gun a little
ตัด
bit
เลย
here.
เทคไซส์เลย
Puts him through the back, paranoia.
Trent's
มัน
got
ต้อง
his
เล่นใน
ult
ใส่
to
ปะ
try to deny plant.
ทำมาปะ
Jonah P is going to be giving them that space.
Can
Gen G
take
absorbing most of it. Hunter's
Ui.
Fury to try and deny, but Texture is up towards the top there. In
Ow.
through the rafters and a kill found and claimed.
Foxy9
เป็นเรื่อง
แล้วเทคเจอร์ไม่ตายด้วย
His adversary.
เป็น
Leaf is gone. You
เรื่อง
get into that post-plant success.
ปากระโดดเลยวะเนี่ยย่อ
But worse for the wear.
เฮ้ยไปดิไปดิ
Foxy9, he was on the lurk. Valent's got to be worried about
มัน
that.
หมดความมั่นใจพี่
Foxy9 connecting with the rest of his team to play these double nano swarms onto the
วาลิน
plant.
กำลังกลัวอยู่
And
เมื่อกี้
G2, I don't think they have a chance of being able to
เป็น
get
วา
back
ลิน
in on
ปก
this.
ติเมื่อกี้
They're
เดิน
not
ไป
even going for it.
เก็บคารอนแล้ว
They just
ไม่
want to
มัน
think
จะ
they're
เซฟ
probably
เลย
good. And I mean, to be honest, it's only Valin who wouldn't be able to buy if they went for this. I think the damage to Gen G's economy is more important.
Well,
But G2
ทำไม
choosing
เงิน
the
เจนจีมันดู
conservative
แบบ
approach. And
จ
one
น
could
ๆ
argue
ได้
that
ไป
that
ทั้ง
was the
3
ก็
reason
วิน
that they couldn't close out
วิน
Haven.
ที่2มันก็เหลือคนเดียวไง
They were taking eco rounds
ที่โดนแอ
after
ดคัด
winning
อะ1-1
in one
แล้วมัน
fateful
แล้ววินที่3แพ้ใช่ไหม
example at the end
ก็เลย
there
โบนัส
against Haven.
มันก็หมดเลยอะไม่เหลือเลยเลยทีนี้
Another spot where I
Okay,
think
no,
I
no,
would
no,
argue
no,
G2
no.
should be fighting
เก็บ
it.
ปืนแล้วได้ปืนฟรีอัพฟรีหมดแล้ว
Gen G get an
ไอ้ที่บอก
opportunity
ถู
to
กใจว่ะ
upgrade.
การเดีย
They
น
were bringing
แต่ยังไม่ได้
what
ฆ่า
did I
สัก
say,
ตัวเลย
three Guardians into that round,
ถูกใจไว้ก่อน
and now they've
เฮ้ย G2 Signature ว่ะ
rifles.
มา
3-1 lead.
It's a great start.
6 man
And it's one of the only times where it feels like Gen G have got out to a good start. They won the pistol on Haven, but they couldn't manage
เอา
much
แล้วครับ
more in
เท
that
คเจอร์
first
เลือดเท่า
quarter.
เดิมเลย
คนเจ็บตัว
เป็นพิธีก่อนเริ่ม
Bit of spam with the
Pen
straight
kit, pen
bullets.
kit.
Not collecting a kill, but Texture's going to be
เจ็บเจ็บเลย
battered because of it. Leaf.
ฟ็อกซี่นายไปให้ข่าวหน่อยไปใครก็ได้
Trying to keep an
ไว
eye
เปอร์
on
อีก
the
คนเนี่ย
positions here. Again, you're going to see this game of timings occurring. Texture lying in wait, hoping that someone's going to go for the reclear.
And they are, but with the drone.
มันโดนเช็คเลยว่ะ
Can go down mid and then tuck back up under tube. Good break there from Munchkin. Keeps texture, or at least the
แล้วเพน
threat
ก็
of
จะเอาตัว
texture.
มาเช็ค
They
เช็
played
ค
it
ระหว่างเป้า
well.
รอ
Getting the info though. Texture. Got anything to get the hell out of here?
ไม่ได้เล่น
Damage,
เด็กเจอ
there's a shocking
จับกลุ่ม
So nice.
ซ้
putting
อ
in
ม
the
มาแล้ว
work.
มุมนี้1,000 กว่าลูกเทนบอก
เฮ้ยไอ้เหี้ยหมุนอีกแล้ว
Contact for now
อะไร
though. Slow
พอดโก
going.
อย่างไว
Like I talked about, Munchkin is super happy calling for his team to contact in if he thinks he's got the read that the defenders are playing retake.
ปล่อยเพนเลยว่ะ
Two. Just hovering nearby, lying in wait here. The plant's going to be going off. Munchkin gets this one down. So into the post plant we
ไอ้หมอ
go.
ก็จะมาวอลกู้เหมือนเดิมเล่น
เห็นว่ามันอยู่ข้างใน
Genji
3
still
คน
with that player disadvantage. They're the ones who have to make the
มัน
play.
ไม่ค่อยเล่นนอกสายแล้ว
Swings
มัน
forwards,
รู้
Nano
อะ
swarms.
เล่นข้างนอกยังไงก็แพ้นะ
Push from coming through from G2, but did they expect this one? Valent's already in. He
Ah,
might have
well,
just
he's in.
spotted it. I think Ping's yet.
He's in.
Spam up towards the top of it. In through 410.
Oh.
Foxy 9 is gone.
เฮ้ย
Straight back to the dust here. Genji.
Ui.
Oh.
Ow.
Answering back with a few of their own.
Ow.
Finally taken out. But
Young
back
one.
away. Leaf earns up towards the ult, but he's got 2 players to deal with. You
Yeah,
do
well.
not want to expend it in this situation. He's got to try and lurk and find the positions.
อันนี้ตลกวะเนี่ย
There's nowhere to last is. There's a wall.
เฮ้ย
Isolates the fight.
ไม่ทัน
ไม่ทัน
Time.
Not a chance.
โอเค
Really nicely played there from Genji towards the end.
อุ๊ยแต่เมื่อกี้มันมีแกปแบบว่าให้กู้ได้อยู่นะ
Forces Leaf to take the fight. Wastes a couple
ไป
of
ถึงแอบไป
bullets.
เลยนะ
But I think
ก็
it's
แบบ
Karen
ไป
who
เนี
really
ยนเอา
deserves
ครึ่งก่อน
most of
ให้
the
มัน
credit
กิน
for
มันติดต
the
ลกด้วยเมื่อ
victory
กี้
here. It's a beautiful reclear of texture.
แต่เจอไม่ได้เล่น
And they're winning this 4v5. But Karen with 2
Oh,
kills
ค่า
from
ค่า
that
รอนมันมา
top
จาก
410
มันอยู่ตรง
position.
นี้นานปะวะไม่มีใครเช็คเลย
Valin, recon,
โดยง่ายไอ้
lights up
เจนจีเข้าซีเอตรงเนี้ยแม่งมีคนยืนตลอดเลย ตาแรกเป็นไอ้มันกิน
บนโฟเทนมันโกงไงฮะ
อ๋อแล้วมันม้วนผมเป็นครับพี่
You know, Lotus, G2 were
โด
easily
น
the
แล้ววะ
better team.
ถ้ามวนผม
On
อย่างนี้โด
Haven,
น
very even.
ม้วนผม
Incredibly even. G2 had their
มัน
chances
ยังไม่
to
ม้วน
win
มันเกาหัว
2-0.
ใหญ่เมื่อกี้
It would be gutting for G2.
อ่ะม้วนแล้วนะอ่ะม้วนเข้าไป คนกำลังขาดความมั่นใจอะเหมือนตอนที่โบเตอร์กำลังขาดความมั่นใจอ่ะมันจะแบบจับหน้าอกซ้ายมันอะ
ถู
แบบว่าทูอ่ะแล้วพี่รู้ป่ะมาโกะตอนขาดความมั่นใจเป็นไง
แต่ละนึกก่อน
นิ่ง
โอ้โห
ท่าเดิมตลอดไป
แยกไม่ออกอะดีอย่างนั้นน่ะ นิ่งทุกขบวนท่า
พอกับฟานซิสเลย นี่ต้องเจอพี่อเล็กหมดความมั่นใจวิโรจน์แมน วิโรจน์แมน
Not so much. Especially teams that have G2's level of expectation.
Placing swarm grenade.
There'll be a blight on the record for G2 if they go out here. They've got to turn it around. The money's not good for now. Allows you to play a bit riskier. Taking liberties, potentially getting a kill.
นี่แสดงว่า
Genji are
มาน้ำมัน
hyper
เข้ม
disciplined
เนี่ย
though.
มันสูสีไปเล็กขนาดนั้น
Pulled a little bit of Foxy 9's attention towards mid. I
Yeah, Tom
wondered
Lai
whether
is
Leaf was going to go for the peak, but it's just a shocking fight to take with a stinger from this
หัว
range.
บ่อุ้ยนึกว่าเดดแมน
And a lot of the impetus
ปืน
here might be
ปื
on
น
Jonah
ไม่ได้
B.
เด็ดขาด
actually.
ขนาดนั้นนะ
He's the lone defender
Yeah, here it
over
is.
on B.
Bravo's on his face and he's going to be stepping up to the
เลิก
challenge.
ลากแล้วครับพี่โจน่า
Postured away.
นี่แต่น่ากลัวว่ะ ถ้าไม่
Maintains
เช็ค
his
นี่แบบ
ground here. Genji going to have something to clear this one. Might just be waiting for the dark timing to come back up. Wall
นี่เกิดน้องขอ
feign
ร้อง
like they could be going over towards A, and there's that exploration for that. One step ahead. Smoke just barely blooming
Bigger.
out towards the back there, claiming these kills, racking them up. Defeat that is
Oh.
filled up with
บรร
lead.
จงเนี่ยยิงแบบมีระเบียบเนี่ย
เกือบได้นะดูสติงเกอร์
Genji
ด่านนี้แม่ง
determined
ติงเจอร์ระยะมัน
put
ไม่
their
ได้เนี่ย
stamp on this final map. It's a map that they've been
น่าจะโซน
excellent
เอ
at
โซนเอพอ
historically.
ได้
Seen
เจอ
great
เจอ
moments from them.
เจอ G2 ต้องเลือกแบบ
And right now
I
they
block
are
off.
dealing
look, man.
with this style from G2.
พอมันรู้ว่าฟอร์ส
Munchkin's
ติงเจอร์
finding
นี่
the
ไม่
right
เล่นดี
reads
เลย
at the right time to be able to get in.
บีแค่น่ากลัวตรงเยลโล่อะเยลโล่ได้ก็หมด
Texture
เลย
is online right
เหลือ
from the
ไกลเลย
beginning.
ฮะ
Yeah.
And that just hasn't really been the case in the previous two maps, especially on
เหมือนจะโด
Lotus,
นนะ
where
แบ
he
บ
was 2 and 10 or
เป็นจี
something
มั่
to
นใจ
begin.
ขนาดนี้
โอ้โหแล้ว2 เซน
Haven
ด้วย
it took him till the second half where he really accelerated and took off like a rocket. But here, he's 6 and 4 to begin, and he looks good,
เป็นคนมี
comfortable
แมป
on
พู
the
ดเยอะนี่มัน
entries,
ดีจริง
taking these fights,
ไป
stepping
หยิ
up
บดันไหนก็เล่นได้
aggressively to danger. G2's retake style is going to be helped by the fact that Leaf has earned the lockdown. He's had it in the last couple of rounds, but not found an opportunity to use it. This is a must-win for G2 here. They want to right the ship.
This was the one that the timeout was about, and you're right. Course correction needed. Beautiful beginning for
นี่
Valley.
เจอค
เขา
น
ก็
ม้
ยิ
วน
ง
ผม
อยู่อ่ะแล้วก็เดินไปโดนเฉย
โอ้
เลย
มันไม่เห็นเส้นไงมัน
Just a bit of spam, a few bullets, and suddenly Genji
แต่มันก็เห็น
on
แบ
the
บ
back foot.
เสียง
And
เป๊ะ
now
เป๊ะ
I
เป๊ะ
think you can just stack A. There is
ใช่
no
มันได้ยิน
chance
เสียง
that
อยู่
Genji are going to be
แต่มัน
ending
คิดบอกว่า
games
เฮ้ย
without
แม่ง
the Viper Wall.
ชิไม่ได้ว่ะต้องเข้าไปรับซะหน่อย
แบบทามมิ่งมันได้
Trent, high and mighty, but he's going to be watched for that beautiful instant res online. Jorgamo
เอากี่โมง
Trent back
มี
into
ชุ
the
บเลย
fray. Paranoid over the good connection. That drone is going to be clearing quite a bit. Even a tag. Going to be not allowed to play inside that smoke. Drone for a drone. Getting the tags up. Spotting it into Nest. Trying to get the ping down and trying to get the spam down. G2 looking for a chance to try and flood in here, but it's a forward play by Genji. They've got another plan of action.
แทบจะการันตีลาว
ได้แน่เอ้า
ได้เรียก
เกม
ออกมา
To try and take this one out.
มี
The forward position trying to be played once more. Texture and Caron. Texture dealt with Caron over the top. Dealt with easily enough. Jorgamo now.
ดึงคนเฮ้ย
Put this
เฮ้ย
wall up,
พี่อาร์
sticking this defuse. He's got it to half, and he's brought his team that win con once more. Going for the face, going for the peak, and going for the
เจ้า
jugular.
แม่งมียึกยักกว่า
เออ
Genji are hyper aware of the way that G2 want to play this one.
อันนี้คือ
Ash
คือ
came
เจนจี
in,
ตั้ง
got the
ใจเลย
plan,
นะ
so he had
โซ
the
โล่
Hunter
น่าจะ
Fury online
กำชับ
that
ไปแล้ว
neutralized
เล่น
Leaf's
ในไซส์
ultimate. And yet, at the end of the day, bodies
เต็มไซส์เลยยืน
ended up making the difference. A 5v4 and
แต่ตอน
George
นี้จีทู
3K
ต้องระวังบนไซส์ก่อนนะไก่ตรง
shutting down
เออ
Karen in his top position. Karen has been the danger
ข้างบน
in
ใกล้
these
ๆไซส์
A
อ่ะ
post plants. He's playing either on top 410 or top A nest,
บอด
and
เห็น
he's
นะ
getting up
โดนอยู่
and
2 ที่ตอนนี้
over
ที่แพ้
that sage wall. That's what G2 have to be worried about, but they managed to execute and get
ลู
past
ก
it
ศร
that time.
มุม
Texture with knives. He's the threat
พอไปใช้
here.
เองจริงปุ๊บปาร์กเนี่ยมาไม่เปิดเปลว
It's in B main. It's a tricky one to bypass if you are Genji. They get sight of it. They want nothing to do with it.
ถ้ามันเข้าม่านไปสู้ไวเปอร์นี่คือมัน
has a
มัน
lot
ก
of
ดมากเลย
peace of mind. No attempt to break
เอา
it.
ยากอันนี้
Genji
ทางมันแกะแสนไกล
take fights towards mid though.
In this match, every time G2 win rounds, their economy is never flourishing.
No.
Genji always keep it close. And so again, they're coming in with double Guardian and a Bulldog. Valen's trying to take an aggressive fight on A, but with a pretty bad weapon.
Yeah. Trent was with him. He's hopped off of it now, potentially missed the timing onto this one. Reaching that minute mark, you're seeing a drone for a drone. Just to clear out.
คู่ชิงสายบอลคือคู่ที่ตกเฮลิติกมาแสดงว่าเฮลิติกก็
here to use
แพ้
lockdown.
คู่ไอ้นี่เลยนะ
Pop this down on pipes.
คู่
Really
ที่แบบ
no answer
ลุ้น
to
เข้า
this.
ชิง
There it is.
ถือว่าโชคร้าย
Two forced to clear this one out. They can overstay for
เจอของแข็ง
Tad
เจอ
Jorgamo
ต่อ
squaring up. It's a bit of a challenge, but you got to respect it.
He looked like he was going to stay there.
Slow wall might be critical in that spot. Just out of dodge there from the vicinity, and here comes the flood attempt. G2 going for it. Straight in. The pit's going to be dropped down. Reactionary from Genji, looking to try and survive him.
It's before the plant. They're running away to B.
They're running away, and Jonah B. He's pushed out. The initiative has been taken from himself, and the knives almost gone entirely. He's another kill there. Refreshal for 12 seconds. They handed the spike over, and Karen with a TP. The ult has saved them. At least the plan down for now.
Cover going out.
The Omen finding enormous value, but it's still player disadvantage for Genji. G2 don't exactly know where everybody is, but Trent's in a really pushed up position. This smoke,
เครียดเลยสโมกตรงเนี้ยเครียดจริงแม่งแบบ
dangerous situation. A bit of spam from either side to heal. In the back pocket, G2 trying to get a run
มุ
on.
มคาร์ลอน
Trying to
ไม่
get
ดี
a move
แม่ง
on.
ชอบโดนสแปม
Going forwards now, knives out, takes Jenning, all gonna miss, but the rifle still is his backup. The movement can't save him. G2.
เท็กเจอร์
It's
พลาด
clinical.
เจอมีดว่าวรัวๆเลย
scramble of a
Mình
round
chơi lại
with a pivot
tua ngay.
having to be called there towards the
จะ
end
เล็ง
from
ตรงกลางเว้ย
Munchkin. A miracle really that they got the plant down thanks to Karen's
ความรู้สึก
ultimate.
มันแบบมันดีกันอยู่
But
เนี่ย
G2 changing things up in terms of
พอ
how
เครื่อ
they
ง
were
มันรีบมัน
defending.
แบบเอ้าชิบหายละ
Thanks to that
Tuôn
Viper's
lên
pit
đi.
over towards B, they were able to actually to kind of flood defend on A.
ผมจัด
And honestly, as soon as Munchkin used his pit before the plant had gone down, that A push was chalked. And they were left without too many options. G2 with 2 in a row, both retakes.
Nice, Alex.
Starting to get back into this game. The lead cut down to 2.
Looking for a few more.
เนี่ยหวาดเสียวชิบหาย
Bit of spam from Trent, reveals his hand with that one, but this is a heavy emphasis. Look at this, G2
ball,
plays
man.
stuff.
Oi,
That's
ow.
an off-angle out into the open. Any trade inside to Paranoia, swinging, but Cloudburst at the feet. That's going to be some safety. Slow orb. Locking them all down.
โอ้โหเทคเกอร์
Critically, no trade from
จังหวะ
G2.
เปิดแม่งโคตรมุมเมนต์อะเมื่อกี้
Jorgamo is 1 away from being able to get a res. But I don't think he's going to be able to get, you know, a kill and somehow recover Jonah P's body. It's really out there in no man's land. The Viper wall, by the way, committed super early on
สำคัญ
A,
เลยเนี่ยเป็นนี้
despite the fact that Gen G were defaulting heavier towards B. But they are regrouping to try to play off that wall. They don't want to just rely on Omen smokes on B.
It's tiny margins. Barely spotting it out, but sees the rotation
wow.
now. Leaf is hard committed indeed. Needs some value, needs
โอ้โห
some
หลายเป้าเลยไง
Just the grills getting in the way there, the bars.
เดนแมนด้วยเทน
Trent is next
ช็อปดาด
on the chopping block.
เสีย
เอ็ด
Taking control,
Ow.
taking over. Karen by his side.
ขออีกตัวนึง
No mistake.
seconds left. Spike
G might have lost the past few rounds.
Nigga.
Jorgamoto still trying to get active. But
Mash.
that's instantaneous.
ไม่เล่นลีฟจะไปกระโดดอะไรของมันเมื่อกี้ยืนเฉยๆตัวแรก
Individual
Top left.
moments there, losing the grip for Gen G, G2, sorry. I think Leaf tucked up at jail.
Leaf.
Should have at least been able to get one. Kind of beefed that position slightly. It's an unusual spot for him not to get value.
mid, yeah.
Normally Leaf's good for those. Jorgamo, he's going to go for a glass cannon on
Wash.
by. Looking to throw caution to the wind. It is a weird one again for
Oi.
G2's economy.
ซื้อออฟแบบ no armor เสียจอ
Drone not broken.
แปลกว่ะ
Jonah P was
โอ้
hoping
ถ้าโดนลาวเนี่ยมันเป็นเรื่อง
the
แล้วเลย
intent that they could be holding close. Trent's going to be using one of his own just to clear this one all the way through. That's a heavy push-up. 2 plays through main. The operator in Jorgamo's hand to just watch belt, but all eyes are towards B. That's where the players are. And that's where Gen G looking to lay
เป็นจี
claim.
มันดัมเอ็นรัวๆ
Smokes,
เฮ้ย
no committal.
รัวๆเลยจังหวะแรก
เนี่ย
Pressure
ดัน
here
ละ
onto Foxy 9.
Foxy 9 is going to be caught.
Oh.
Squeezed, in fact.
Foxy
Too much
9.
to watch for. Yet still manages it. Gets the one.
Really solid
ตอนแรกนึก
awareness.
ว่าจะโดนอีก
Expecting
แล้ว
the repeat
ทำ
as
นิ่ง
well. He's holding his crosshair.
ดีว่ะ
Not running away. He's waiting for the next.
มีชิ้นนะดิ
He knows that there was a deeper drone, and he knows that Trent was lurking. Jorgamo,
โอ้โห
European Leaf, gonna have to put this one together
Yeah, man.
themselves.
Yeah.
Just the 3 of them versus 5. And with the operator,
I think this is where
โด
you
น
have
ห
to
นี
say
จี
it.
might
พี
be a
กูโดน
save.
ละพอศาสตร์ละ
They're
still
looking like
looking
they're
like
going
they're
to
gonna
go
go
for
for
it.
it. Yeah, there's a wall up in front of their faces. Textures already just absolutely decimating them, destroying them. His team by his side. Relentless. There's no mercy at all. Gen G
ลักๆไปหมด
slowly accruing another one.
I mean, this is looking like a
ต
dominant
ลับก็
half
ปล่อย
right
มัน
now
ห่า
for
งไป
Gen G.
ไอ้บล็อกมัน
Especially considering that G2's eco once
มันเป็น
more
ด่าน
is cracked.
ตบขาดยากเหรอ
They've got nothing to be able to work with, and it's Foxy 9 who delivers them this one.
สปิด
He's in
สปิด
quite
กับ
an
อะไรนะ
exposed
ที่มัน
position. He's
ทำ
trying to
โล
play
ตัส
it safe and cautious, using that cover. But his awareness ends up being his strongest tool there, because he turns around just to
G2
catch
ไม่มี
the
ดูเอล
timing
ด้วย
on Valley.
ต้องเล่นโคตรช้า
มันต้องกันได้โคตรเยอะ
Gen
อัน
G
นี้มันกัน
could
ไม่ดี
establish
มัน
a very
พลา
dominant
ด
first
ไปหมด
half
เลย
here.
ล้วนไปหมดแล้ว
ก็โดนจริงๆยัด
Not
ยัดหลอก
something
รัว
they've
ๆเล
been
ย
able to manage on Lotus or Haven.
แต่นี้
Wind in
ต้อง
their
ชม
sails
เซ
right
นตี
now.
เตรียมมาดีไอ้บล็อก
4-round lead. This could easily be a one-sided affair for the first
Bit
half
เลย
of
อย่า
Iceborne.
อย่าชมเยอะพี่เสียว
And our last map here in this elimination game.
Here.
Last chances for both of these teams.
ชมเยอะแล้วเดี๋ยวเอาแล้ว
It's
ไง
got to be hard for G2 to put out of their heads the way in which they lost on Haven.
วางบอมเสร็จ
So
ยืนอยู่
many
เต็มไซ
small
ส์อ่ะ
moments that added
ดู
together
งงเลยเอ้า
when they could have
ทำตัว
potentially
ไม่
been
ถูก
able
เล
to
ยครับ
convert that
เปลี่ยน
2-0.
รีเทค
Is it lingering in the back of the mind?
ปิดการปิดข่าวมันเครียดขนาดนั้นดูดิแบบ
Might have been dreaming of
ไม่ใครข
redemption,
ยับ
but
โพซิชั่นเลย
the win here gets
Oh.
you further and farther away. Still a while to go to get to the finals. They want a shot at the trophy for G2. Not even going to be thinking about that, most likely just focusing on this round, one step at a time. Snake bite Round towards the back. This is backup for Valid. Trying to allow him to try and make a play. That's Stinger in hand. But this is it. All collected with the kills over the shoulder. As soon as texture goes down, you don't match for the rest of the weaponry.
And Ash has been such a
แบบนี้ก็มีบอทคัมแบ็กตึงๆใช่
He's been delivering them incredibly important
That's
kills.
big Lao.
Once more, is that rock that Genji can rely on? 12 and 5 deals with the eco threat, gets the plant down.
เอ้าไล่
Though
แตก
Karen is dropped,
ตัด
it's
ไปก็
still
ไม่
a
เป็นไร
massively
หรอก
uphill battle for G2 if they want to try to win a thrifty.
Nano swarms. They need kills. They need more than that. They need time. It's running out for them. Munchkin. A jar with the movement. Snappy with the aim. They know exactly where Trent is now. Look at it. Layers of util. Added on top. Genji are getting a vice grip on this series.
You can feel that belief emanating from the side of the stage that they're on.
อุ้ย
Oh,
Yeah.
that is
Unfair.
so nice there from Ash as spray control. But everything is working. Tex just picked up the op to use it on the attack side. G2 style, they just can't find their moments.
แต่ไอ้บล็อกมันกินเป็นไรเปอร์ที่ไม่ค่อยเลิกเลยนะไม่เลิกเลยอะดูดิ
And especially with how good Genji have been on the pistol. This game is gonna be
สไตล์การเล่นไวเปอร์ของมันกินไม่เหมือนเป็นในนี่มากกว่าแบบโดนแบบไม่ต้องเอาตัวไปแลกอะ
คอยดูคอยสั่งเลย
So
ว่า
last round.
คอยดู
You're
คอยอะไร
expecting a
เงี้ย
slow
แบบ
one as well here, Brent. And Tex just taking his op for a walk, looking to see
บนเทค
and find an opening pick, and it's Valen with a peek. Like a rocket ship comes around the corner and deletes texture.
It's a massive one.
That is a shot.
Even spotting the cross. He's getting acknowledgement. Drone spots too. G2 have a very good
Look at
idea of what's
Antti.
going on this round.
Yeah, player advantage. You've taken down the tip of the spear. I mean, Trent with an ultimate
Maybe
can
not
deny the
to
plant
detail
as
on it.
well. Things are
Yeah,
looking all right for an
เขาบอกมันไม่
8-4
เลิก
half,
มัน
but
จะเลิก
it
ละ
will still be Genji massively in the lead.
ก็ต้องมีบ้าง
Genji not even done yet in this round. Play a long shot. Hunter's Fury committed. That's meant to be a bit of a punish. They hear that drone coming through. And Trent, yeah, he's got that value.
ถ้าเป็นแพทเมนนี่ถึง CT แล้วตอนนี้
Here in a rumble though, potentially there, Valen might have just seen, and yes,
Ow.
finally gets that acknowledgement. Foxy 9.
ปล่อยไก่
ตับกระส่ายแต่ว่าเนี่ยมันแบบมัน
ใจมันสั่นไง
Genji are in.
ใจมันสั่นจริง
G2 can make no
ออก
mistake
มาที่
here.
ได้ยินด้วย
Footsteps rumbling, a noise bait by Leaf. He's trying to bait Munchkin out of
ยังไม่เดิน
hiding,
ว่ะ
but he guesses it back towards
ทำเสียง
him.
หลอกเลย
Munchkin, he's perfect with
นี่
it.
อะแล้วคนรับจบคือโจน่า
Taken out. That's going to be broken out. G2 trying to make this
โอ้โห
one.
ฮาร์ดใจร้อน
And
ด้วยว่า
flood straight into the back. They've dealt with most of the side players, and it does now finally leave it all down to Munchkin. Even that snake bite.
อ่ะ
No
เจอกัน
chance in
8-4
hell. Rebounding of all sorts of geometry. That's a
ไปไม่
big
ได้ครับ
stick. And so
Big ball.
G2. A 4-round
ปั๊มสกอร์หน่อยเร็ว
มาดิ
เอ
มาดิ
อ
มาดิมาดิ
It's not
เสียชาติเกิดโอเวน
ไอ้พวกนี้มันไม่มีแข่งใช่ไหมพวกนั้น
ไม่น่านะ มันแข่งอีกทีอีกประมาณ2-3 วันอ่ะ ก็คู่สายบน
ออกไปชิลก็ได้
ที่ไหนดีกว่า
เฮ้ยจัดตี้ดีกว่าอย่างนั้นนะ
สักคืนไหมผมอยากชิวอ่ะ แต่เอาไม่ไกลแมวมาปะได้ดิได้
เฮ้ยไปชิวไหน
เนี่ยเป็นทีมไหนเนี่ย
เดี๋ยวผมหาให้เอาแถวๆชนไหมใกล้ๆขับรถชน
เฮ้ย
เลย
ไปค้างให้เหรอแบบตอนกลางคืนอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
อ๋อ
โอ้โหจะออกทะเลเลยเหรอ
ออกเลเลยพี่
ออกทะเลไม่ได้พี่ต้องส่งลูกกันดิ
ไปวันไหนเนี่ยไปวันไหน
ไปยังไม่ได้ไปคุยเฉยๆพูดเฉย
อ๋อ
ๆมันว่างไง
ทำไมเห็นพิธีกรแล้วนึกถึงอิสลา เฮ้ยแต่แฮงเอาท์ในกรุงเทพก็ได้สบายๆพี่ พี่จะแบบว่า แบบไหนแบบกลางคืนอย่างเดียวเลยตั้งแต่บ่ายยันเย็นมืด
บ่ายไม่ได้ดิต้องรับลูก
อ๋อแล้วเย็นใช่ไหม
เย็น
ปวดขมับเลย ไม่ใช่สายกลางคืนเลย
Bangkok deny
84จะคัมแบ็กป่ะ
ดูปืนพกอะบังคับได้ปืนพกถ้าจะคัมแบ็ก
คอมมันดูตีช้าด้วยนะ น่าจะทำได้แบบ
ผมยากจัดอะเทคเจอร์น่าจะได้เล่นอยู่วันนี้อะไรไม่ดี
ภาพที่เจอทารอนมาเลยที่แบบเทคเจอร์มันเอามาตัดรัว
ใช่
keep the narrative. It was a legend. Came in with so much fun.
ๆเฮ้ยเขาแมนเลยจะไปลุกไปฉี่จะได้เปิดเสียงน้อง
Genji have been essentially immaculate in that department.
Think of the pressure that is layered down onto G2. How much is round 13 is going to mean? You mentioned it, Josh. Genji have been near immaculate with winning pistol round wins. It's going to be an uphill battle here for G2. They need a good idea, and already Genji, you can see them cooking up something. Triple fakes, wide swing. In case there was a player there, they would have been deleted, but the turret will do for now. And now, quick run, wrap around all the way to A.
It's so predictable, though. Genji are already ahead of it. They know exactly what Valent's going to call in this spot.
Everybody's in. The wall not going to be broken for now. Trent trying to go for that plan. Rebound. It's going to be catching onto Dice.
วางยากวางเย็น
Nice for the damage, but it does enough to delay and potentially buying some time here. Trent, full sticks now with a plan. Genji, armed and ready. Primed to pounce. Already making their way in through, but again, this wall is tricky business. Paranoia. As soon as they hear the knives out, they know that they gain access towards it, but there's nothing else. Yeah,
That is early.
Indeed, and Genji, one of their own. Paranoia is moving forwards. Dart lining them all up.
ว่าแหละ
He's finding so much value, Genji! God damn, man, they can't be stopped! They've lit them all up. They've lit them all up indeed.
โอ้โหดับฝันเลยเชอริฟนัดนี้
Foxy 9 with
มั
the
นดู
pop
มัน
off
ดูแบบ
towards the end.
มันดูกด
The
ดันอะที่มัน
confidence
อยู่ตรงนั้นหลัง
flourishing
กล่อ
now
ง
on Genji.
มัน
They
รู้
get another.
มันดู
Every pistol
มันดูไม่น่า
round
ตัดได้เยอะ
Just
อย่างมากก็ได้
going
แค่
in
หนึ่ง
direction
แล้วก็แบบ
all
ตาย
tournament long.
ดูไม่ค่อยมีประโยชน์ แล้วโอกาสตายสูงกว่าด้วย
And it's one of the best things that you could be specialists in. Because most of the time, that's going to give you a free 2 wins to start a half. And G2, they have not been going for their classic Stinger force buy very often in this match. I think there've been
การ
2,
ได้พ
maybe
กมัน
even 3
energy
occurrences
ขนาด
where
นี้
we
เลย
thought we would see it, and we didn't.
การพกอะ
Now, though, look at what's happening. G2 are finally going to go for it, but only
Strategy
with
to force เลย
3
ว่ะ
Stingers.
ถ้าเซนจีไป
Seen
ต่อ
this
นะ
before, Jogamo
ยาว
puts his body on the
Wait,
line
that-
just in
บอก
case
เลย
there's that out.
ในเราแบบนี้ผมว่าไม่
เป็นเล็กแพ้
ไม่
ทีมเดียว
Again, similar game plan. Bit of exploration.
ไม่น่า force อะ
Made a smoke off onto the turret.
เราแบบนี้มันดูแบบ
Makes it feel like there could be
อันนี้คือถ้าแพ้
lurks.
แพ้เลย
เสี่ยง
นะ
Bottom tube.
40
Ash is
บาท
gonna
แล้ว
be
ต้องอีโค
exploring,
อะ
clearing
มึง
up the
จำ
question
ด่าน
marks.
เฟกเจอร์ไปเป็นเล็กเนี่ยที่ฟอร์ส
Quite
ลาว
nice
แบบนี้
timing,
แล้ว
though,
ก็โดน
because
พี่เล็ก
Genji,
ปุ๊บไปที
3 defensive players are having to get pushed towards mid.
Drone.
And that creates a bit of an opening where only Munchkin is defending B.
Lone for
พี่ว่า
now.
มันจะรู้จากการอ่านเพราะว่าเฮ้ยนี่แม่งเล่นโดน
The read
แม่ง
is
น่าจะ
just
ฟอ
so
ร์ส
good on the defense. I think Munchkin's calling a great game
เพราะว่า
here.
รู้ตั้งแต่ชนะปืนพกแล้ว
And Valin backs off.
โคตรเสี่ยงเลย
Calls for his team to regroup with Leaf on the
แต่
other
ถ้าได้
side.
ก็ดีไง
And
to the
still
game.
allows himself to be seen. So there's still that threat that G2 could be re-hitting B.
Breaks the drone too. Like you said, there's that threat. Lying in wait, there's bullets raining down, crossing up through mid. For G2, this is everything for Genji.
โรเทตอะ
Could be the killing blow.
เหลือทีทูเปิดเพน
Now making signs of life and
All
noise.
in-
out towards
all
it.
in win
Lamar's
นี้เลย
gonna
นี่
be
หว่า
triggered down in from the back.
Did
They
Valin
log
hear
ว่ะ
these rotates? Because he's making the perfect call.
He is.
He's telling G2 to come back over towards B.
25 seconds. Wall's going to go back up, and now it's a
อา
mad
ร์ตมัน
dash.
ไม่ค่อยนิ่งเลย
Flurry of activity. Genji
แม่นนะแต่แบบ
getting bodies back over towards B, but they're a little bit late to the party. Trent
เฮ้ย
entrenched here. Trying to avoid most of the fire, but Jogamo cannot. Straight through the
เป็น
smoke.
เรื่อง
That's
โอ้โห
hard. And Leaf caught out wide.
ฟ็อกซี่ยังอยู่
Three to do it all
เพื่อน
from G2.
ฟ็อกซี่บอกโอ้โห
A
นี่แบบ
methodical
เซ็งจัด
dissecting this
ฟ็อกซี่
map.
มันขายทัมมิ่งให้เกมแรกไปแล้วไงอันนี้มันขอหน่อย
Clear Trent. He's about the only
Dead
hope
man.
for
จดมา
G2.
ต้องจดมายังไงก็ต้อง
Gonna be
เช็
the
ค
problem player in a spot like this, and yes,
มุม
they
เทรนนี่คือ
do.
เดดแมนจริง
มันใช้ไปแล้ว
Awareness is
มันคุย
all
บ่อย
there right now for Gen G, and where is the first push of Munchkin? It's
ใช่
just
มันเคยใช้
sticking
แข่ง
this.
เลยนะ
ใช่
ล่า
มั
สุ
น
ด
ใช้ไปแล้ว
And
และ
everybody
แล้ว
dies
รู้สึ
from
กตอนนั้นก็คือรู้สึก
G2.
มันวิ่งตุ๋ยบ่อยด้วยก็คือน่าจะจดไว้ว่าประมาณว่าให้ระวังหน่อยนึง
They keep
นี่น่าจะเคยเห็นปะ
ใช่ใช่
And that
เห็น
is a
บ่อยด้วย
fantastic beginning
ถ้าอยู่
to
ใน
the
วอล
round.
ใช่
All of the threat taken
อยู่
out.
ในวอลแล้วก็ไอ้ห้อยลิฟต์ไว้เอ
G2 knocked down onto an eco.
เพราะมันหยุดร
Every
อ
player in
สุด
every
เลย
little tuck spot, every threat, every danger dealt with.
บอกแล้วอ
Gen
อีรอบ
G
นี้
utterly in
งานเข้า
control.
แพ้เลย
As
ส่ง
dominant
11 เล
in
ย
the opposite direction as Lotus was for G2.
อุ้ยฟอร์ต่อเด้อ
It
Shit,
opened in
บ้า
favor
เกิ
of
นอะ
Americas, and it looks like it's closing in
อันนี้น่า
favor
จะ
of
ฮาร์ปนะ
Pacific.
นั่นแหละครับคือเอาเชอร์รี่มาแบบ
seen comebacks
เอ
before.
อ
in
ได้
that
ต้อง
spot.
ได้
ยาก
They're
ว่ะ
rare.
แล้วดู
They're
ปืน
not
เทคเจอร์
often,
ดิ
and it takes truly
Oh,
exceptional.
line on, line up.
Valens
ไล
gone.
อัพก็เฟล
Was a TP forwards trying to go for
ไป
some
หมด
cheap
แล้ว
ตายกลางก็
play.
ตายอีกอ่ะ
Split into B potentially to take that timing. Full group up of G2.
เจ๋งว่ะ
All into B main. Clearance now through yellow, but they're going to be stunted out here. Munchkin's Viper all propped up in their face.
สโมก
A smoke to replace it from Caron. They are choking G2
สโมกลูก
out
นี้ใช้
here.
ไม่ได้ในแรงนะพี่ แม่งวิ่งเข้ามาเสียหลักหมดอะไม่รู้เพราะอะไร งงเหมือนกัน
ถ้าเป็นในแรง
กี่วางอะนะ
G just
ไม่ได้เข้ามาวางก็ออกไปเลย แล้วทีมเราก็จะไม่มีคนมา
It's pretty
มาทะลุ
immaculate.
สโมก
They've
ไป
just
ยิงเหมือนกัน
always
นะ
got the right read on
ก็
where
งง
G2
เลย
are going.
อุ้ย E2 เฮ้ยฟ็อก
Can G2
ซี่
do anything to catch them off guard?
Fights a snake bite already. It was primed. It was ready. Foxy 9's gone, but up and
Oi,
over
Trent.
towards the top. Trent.
จาก
It would have to be a
ยากยาก
masterclass.
3-1
He's only
ยาก
got a sheriff and 3 bullets to do it. Does not
อีก
know
คาเป้
where.
1-4 เชลิฟ
Could be texture is lurking though. Lying in
อื
wait.
มพูดมาเมื่อกี้เสียวเลยพูด
With the shot.
ถ้าเมื่อกี้เด็ดหัวเทคเจอร์นะนี่ก็
น่าจะยิงนะน่าจะเหลือ5เมื่อกี้ระยะมันไกล
Needed.
โอ้โหวาร์ปมาบอ
A
ลลูน
game
วอลลิน
between two titanic
โดนเรานี้น่าจะม้วนผมต่อเลย
Gen G, probably the best team in 2024, and G2 looked like they were aiming for the same accolade in
นี่วาร์ปมาจากกลาง
2025.
ลานเลย
But this is an earlier exit than I think anybody would have predicted for the Americas squad.
ถือ
Josh
ว่า
RT
ตี
taking a desperate
ตี
tack
งู
for
ตีไม่ตาย
timeout,
ว่ะ
trying to right the
G2 ถ้าตีตายแมป2คือจบเลย
ตีช้าไปดิแผลที่หมาป่ามันฟัดมามันเริ่มหายแล้วอะตอนเนี้ย
ตีงูต้องตีให้ตายตีไม่ตายเรียบร้อยเลย พี่มุกคือแบบไกลปูแล้วไม่ดูแล้ว ยังอยู่วะ ตีงูต้องตีแบบวูบมันโดนตีแต่มันไม่ตายดิ คือหมาจนตอกพร้อมที่จะกัด คัมแบ็กอะ แบงค์รัว
คู่หน้าอะไรเนี่ย
เป็นอติกเซนคูนากันหนุกยี่ใส่ร่างโคตรตึงอะพี่
ให้อะไรคู่หน้าแฮกเซอร์
ผมให้เป็นอติกพี่อาร์มอะ
It's grit here with it.
พี่จะ
พี่อาร์ม
ดูสักหน่อยอ่ะเผื่อจะดวลกาแฟ
ไม่อันนี้พี่อาร์มน่าจะไม่ให้ละไม่
Answered earning another trophy for their cabinet.
ไม่ให้คำตอบอะ
Dilated back, slow up on top of
แน่ๆ
it.
เดี๋ยวรัก
G
ไก่
forced to respect it.
วันนี้ฟ็อกซี่ไม่ยืนนะยืนเฉพาะตอนเจอมูฟ
All that just to insert
Oh,
Leaf
hope.
into a 4 position.
and a big gamble
Oi,
coming out of the
they len
tactical
never be
timeout
it.
too. Gen G are super happy to go for those. Munchkin just with an outlaw, defending B essentially on his own. Reckons that he can get out of danger
Oi,
if he
Munchkin.
misses the shots.
Drone's going to be clearing it though. He takes care of it.
กลับไม่กลับไม่กลับ
Oh, he's so confident.
Yeah, very confident. It's full armor and a multitude of players from G2, and they're going to be facing with the first one, but Valid was not so lucky.
What?
That's a
Hang on,
man
let me look.
again.
เอ้า
Trying to
เปิด
slam the nails into the coffin nice and
มันจะ
early. It
ห่วง
is
ทามมิ่งอะไรขนาด
Axel
นั้น
Jorgamo.
ก็เปิดไปเลย
Tap.
ไม่มีไร
they're
ไม่มี
so
ไรไม่มีไร
tempted here,
Yeah.
G2.
ตื่นตูมตื่นตูม
There's more players from Gen G ready to deny.
ชุบก่อน
Okay,
ชุบก่อน
going backwards, picking up the ult orb. If
Come on,
they can
Bun
now
Punic.
get a plant for free, suddenly
wang.
there's a res online. And Leaf,
And
he
Leaf, yeah.
might have an opportunity to backstab. But Foxy 9's awareness has been unbelievable so far on this map.
Watching for it. Res is available.
เอาใครเลือกดีๆนะ
One of your players back
อย่าเลือก
into
วัน
the
ลิน
fray.
นะ
Pick and
เออ
choose. Strength has been
รู้งาน
monstrous
นี่
in the clutch.
แต่จริงๆมันควรอ๋อมันเรื่องมีอันติเห็นมีอันติ
Gen G are slowly getting a grip onto the site.
มาแล้วครับไฮไลท์
Leaf is that backup policy, but this is explosive. Dash across and forwards as an operator in his bloody hands. Matters not. The weaponry. Give Texture a spoon. He's going to make you mince meat. Going to be denying this one though. G2 getting onto the plan, wrapping around.
เหงาเลยลิฟ
Situation is pressing right now for Kairon. Nana Swarm forced out into the open. Ice takes the first kill. Shot dart, slay it down.
นี่ไงชุบคนนี้มาถือว่าได้เรื่องอยู่
Saves the day.
Brought back from Death's Cold Embrace. And he's able to deliver the round for G2. What a lurk from Leaf as well. Somehow managed to evade all of the rest of the players, and they've recovered a 5v3 round.
เตะข้างบน
Yes, they got a res out in the middle of that. So it ended up being mostly a
มันเหมือนวิ่งยิงเลยภาพในจอเท
I mean, danger lurked around every corner, and G2 navigated it. And they are going to have to do that so many more times in a row, though. There's no real avenue for mistakes. It's got to be basically perfection from here if G2 want a run
แต่
at
นี่เทค
this.
เจอร์วันนี้ไม่ค่อยน่ากลัวเท่าไหร่
เดี๋ยวมีเท็กเจอร์คือจับ
รับมาจากบ้านวันนี้
Gen G
อย่างคือ
เบรกไว้ก่อน
multiple
สเต็ป
chances for them.
And they're so good on eco rounds as well, Chenji. You know, put a sheriff in some of these guys'
ทีม
hands.
ไม่ต้องมีหนึ่
Texture
ง
with
หั
the
วแน่
nine
เลย
is
ว่ะ
just earned up.
นี่ไง
Munchkin
หัว
though.
ตามภาพ
Decapitated. Texture trying to get
Ui,
active, trying to get into the fight and the fray.
หมดเลยสำรับ
by his side.
หมดสำรับเลย
Dart overhead.
So actually quite a lot of threats already
ได้
dealt
เชอรี่
with
มาเล่นอยู่
there. Texture run out of knives, Munchkin dealt with, and a pretty open A site. So this round navigated pretty well for G2. But at some point, we've got to bring the discussion back to what we were talking about on Lotus. It's the ults for the team that's up massively in this spot. Think about the next time the rifles are going to be online.
Yeah.
You know, Foxy9's going to have a lockdown to be able to work with. A Viper's Pit, this defense is going to be reinforced by massive ultimates in round 18.
ไกลไป
And that's if G2 can navigate danger here. Because there's still a bit of spice in the round.
Not out of it.
เดี๋ยวมันต้องมีวินแบบ G2 ผิดพลาด เล็กน้อยๆอ่ะ
occurring here, and that's it. Shots fired on either side. Texture is how committed onto it.
น่ะ
Trying to jump all the way
น่ะ
straight up, trying to take this fight. It's a weird and wacky one indeed. Double face, double call. Trent delivers
มันจะ
again.
กลัวเชอรี่อะไรขนาดนั้นนะ
There's no hope in hell for Texture. Maybe a gun reclaimed.
ไม่ยืนข่มแบบโอ้โห
Obviously,
ยี่เป็น
economy,
ผม
though,
ไม่
would still be
ไม่
really
ได้แล้ว
useful,
เชอรี่
right?
มายืนข่ม
I mean, I don't think he's
กลัว
really
จะเป็น
going to
จิก
get
เกอร์วันนั้น
opportunities on the exact opposite side of the map. But you think about one of the big talking points we've had throughout Haven and Icebox. It's that even when G2 win, they're winning by close
ทำไม
margins.
เจนจีมันขึ้น
That don't allow
12
their
ยากจัง
economy
วะ
to boom.
มันเป็น
This
อะไร
time,
วะ
though, 4 players
เนี่ย
surviving,
ขึ้นแล้ว
3 rifles
Yeah.
kept,
เนี่ยวันนี้แหละ
and the economy should be in an all-right state. It's the ults instead that I'm looking at.
โดนหน้าของหมดเลยวะ
Because
นี่
Munchkin
จาก
with
แบบ
a
2เอาลั่
Phantom
น
and a
ๆ
Viper's Pit. And on the other side, Foxy9's
แต่แบบนี้มัน
lockdown.
เล่น B อ่ะนะ
And no
เล่น
Sober
ยาก
ult from Trent.
เล่นบีมัน
Not
ถ้า
even close.
ไม่มาก็ไม่ได้เล่นเหรอ
So, you know, this one is going to be really tough. It should be Gen G if they
เว
execute
ลา
it
เล่นแหลง
well,
แบบ
getting
ไอ้
up
บอกนี่คือแบบ
to
ลา
match
ก่อน
point.
ไม่ไปบอมบี
Through mid though, that's Texture with an off. He's going to be taking an early peek. Smoked off into his face. Ash earns up his own. Hunter's Fury.
Faking the double teleport play there, Valin. He teleports up and back, but he's making it
Foxy
feel like they've
วางของ
gone
ดี
towards orange. Trying to pull eyes, trying to pull attention, hoping that he's freed up a little bit of B main.
Here.
The weight of the world is probably what's feeling like right now on G2. You got to just keep it together one round at a time, but the ults are such a problem.
I mean, having said that though, Brent, Munchkin has not decided to use the Viper ult in this round. He's not even in a position, only just now, where he could use it off info, off noise on B.
The later you leave it, the more this lockdown's going to be a problem.
And the Sover ultimate.
Smokes up. Texture. Gives it up, but he hears it now. There's going to be util coming out. Drone. Paranoia. Lying in wait. Towards Belch, a couple of jiggles, and they finally see it. They receive it. Hearing that operator, that's the acknowledgement they were looking for. Kara on TP. Gets the hell out of there. There's 35 seconds left. Where are you going, G2?
Ash, he rips the ultimate early. That could have been a death blow if he'd just been able
เอ้ย
to
อย่าง
hold
นี้
on
อย่าง
to
นี้
that.
ได้ข่าวได้
Realized
ข่าว
they were
นะ
going
เท
B.
คเตอร์
It
ขยั
does
บเลย
indeed, but Munchkin now could just be lying in wait. Back towards it. Dart not going to be dealt with. He's trying to find that timing. He does press himself forwards into a
โอ้แล้ว
pit.
แล้วมัน
But
กินไม่รีบ
Leaf, but
กลาง
he's
ติด
gone.
แต่แรกอะ
Down
ถ้า
on
เกิด
texture. Trying to get instinctual as a dart. Okay, wall in his face and a dash backwards. Jonah P. At least finds Foxy
เป็น
9.
เรื่อง
The spike is
บอกเลย
planted. Mad dash.
สโมกอะไร
So
เอ่ยอัน
far,
นี้
this has been the biggest fumble with the ultimates that you could possibly ask for G2 to actually allow them an opportunity to right the ship and avoid the zone.
Picture
โดน
creeping.
ลีฟก่อนเนี่ย
Has his teammates back.
มีนี้พี่กันดิ
โอ้โพซิชันมันแบบ
He'll step no
โอ้
further.
ดีว่ะ
Genji still trying to make a go of things. But time has bled away from them here at G2. In the midst of all of that chaos, somehow
โอเค
persevere.
โดน
That
หรือ
is
เปล่า
a
โดนนะ
miracle round for G2.
คือได้2 คน
Very little
จะซื้อ
time
แบ
on
บ
the
กล่องเล็ก
clock.
ได้
Still with a Sovereign and a Viper's Pit to navigate around, and a lockdown as well. Somehow, Genji kind of whiff on the execution of everything. Ash thinks they're committing to A and rips the Sovereign early, instead of saving it for a
ตอน
spike
ที่อัน
tap.
ติไม่เจอหน้า
Munchkin is
ไอ้
under
กินหน้า
enormous
เปิดก็
amounts
ผิ
of
ดไปเลย
pressure, decides to go for a risky
risky
Viper's
ult.
Pit, and he gets caught.
เนี่ยทำเอาสังหารมา
สงสัยจะโดนวาลินเอาละดูดิ
สนุ
อาก การออกกันแต่ละเก็บทรงไม่อยู่อันนี้เขาเรียกว่าเก็บทรงไม่อยู่
จริงถ้าตะกอห่างเนี่ยมันจะมีอยู่ประมาณราวนึงถ้าเป็นเปเปอร์เล็กมันจะทำอะไรบ้าๆอย่างเช่นออกไปแบบชวนทะเลาะอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
เดี๋ยวมันต้องแบบมีข้อผิดพลาดของอีกฝั่งหนึงหลุดมาบินให้เล่นเยอะไง
แต่วันนั้นก็12ก็ไม่พอนะ
เดี๋ยวดูว่าเจนจีจะทำหรือเปล่า
Be devastated.
ชวนทะเลาะหน่อยน้อง
And now the ult snowball kind of flips the other way. Leaf one away, Trent starting to get up to it. Another res online for Jorgamo.
Here.
It feels
เนี่ยเราแบบเหมาะสำหรับการทำอะไรบ้า
It's a balancing act between these two teams, and as you said, it feels possible. Those ults
เป็นจัด
expended
ลืมปิดเพล
G2.
งเมื่อกี้
Keep slow.
ๆไม่ไรสบายเพลงเนี้ย
Attempt to punish the peak.
มัน
Munchkin
เป็น
wanted to go for
แค่
it.
เมื่อกี้ตักครึ่งคิวอ่ะ
Leaf might
ผ
be
มว่า
getting
ไอ้นี่บ่อยอะ
pressed
เปิด
upon
บ่อย
here,
เพลงเนี้ย
tested, asked to deliver. And he finds himself ahead.
Yeah.
Caron. Pop like a balloon. Drone clearing a lot of the way. Spam into the corner. Munchkin still slips his way through, but look at that util. Just paramount to try and push him out and away with a
เดี๋ยว
paranoia.
เดี๋ยว
Foxy 9 is available as a bit of backup.
Oi!
Out into the open. What a monstrous shot. There's a jumping to set them up, but still G2 have the weaponry. They have the guns. Rifles in hand.
เฮ้ยเกือบจะ
Look at
เอ
his cheeky plays on order. Leaf will take that timing happily. You can hear it. Scuffling of footsteps. And he knows exactly where he is.
เกือบนะ
That's really nice.
ไม่ตลก
Even
นะไม่ตลกนะ
maximizing the
ตาม
ultimates
อยู่นะ
there.
วัยรุ่น
Throwing the spike over to Trent in the
ยิงติดเหล็ก
4v1,
ยิงติด
realizing that they've comfortably got the round and they can get closer to a Hunter's Fury. No disrespect to the Gen G players though, they can hit shots. That jumping shot onto Jonah P was nice.
Disgusting.
But they haven't been able to put it together all at the same time in an eco round.
เริ่มคมครับปอลิน
4 in a row for G2, and they've cut the advantage down to just 3. Weapons back though, including this operator. But G2 are not heading towards it.
Genji still have all the tools. Nanoswarm dealt with. Important one to break. Allows Caron to just stay perched up.
I mean, it looks to me like Karen wants to try to deny Leaf's ultimate. He's got this smoke here so that he can punish Leaf as he gets close.
Did he hear it? Not sure if it was a silent jump up or not, but a drone clearing forwards. Caron, another one, and he's missed the timing onto that one. Just trying to back out, evacuate, exit. He's got coverage and he's got backup. A lockdown for a lockdown.
ปักมาปักกลับ
Can Valin throw a smoke to allow Jonah P to lurk up past this turret?
นี่มันปักกะให้โจ
Doesn't
หน้า
have
มัน
one
ยิง
online
ปะ
just yet. But I could imagine that Jonah would be calling for it right now.
Sneaking and crawling.
ตัวหน้ามันเดินไม่ได้ติดป้อมอยู่
เดินไม่ได้
น่าจะไม่คอสโมกเพื่อนนะ
Fill up
เดิ
that
นมี
space
ปะ
towards A once more.
Oh, they're smoking off the
Oh,
alarm
what
bot
do?
instead, making it feel like a threat underneath Tube,
This is
hoping that
putting
Jonah P
pressure.
can squeeze onto
Yeah,
somebody.
they're like-
To the B players now, it's flipped. Munchkin and Texture.
But nobody B main for
Ui.
G2.
They've got to do it. Valin from the
Ui.
side there.
เฮ้ย
Kills exchange is traded out. Foxy 9 in through mid, and again, this game of timings, it could happen to any possible player. Leaf wins his, Ash wins out. Jonah P is spotted though, out towards it, top towards Kitchen, and Ash is in a precarious spot. Where do you run? The entirety of sight is gained by G2. B main control is still theirs. Peeking out wide though, TextJ's not scoped up for it. Is slipping away from Gen G. They've got to try and answer back here. Trent is lucky. Doesn't go down to that one, and Gen G are the ones falling, crumbling. Ash in a 1v2. The time ticking. Entrenched positions here from the G2 players. Snake bite Ash, sticking, half. Earns himself a possibility, but against two players it would have to be ridiculous. Tough. Not being forced out. G2
แล้วแม่งได้ลีฟที่เป็นเรื่องอยู่อะ
อะไรมันจะพยายามข
What a
นาดนั้น
round, what composure there from G2. Original game plan of going over towards A with the lockdown stifled, but Jonah P's lurk position up tube allowed them that mid-round possibility. Gave an option for Valorant to move the chess pieces around and checkmate Gen G's defensive setup. Karen and Texture were in a tricky position down there towards yellow, but they couldn't make anything happen. Trent's kill on Texture was massive.
จุ่มไม่ได้ครับจะตายเมื่อกี้
5 close out maps clear.
จังหวะนี้พอร์ตไม่หยุด
Flipped.
Gen G had all the belief. 11-4 up. They felt
VXท็อป3แล้วครับเหลือรอบชิงสายบน
I think you're absolutely correct, Brandon. It's starting to kindle in the hearts of G2. In fact, it's already there. I mean, you can see how they're
ถ้าช
playing.
นะวูฟก็
Gen G
ท็อป2แล้ว
forced down onto another eco. One of the first times, actually, that we're seeing G2's economy properly starting to get out of control.
Jonah P's got a lot to watch here.
Yeah, there's a big
Play
play
forward. He just
โดน
hits the
โดด
shot.
ล่อ
Just left him correcting for the wrong angle. Caron puts him down, puts him to bed. Jonah P no longer that threat onto the lurks. Deep push out through mid. He's holding the line for now. There's a plan down with nothing to push this back. Jorgamo getting a wall involved. Double face, double swing. Leaf still wants to square up, potentially to deal with these players because it is a heavy investment. Bodies arriving.
He's got Trent as well for support.
Gen G just trying to do the best here. Check Texture might just get chopped down into the knees. And meanwhile, this fight taking place.
เจอวอลติ๊กต็อกเข้าไป
Chopped down indeed. Cut down before he can make a stand and an attempt of this one. Ash, he's forward now, rifle in hand. And G2 make the call. No hesitation, trying to flip this one around. Paranoia still catches. They're trying to take out Foxy 9 before he can get going. To trade it up towards the top. Valin.
ผ่ายละเป็นเรื่อง
งานเข้าเต็มที
With the plays, G2 are up to 10.
11-10แล้วกันเพื่อน
Some mightily impressive mid-round calling there from
เนี่ย
G2.
อยู่ที่วินเนี้ย
After losing Jonah P early,
วินนี้แหละ
you've always got the opportunity to go back and try to clear that flank, and instead calling for the fast pivot in, realizing that Gen G were playing retake on A. They've got a free plan and
เจอวอล
flip the
ติ๊กต็อก
map,
เข้าไป
force the fight into Foxy 9.
ดูเรื่องเลย
Look at the ult situation. And this is why that round, I think it was 18, was so important. Because Gen G had their chance to go up to
โอ้โห
12,
เตะอย่างเยอะ
and they squandered it. Now G2, with all of the advantages, looking to equalize.
มาจัด
And moving forward, it's a slow,
มาเล่น A2 ด้วย
relentless march
Gen G
towards the A side and a kill. Collected for Valin once more.
โดนก่อนก็เร็วเลย
Total it overall. It's full side control now for G2. Slight gap. Potentially over.
โอ้ย
But a pit now is going to be removing all of those sidelines. How do Gen G play into this?
แล้วเทสได้มีฮันเตอร์ฟูรี่
เดี๋ยวตัวของหัวใจตอนนี้
Giving up
เซฟ
already.
ดีกว่า
Giving up the round.
That's unbelievable.
G2,
A freebie.
it's a freebie and on the precipice. And barely an ult committed to bring them level.
It feels similar in a mirrored way to what we saw at the end of Haven. I think the score even there was like 10-10, 11-11, something like that. Where Leaf, he won a 1v1, and then G2 decided to eco.
Genji need these guns. You're so right. If there's any chance for Genji, though, listen. Line towards the side. Straight shot, speaking out. Leaf, he's found it.
Denied a weapon, and Foxy9, he only had 50 credits to his name. That's a timid call from Genji, but who knows, with the benefit of hindsight at the end of this map, at the end of this match, maybe it's the right one.
ยังเหลือกันตี
7 rounds in a row.
7
after an 11-4 lead
เดี๋ยว
to
วินขึ้น
tie the
13
game
เอง
back
ติด
up.
อยู่จอยปิดเกม
Blessed with an absolute banger of a map and a series overall. G2 are ready to run away with it. It's up to Genji to stop them now.
Looking for a tag early so that Trent can lead with a Hunter's Fury here. Try to
จ
find
ริ
a
งๆ
pick.
นาโนคิวจอยนี้ของโคตร
Not
ดี
given anything though for Genji.
Texture was tucked tight to
ในแรง
Gen.
ชอบมา
Repositions,
tap on
moves around. Shocks forward here. The drone needs to be taken care of.
And Texture hasn't had a big round in a while.
Crouched up, off angle. Hoping to take out a belt player. Wherever else he may be aiming. This is 5 players of G2 grouped up.
The thing is though, if Tex just swings and takes a risk here and goes 1-for-1, Jorg's just going to get the res. So you kind of disincentivized to play aggressively here as the Jet on defense.
Placing swarm grenade.
And this one was intended for a turret. That's in a different spot entirely.
And it really makes it feel like G2 are making a call to go back in towards B. This is going to keep 3
เจอมุ
players
มนี้ครับ
solidified, cemented on B, leaving
on.
Texture alone.
Texture is alone. One of our players in the MVP running is lit up like a bloody Christmas tree, and he has to try and back the hell out. Counter spam, trying to follow the traces, but he's forced to give this one up. Down on the other side of things, don't dealt with in time. Jorgamo forced to just back away. There's 27 seconds left. Genji, they got players in.
ทำไมมันดูอุดตันไปหมด
Play this one a bit fast and loose. The wall up through onto one of the angles. Asses drop down. Nobby kills, they collected with Nobby kills, they claimed! Fallin! With the movement and the Hunter's Fury!
วาลินว่ะ
Push them back to the brink. Genji are desperate now. They group up to last hurrah to try and get themselves to 12 to prevent G2 from getting to 12.
เลย
They
วะ
give it up.
ต้องได้เหล่าหน้า
It's a save again! They're accepting the fact, and G2 immediately on the hunt.
โอ้โหไม่ได้เซฟหนึ่ง
Looking to try to deny the guns, deny the
ต้อง
weaponry.
ล้างหมดเวลาเหลือด้วยไง
running them down. The hunt is on.
And they can feel it. Throw caution to the wind, claim the kills, claim their lives. You will take nothing further into the next. Munchkin trying to stay alive, but to no avail. G2
2 มันยาก
are up to series
มันรู้ซิงสติ๊กมาซื้อได้อยู่แล้วแต่ว่า
How
ลีฟ
have
ยัง
we
ติด
got to this
แต่
position?
มันต้องก่อนเล็ก
We were talking all
คือแต่มาโดน
throughout
ลีฟไง
Haven and Icebox.
มุมเดิมเลย
Tenacity from Genji to get back into this game, to get up to the lead.
มัวหมดแล้ว
They
อีพี
should have been able to close this out. It was 11-4, and it's writ all over Texture's face. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and he can't find his footing in this game anymore.
Round 24, potentially the most important round in these players' careers for this year, for this
เนี่ย
match, for this
มันออกมาหา
event.
ตัดกลางไม่งน่าจะทำตั้งแต่สมัยแบบเยอะๆอยู่
A bit more aggression here from Genji at the start of the
yeah,
round. They're not afraid at least to put their bodies on the line and go down, break that turret. But it is Munchkin alone, still defending B as other players rotate away from him. Entirely the wrong read.
Munchkin,
มันอ่านผิดตลอดทุกวิ
he's
ดีโอ
alone doing this. He hears the U-turn and paranoia. It's a good connection inside the smoke though, dominating the angle. Shots are fired, wrapping around him though. He's caught that timing and it's a bullet to the back of the dome. Leaf, instant correction, traded out. The wall is still up for the safe plans. Ults are online. Genji playing for overtime. G2 playing to close this out. Locked down. So Hunter's Fury committed. An ult for an ult.
4-4 ครับ
Waiting patiently. Util to come back online. Smokes are blooming, blossoming. Fuel is up. Players are set in their position. A dash forwards. But texture's gone. G2.
ไปแล้วครับ
Evan a hero. Evan a miracle team. They're looking to put the fear of God.
จีเลย
ตีครับเรียบร้อยเลย
นี่ดู
บ้า
คัมแบ็ก
บ้าจริง เกมนี้มันลุ้นไปว่ะ ลุ้นไป
นับ11ไม่ได้ครับ12
เกมมันแบบหายใจไม่ทั่วท้องจริงอ่ะ
โอ้โหแล้วมีสุดท้ายโดนแค่เทนมาหลอกตัวเดียวหลงหมดเลยอ่ะ
ไม่แต่คือประเด็นคือทุกครั้งที่ T2 ไปตี A อ่ะ NG โรเทตไป B3 ตลอดทุกวินเลยรู้ป่ะ แล้วพอ T2 มาตี B อ่ะแม่งโรเทตไป A4 คืออ่านผิดหมดเลยเกมนี้ NG
เจ็บปวด
เสียผม
โอ้โหคู่ต่อไปก็เดือด เจ็บปวดครับ งงว่ะทำไมโมเมนตัม11มันโดนหยุดตลอดเลยวะมันเป็นราวที่ฝั่งข้ามสามารถซื้อปืนได้เลยมั้งใครว่าเจนไปถึงแชมป์ผมนี่แหละ ผมก็พิดิกไปถึงแชมป์เลยมาดูฟอร์มมันเลยโดนเคิร์ส11รัวๆเลย ไม่แก้สักทีวะมันแก้ไม่ได้หรืออะไรวะมันเป็นปัญหาอะไรกับ11วะเดี๋ยวรอดูแฟนติกเซนแต่โมเมนตัมการเล่นมันเหมือนเดิมหมดเลยนะ แบบว่าโคตรดีฟอลต์อ่ะ
ตอนบุกอะนะ
ตอนกันเนี่ยคือแบบว่าไอ้เจนจีเล่นหมูเหมือนเดิมหมดเลย แบบไม่มีลูกแบบออกมาแบบเซอร์ไพรส์อะไรเลย
ก็ไทยเสียทรงตอนโดนบูฟ
จริงไม่ต้องคิดเยอะพี่เอ๋ยเอาให้พี่เอ๋ยเจอเจนจีรัวๆเลยตั้งแต่โดนคัมแบ็ก หยอกนะนี่หยอกโดนคัมแบ็กตั้งแต่วูบแล้ววะมันเป็นอะไรวะเป็นเทรตี้เบรกแดน โดนหมากัดไงแล้วแผลกำลังสมานแต่ลืมไปว่าแม่งมีพิษสุนัขบ้าอยู่ ก็เลยไหลยาวเลย คุณน้องนะครับ40 บาทครับ mentality break dance เดี๋ยวมาครับเจอกันคู่สอง อุ้ยเริ่มไวดีวะไม่เหมือน EMA เลย
โว้ยเว้ยเว้ย
and dominated Pacific's number one.
And I think that one of the reasons why they probably went for that ascent is because I do not think
เปิดเสียงมานี่ดับสเต็ปมาได้ไกลแล้ว
โดนแน่นอนแน่เนี่ย
ไม่น่า ไม่น่ารอด
ไม่น่า
ไม่โดนหรอกผมว่านะ หลายเพลงไม่โดนอันเนี้ย ผมโดนแค่อันเดียวคือเพลงเปิดตัวตั้งแต่ไปนี่มาเผลอเปิดเสียงบ่อยเหมือนกันไม่มองภาพเป็นแฟนาติกวะ
เฮ้ย มองดีๆ มองดี
โอ้เส้นมันเมาหมัดอะดิโดนเปเปอร์เล็กหมุนสปินยูสปินอินไมเฮดไล่ลาวอะปวดหัวเลยนะ จอห์นบอกเวียนหัวไม่หาย แค่มองเจสันหมุนก็เวียนหัวแทนเมติกชอบชนะตอนมีคนป่วยในทีมเนี่ย
ๆ เฮ้ย อาจักรมันกินนี่หรือเปล่าเนี่ย เกลือแร่เมื่อกี้
โอ้โห ถ้าดื่มขนาดนั้นน่ะน่าจะปวดอีกรอบ เขาให้จิบเกลือแร่ ไม่ข้างในเป็นไอ้นี่40 ดีกรีกระดกเข้าไปพี่เห็น
เอา
น้ำ
บ้าง
ขา
เหรอ
ว
เห็นเจนจีแกทำแล้วเอาบ้างเหรอ
อืม
ดิวซิซุยแฟตแอมอีสเวตติ้ง
ไม่น่าวะดูทรง ถ้าเข้าไปก็ต้องไปยันแบบรอบชิง หรือไม่ก็รอบไอ้นี่แหละก่อนชิงอะคือไม่ต้องผ่านแฟนติก G2 ไปอะถึงจะ Absolute Cinema แต่เซนมันชอบมีอภินิหารใส่ล่างนะพี่
โอ้เมื่อกี้โดนเพลงไปเพลงหนึ่งโอสคู
โอสคูเพลงตอนไหน
อะไรไม่รู้ ตัดออกก่อนดูก่อนตอนหนึ่งชั่วโมง7 นาทีเอ้ย ไม่ใช่อะไรเนี่ย3 เยียร์ไพลุกอะไรไม่รู้ในการันตีในโฆษณา
อ๋อไอโฆษณาชอบใส่เพลงมา อันนี้ใครเลือกอะน่าจะเซ็นปะเดี๋ยวพี่โบ๊ทจัดให้วันนี้
โอ้โห พี่โบ๊ทเอาดีเอฟไม่เห็นทรงพี่โบ๊ทเหรอ ตอนนี้เป็นอย่างเดียวเลยพี่โบ๊ทตอนเนี้ย
ขอบคุณน้องโซยอนนะครับ สำหรับสมาชิกนะครับผม ขอบคุณน้องปลานะครับ10 เดือนนะครับ เดี๋ยวจอนจัดให้ใช่ไหมไม่ไหวหรอก
Any given Sunday, it's the form that's going to
โดนบัน
decide.
เดาพี่โบ๊ท
No surprise, maybe some tweaks along the way, but we should have an absolute banger to open the series. See things for Fnatic set up outside A right now, and actually a heavier stack for Sentinels. Narrate actually core sights of Fnatic will proceed forwards.
เอามาเอา
Already, Celsius with an opportunity.
คนยึกยัก
ได้เลย
Doesn't get too much pressure and avoiding that paranoia. Allows him a little bit more breathing room. Kayak would love to squeeze that away from him. Good straight from Bang though. And again, that spike, hesitant so far, but it's actually skipped a little further ahead. So they're trying to carve a path forward. Fnatic, looking for some more options. And Second's not allowing that already. Denial in front of them.
หมุน
มันรวบเลยมันรวบตึงเลยอ่ะมันไม่ให้หนีอ่ะ
หมุนโผล่มาอีกทีจบราว ยอดเลยครับ
Desperate to try and recover. Just too much damage done.
แต่อะไรก็ได้ในวันนี้เซลติจะแถบตรงกลางแบบเมื่อวานนะ
Find the opener they needed, but it's
ไอ
back
แถบ
to really
ไอแถบ
turn
ที่
this
ให้ซ้าย
back.
เดินอ่ะโอ้โห
แบบที่โดนเพนเป็น3 ตัวแล้ว บาจัด
We were just talking as well.
อย่าหาครับ
ได้แต่ทามมิ่งตัวบีต้องแบบ
Space so
ไม่
far.
ไม่
In
ปล่อย
terms of
เล
the
ย
head-to-head today, Zekken, one of the best. You cannot doubt that. Certainly all eyes towards him.
Yeah, and Zekken's proven it time and time again,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Tournament after tournament, he's always been exceptional. For Kayak, it's a impressive run. Speak of the man, and he'll show you why. Quick two. Kayak and Boast are going to feel that. And SEN don't want to allow Fnatic to get off even the starting blocks.
Slow down round 2. Off the rip here. It's Alpha with a Sheriff though. He's the one that's probably going to look for a pick. Right, almost entertaining the idea. Actually the trade-off. Alpha down to 20 already. So going to keep that Sheriff in check for the time being.
Right here.
Taken.
Ooh, goes. Yeah, little off angle from Bang.
Down mid. I've got to say for me as well, Bang is such an unsung hero of the Sentinels team. I mean, there's a lot of highlight players, right? There's a lot of personality to that Sentinels side, but Bang is always such a safe pair of hands. Such a solid player. And Alpha? It's a nice shot.
วันนี้มันตื่นว่ะ
Need a whole lot more of those though. And it looks like Narrate would like to close this count down, and he does. Safety found for Sentinels in the first two. Rather unfazed thus far.
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable as well, carrying across 4 of the weapons here. Recovery. Well, that's going to deter Fnatic initially. Slow things down for their buy round. Certainly a challenge in the upper hand for sure.
หูทามมิ่งมันเป๊ะเกินดูดิ
With Bosa looking like actually might settle for just a Guardian here. Don't expect him to be at the forefront of this buy round, but certainly get an indicator here for pace. A widespread default from Fnatic.
I like this.
Just putting out the feelers. Yeah, Zekken on a deep angle here.
Yeah, it's a question mark of how long he holds it. Deciding against staying up for too long, but an initial show of force. You can see a little bit of a deeper exploration over towards that A side as well, putting up that one-way smoke, controlling this space. Zekken still with this line. No light shields on the other side, so it won't have that same validity, but it can certainly do some good shit. Kayak could be feeling the brunt of that down to 10, and that's an early big bit of damage.
Now Fnatic looking to put things in motion. The other extremity here, Bang will be called upon. Was actually just shouldering the ankle there, knife out. Lucky to get away with no damage actually. Already bodies in the right place for Sentinels, and 45 seconds left on the clock. I think now Fnatic Going to try and put something in motion towards B to once again pull that rotation.
But you got to look towards the mid-map. Look how deep they're sitting on this. A couple of players maybe just keeping an eye on if you kind of want to put Bang into the equation. But for Sentinels, they're not giving Fnatic opening chances. They're not allowing them these picks. Even Zekken, who did have that deeper line initially towards B, slipped back towards Pillar. Again, playing these deeper angles. And Kayak, banging shot though, barely alive, and he lands. It's that second removed. Zeltz is then going to try and find some timing. 14 seconds and Fnatic looking for the plant. Alpha gets it done. Zeltz is maintaining the space, but the rotations are coming in.
Be careful here. Ati could get overwhelmed towards CT. Ati, the stun comes through. He's going to find another one.
10 HP, he's found two, finally caught in the heels by Bang. But you're looking for Boaster now to pick up the slack. Already slipped ahead. Bang again.
พี่โบ๊ทของหมด
เสียทรงแต่แบบพี่บอสช็อต
3v3 in the post plant.
ติดวิมีคอนมีสโมก
Now looking for Fnatic to try and find some sort of answer. Can't get locked out of sight.
แค่ที่
Actually doubles down.
An Alpha, an unknown
ไม่ตล
position
กนะ
without
วันนี้
giving
เซอร์
away.
ซิส
But
อะไม่ตลกนะไม่ตลกนะ
นี่เอาวะ
it's
เป็น
dreamy
กล้ามโช
for
ว์ดี
him.
เฮ้ย
You know he's standing up.
กูบอมโหเลข
You
สี่
know
กด
he's reminding him of who they
บวก
are.
ไม้บวกมือ
Server. That retake, really special stuff here. Kayak though, heroics with 10 HP, but instantly Sentinels fighting it back in off the back of Bang.
Enemy remaining.
โอ้โห
Most of
แต่
it
แบบ
for the HP just makes
บอกเลยช็อต
Fnatic a little
สอง
cautious
ตรง
to
เกม
continue pressuring towards CT.
Ooh, frustration on Boaster.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a fumble here on the bonus,
ป่วยไป
but
ปีนี้
all credit due to Sentinels to convert.
อาจารย์บอกคุ้มเทมากๆเพื่อน
ตัวหลัง
ไม่
โคตรสวย
Investment
เนี่ย
here, a Guardian, a couple of Sheriffs, some Stingers. It's
เคยมี
only
เหตุการณ์
the
นี้
neural
มี
theft
ดิ
available
เอาไม่รู้จัก
for
ตำนาน
Fnatic.
โอบีเหรอโอ้โห
Not much to pull into round 4 here.
ต้องไปหาคลิปดูนะใครไม่เคยดูอ่ะ
No, and this, it feels
ถือ
rather
ว่าพ
similar,
ลาด
doesn't
นะ
it, to
ไป
almost
คุย
that
เอฟเขา
second
ไม่รู้เรื่อง
round. Second over towards
Very
Yep.
tempered early rounds here from Fnatic. We want to get a feel for some of the setups here, but not necessarily any variation so far from Sentinels. So
Okay, small. Oh,
so
God.
snappy.
Damn, that was quick. And Zeltz is not feeling particularly
Tekken
pressured. He can just
จับ
cycle those
ปล่อย
one ways still. He knows that that market
เฮ้ย
pressure is now a
เซอร์ซิส
little
เอา
bit
ดี
less deadly, but
เฮ้ย
okay,
อะไร
the
อ่ะ
shots are hitting a while. Boaster, oh, almost didn't finish his dinner.
พี่โบ๊ท
Quick as lightning dives in, removes. It's easy for Sentinels. Not a sentence I expected to be saying yet, but they don't look phased at
มี
all.
คนบอกเขาตักอาหาร
Coasting
เป็นพิษ
through
นะ
these early rounds,
ใช่
Lauren.
ใช่
Fnatic probably need to get a grip on things pretty
Maybe
early
a
on.
timeout,
I was going to say,
something.
would
ทำไมทีมแม่งมี
be
แต่คนป่วย
surprised to
วะ
see an early
เอ
timeout here.
อ
And haven't really forced any sort of adjustment
คือวันเนี้ย
from Sentinels just yet.
มา
Tekken
ว่ะ
happy
เซอร์ซิสบอกเลย
to stand his ground.
เดินยิงยังโดนอ่ะ
เดินยิงยังเดิ
Yeah,
น
we'll see a timeout here. Early pump of the
ทำอะไร
brakes
ก็
from
ดีไปหมดตอน
Fnatic.
เนี้ย
They look cold, Mike.
Sentence ไม่มีอีกต่อไปแล้วนี่ Sentence เดี๋ยวชิ้นมันมาล่ารอยยิ้มพี่คอยดูนะ
Said
อาร์มทีมไหนนะ
early slow default. Not really achieving
Fnatic,
much. Like I said, these are the
Oh,
fact
maybe
finders. If you
not
lose them, you come
half
away
on
with something to work upon. But walked into the similar setups on repeat so far.
เฮ้ยมันจะเปิดเลยนะเนี่ยเพลงเนี่ย
Find a solution quick. If we want a bit of a game here, really. Yeah, a couple of ults nearby. Kayak's not too far off, and neither is Crashies. So Kayak off to a quick beginning, but the stall instantly comes out. Prowler to follow, so they know that they've still got that nice line over from elbow. Kayak has done well on his entries, but it's a tough endeavor, and Bang's been so cold with holding this as well, just shouldering it before in those earlier rounds.
Might even be a re-clearance here. See the Prowler layered with the flash from John. Bang just taking a peek with the TP.
โดนม
And the
นุษ
one
ย์
thing I love about how Sentinels approach playing Fnatic, there's no fear about it. They play like they're the favorites, which you could argue they are in this scenario, there isn't that hesitation or worry. They are as calibered
น่าจะหาย
as
แล้วนะคาจักรเพราะว่าดูจากที่มันเอเมื่อ2-3 ปีที่ผ่านมา
and already a good read here. Look at the rotation coming in. You're going to start seeing John QT head over to the right side, catching towards top middle, joined by Narrate. They've got a good beat on what Fnatic want to do, but this slow, steady pace isn't catching anyone off guard yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, almost tailor-made to force second a little deeper here with that paranoia.
Still have to give away the game if they want to close down towards him,
Yeah.
though. And there it is. Oh, that's good
Big
from
win,
Kayak.
big win.
Yeah, and that was basically all building towards it. Now at 25 seconds, overwhelmed. Zelsis goes down. They fought for that top middle control, and they won it out. That was a very procedural round almost from Fnatic. These final 3 players, it's tough to come back into this.
Especially with such deep control from Alpha. So obviously boasted to complement that as well. Still a way back in here if they can win a couple of these gunfights, but the spy cam will reveal Sentinels in mid. So got to pick up the pace now if they still want to make a go of this. They're probably just going to look for exits on the other side. Doesn't feel good to walk into market there.
No, we could obviously see how many were waiting if they did decide to go for it, but for once it does feel like that kind of isolation of Zekken worked out, right, Mike? He had to sit deep CT, and then you had pressure top middle.
But it still doesn't feel great that Zekken can then sit on a deeper angle on that, but that's why it's such a big win from Kayak. Window of opportunity after the paranoia is posted, unless you can scale up effectively and lock something like Zekken out of the site.
อย่าพูดอย่างนั้นน้อง
Certainly doesn't feel like it's a guarantee. Fnatic on the board regardless, though.
มันปวดท้องจริงป่าวะ
The zero theft
หายแล้ว
seals the deal on
ใคร
this
ปวด
round.
ท้องมานั่งแข่งแล้วยิงขนาดนี้
ตอนนี้พี่โบ๊ทน่าจะปวดแทนในเรื่องหน้าเนี่ย
กินด้วยกันเนี่ยไม่กินด้วย
Overly happily.
พี่โบ๊ทบอกว่าเฮ้ย
No, I mean,
อา
we
การ
saw
กูเพิ่งออก
frustration
กับเพื่อน
early, and that's not something you're used to seeing with Boaster. He's very, very calm normally, if not always leaning towards a positive. But let's see how this looks. A little bit of an answer back for Sen's 4 rounds now. Back with ult, Crashies with it online too. Contact off the Prowler, and Bang getting curious. Flash in, swing! It's stunning from Bang. Answer found by Kron, though, takes away Narrate, who's meant to be that support system. But John QT on the back away from that. He let forward and try and support what Bang was doing, but as it stands, they've given over the man advantage now.
No commitment just yet as well. Boaster trying to pick up maybe somebody in rotation.
ในประวัติแฟนติงนี่เคยมีการเทคบอสเพื่อที่ไปขี้ด้วยนะ
On the chopping block for that.
ไม่เป็นไร
Alpha still has a cam here, but he's
ตอน
not
นั้นไอ้
spotted.
เนี่ยอัลฟาเจอร์
Zelsis got ahead of it.
Oh my god, the
อยากรู้ว่ามันคุยกันยังไงเวลาแบบขอไปอะ
ทามมิ่งแบบ what the fuck
Around we go.
ไม่เดี๋ยวแท็บแตกแล้วยิงอยู่ดี
Unawares. And Zelsis is going to clear this zone second. He's got the operator.
เชลซีนึกว่าไปเองอะ
So far, but he's got a lot of pressure now coming his way. Decides against it. Holds that deeper line again. Good choice. And a great shot! Crashes goes down. Spike now spotted. Holding his space towards CT. Support's coming in and Zelsis on the flank. Yeah, they got sight, but this post plant won't be comfortable for Fnatic.
ไม่งั้นจบแล้วดินะถ้าเซอร์ซิตไม่ทามมิ่งอ่ะ
Still a trip actually, which will reveal Zelsis' position. Zek gonna swap over to the rifle.
This is pressure now on 2 sides. Mike, that trip being broken. They now know.
Found one.
What? How did Bang get that? Maybe a buff for smoke? I don't know.
Bang
But
ยิงไง
Alpha with an uncut.
Oh!
You get away with Rob.
Unlucky, bro.
Chronicle makes it up to
What?
going to Fnatic's way, but bloody hell, that felt close.
โอ้แล้วคนนี้ก็ยิงซะเยอะเลย
Into Zekken's sideline. Still some question marks on this side of the map for sure, but
And this is classic Tron, right?
yeah, oh yeah.
คนนี้ก็เดือดจัด
Stand his ground
โคตร
here.
แมส
It's over the top of the smoke. It looked like it might have just come straight through.
remaining.
โอ้โห
Chronicle delivering here.
ตัวท้ายแม่งอะไรเขาละ
แล้วมันยิงแบบ
Maybe a
แถบ
swing
แถบ
round
ตัวอะไร
for
ถอยอะ
Fnatic.
ได้ไงอ่ะ
So retrieval of the operators as well. Alpha actually going to pick it up himself. With how slow these early rounds
จั
have
ดให้
been,
ตลอด
actually
คนนี้ก็
potential for maybe in a middle round to pick up a Zelsis creeping elsewhere and find a pick off the back of it.
And again, for someone like Chronicle, those 4 were his first 4. But you need that, right? You need your backbone, that spine to the
ดูแถบตรงกลางเอาอีกแล้ว
roster.
เอาอีกแล้ว
Keeper ahead of this poison now.
I love this
Oh, yeah,
diligence
yeah.
of Fnatic. They're feeling that there's variety to this.
แต่มันแถบ
There
แค่
will
ทาง
be
ทางซ้าย
adaptation.
เนี่ยแต่มันมี
Sentinels
คนดู
have
ฝ่าย
shown that they want to re-clear this and fight for this
ไอ้วันนั้น
space
ก็อย่างนั้น
actively,
วันนั้น
so
แถบขวาจะมีคนดูซ้าย
no
แล้วเสียโพซิชั่นไปปุ๊บเรียบร้อยเลย
Look at these positions from Sen though. Are they going to go for a re-clear in middle or a challenge on this?
How
How
do you-
actively
how?
they're playing. Oh, this is super deadly.
4-2
And that's
5-7
two players spotted.
ตื่นเร็ว
Starting
ด้ว
to
ย
come in. Crashies might be screwed here. Forced out of the corner. He still fine. He plays his life. This is so tense.
Even the aftershock just doesn't force onto a deep enough line. Even with Zekken peeling away from that. Again, 40 seconds on the clock. We walk into potentially a site. Just two members of Sentinels, but John QT, not sure the cooldown there on the fault line. Will be able to apply some pressure here.
เดนแมน
Yeah, we've got Narrate, Bang. You still got a lot of util on Narrate. Same with Bang as well with Paranoia. Now the pressure. Narrate can't stand
Derby
too
board.
much util. Just the dart to turn his eyes. Bang now leans in. It's good for
Wait,
one, but
we
not
could
good
just
enough
get
to follow. John QT on rotate through CT. Does it for
ยังไง
now.
ทีนี้
Plot needed.
โอ้ฆ่าเพื่อนไปที
No, that's a spike gun. Oh, it's an absolute fumble.
อร่อยเฉยครับผมช็อตนี้
The kayak was down to just 10 HP.
เมื่อกี้ไอ้แคชชี่ตะโกนเลยแตกหนึ่ง
We see he's desperate to get out of the way of it.
Oh, you
เฮ้ย
can see us gutting
Yeah.
for him too.
Heartbreak because it's not recoverable at that point.
No, that's spike gone. This.
แคชชี่บอกว่าเฮ้ยเล่นกับเอ็นเอว่ะเอเจนต์
นึกว่าอยู่กับ
You're
ไอ้
saying
เมื่อ
you're
กี้
grinning, right? You're like, oh, nice one, appreciate that. No plant to worry about, perfect. But God, for
จด
Fnatic,
จด
that
อัน
is
นี้ต้อง
going
จ
to
ด
be
ไลน์อัพ
devastating.
ดีๆกับแคชชี่
Certainly a tilter. 5-2 now the scoreline. Operator back in hand for Zekken as well.
I like this though. He's gone deeper towards
So
BK.
aggro, yeah. I mean, they've been given a little bit of freedom on the side of Sentinels towards this side of the map. Zels is walking mid previously, getting ahead of that camera.
That's enough for him.
Definitely, yeah.
เฮ้ยพี่โบ๊ท
I think that jump spot saw it either. Careful
Ui,
now, that's a tag.
ดีนะ
Didn't
ไม่
get
ตาย
a kill, but now Zelsis readies himself. He knows that pressure could be
เฮ้ย
coming
จอห์น
from the top middle is a place to be worried about. Kron slips the net, but only for so long. Second, quick with it. Narrate, it's support. It's stunning. But still, look at the
นาเลศ
HP.
นาเลศกับ
Kayak down
เซ
on
กเช่นวันนี้
20.
โคตรเดือด
Poster 30. They are low in this.
Walking wounded. 50 HP between them. Bang, nearly
โอเค
caught the backside of them.
Oh, this
ต้องรู้
reclaim
ต้อง
is
รู้
so
ต้อง
well
รู้
timed.
กิ๊ก
And the old mic.
Might be able to get a plant away, but certainly not going to be comfortable regardless where Fnatic are. But Zekken can close the gap so damn quickly.
And again, you've still got that paranoia primed with Bang. There it goes, and that's going to catch. Just a shot through the smoke, and Zelsis going to catch Poster. Now Kayak has to do.
มันยังได้หนึ่ง
Right. I was going to say miracles.
ยัง
He
เอาไปหนึ่ง
almost did it.
Good for the
ดูใน
first,
เซลซี
but
มันดีดจัดเลยว่ะ
Sentinels standing tall here. Nearly fell off my chair.
Look, if he'd hit another, I think I'd have done the same. But as it stands, I'm going to be honest. By all accounts, this has been Sentinels not looking too uncomfortable. It feels like they've got a good concept and a good read on what Fnatic are trying to achieve. They're handling the mid-pressure well. It feels like there's not enough layers to really pressure Sentinels. Second has been finding the spacing, great to be able to fall back. Sitting towards CT, that market presence, okay. Zelsis learning on the fly, slipping a little deeper, giving up. I haven't felt like Fnatic looked that deadly yet.
No, there's been a lack of pressure, really, on the side of Fnatic. Like I said, seemingly a lot of freedom for Sentinels on the B side of the map, and towards mid as well. First real switch up here is Zelsis over towards A.
This worries
แอ
me.
สเซนเซนเป็นไงวะ
Just thought he was hands off keyboard for a second in the camera, so I was like, oh god, it's all good.
Do not speak it into existence.
It's
A
all I
lesser
have.
purchase here.
Wow,
Two
boy,
rifles
งกป่ะไม่ง
side
ก
of Fnatic.
Trips on site though, they don't know about this Zelsis.
ลงไหม
Again,
อ่ะ
maybe a good counter to Kayak's off.
ไม่ลงได้แล้วเนี่ย
Aware of what they'd want to be doing, but Bang needs to live. He's about to be overrun. He can't handle that. There's just too much.
Bang
Going straight
เจอ
up
แบบนี้
towards that top mid
หมด
side.
เลย
ทำไมก่อน
Now a chance for Zelsis. That's a spam. Can't get the connect either one and has to back away.
Oh, he's so lucky to get out of that. Able to break the
ไม่ได้เล่นนะ
sidelines
เนี่ย
here,
เรา
but
เนี่ย
was tagged by the drone. Plant comes
ของ
through.
ที่แมปสอง
Probably the most comfortable post plant we've seen
แต่
here.
เห็นพี่โอ้โห
From
ดูเมื่อกี้
แบ
ถ้าง
ไป
แบงอยู่ข้างบน
Great
ใช่
go
ไหม
for the ult.
ไอ้
Certainly now with the pit.
คาจาก
Yeah,
สไลด์มา
really
ก็
deep
เรี
hit
ยบ
from
ร้อย
Kron as well.
เออ
That's just gonna, I mean, that really cuts off
โอ้โห
CT.
ตรงนี้แม่ง
You can't
ไม่ให้
even
เล่นเลย
considering
CT
it at that point. But then it funnels you forward. Already look at the two players.
นะครับ
Poster
นาเรศ
and
เวน
Kayak
ติ
on site.
We know
Eyes on
เป็น
that.
ติก
That
บายมาแบบว่าหาบายด้วยนะ
Sentinels
เฮ้ย
giving
ไม่
this
สู้
fight.
เลยเหรอ
สู้ไม่สู้
Do not
โดน
fancy
ตี
their
แล้ว
chances.
แล้วเหลือ5ไง
Obviously holding to the operator.
จะปืนพี่แบงไป
Again, Fun's
Good board.
really looking pretty comfortable regardless at a 6-2 scoreline.
มันเสี่ยงไปแล้ว
I mean,
เซคันด์มีออ
Ultimates
ฟ
to bring into the next only really the
ไม่คุ้ม
TP for Boaster. Not much else to work around here. He's actually
Decided on one
almost having both initiator ultimates on the side of Sentinels.
โอ้เมื่อกี้สไลด์ผ่านวันเบมด้วย ลงเฉยเลย
Here it is, the one kill that pretty much secured the entire round.
โอ้โห
By
จี้
doing that
แบ
and
บ
then
สุ
you
ด
throw in the pit on top from Con, that's pretty much checkmate. He's already going back into it. Yes, I guess you could argue they did have narrator if they fancied it, but still, it was
roll of the
too
dice,
easy.
really,
Yeah, it just felt like too much of a risk to go for it.
คนนี้ให้
So
เฟนาติก
Fnatic,
ไปครับ
bit of stability found, but this slow and steady pace, certainly not
Fnatic.
setting my world on fire, but it has got them 3. Now, to continue forward would be fantastic. What's the adjustment here? What's the way they want to keep playing this? Because eventually
ไปเอ
Sen
แม่งทร
will
มาว่ะอย่าเล่นเลยเซฟเลย
figure out the tempo. And that was off the back of that ult from Kaya.
So previously only 4 rounds found by Fnatic versus Gen G. So maybe that's why they're a little hesitant here. Try and
It's a
draw
test
some of
of
these rounds
patience.
out. Yeah, I mean,
Long ling
it's
like
Look at this.
certainly not what you want to rely on. This doesn't really scream confidence to you.
No, it doesn't.
Like I said,
ไปเคลียร์
this
ให้กระจัด
sunset
วิ่ง
really
ง่ายๆนะ
sets the tone.
And Bang has been on the money. He's the only one dedicated towards site, and Rates actually managed to make it back over somewhat in time. Still behind the smoke, but another one placed down from Bang. Consideration to play it forward. Great connection on the ult as well.
เนี่ยโดน
And
กลาง
Bang's
กลาง
position
ลางนี้เลยเหรอ
does get considered, but you still can't kill him. Takes away Alpha, and no trade there for Kron. Blinded and hungry. Bang goes
โอ้
in.
โหขจัด
Takes
มาช้า
down
ไปนิดเดียว
Kron, and it is just methodical. Narrates, Bang, perfect
โค
hold.
ตรคี
The
นอ่ะ
concern being this is the
Then-
first time Fnatic have stacked up and looked for a set piece towards either side, to be honest with you. And it gets absolutely dismantled by Sentinels. Bang again, just always good for 2 it seems in situations like this.
Again, Bang probably won't ever be in your highlight reels, right? 2 safe
Malay
kills
po.
there, but the value he is bringing
คนนี้เซ็น
is
แบ
second
บ
to none. He's top of the board currently,
รู้
but
สึก
as
ว่า
said,
คนนี้เซ็นเป้า
safety
จับแบบ
kills.
กดทุกวันอ่ะไอตัวยิงของ
The
ทีมอ่ะ
coaching staff looking a little frustrated at the tempo. Kaplan there just, hey, it's all going well. They're 7-3. Nothing's really phased them yet. It hasn't pushed them out of their comfort zone. And it feels rinse and repeat now.
แม่งเลิกบอกแม่งไม่ได้วางแถบเลยไป
From
ยิงเลย
Fnatic. Just going to make round 12 pretty
โอ้แต่มัน
awkward for them.
ยิงทิ้งทุกวินเลยนะ
Three players dedicated towards B this time. I don't know if
นี่
it's
ก็ไม่ได้
a
ท
read into this goal. That is good info on that.
ำเอ๊เห็นละ
And another adjustment here on Zeus' utility at least. And that's
Oh,
the
Bellew.
catch. Isolating Bang. It's been a problem.
But I like that Narrate's noted the players coming through top middle. He's
Yeah,
pretty
like,
much going to be gift
yeah,
the
fan,
try and do what
Ui,
you can.
con
We
này
can't
cân.
help
Đẹp
you
rồi.
yet. They've sliced right up the guts here, Fnatic. Almost doing a little bit of a fake out. Alpha.
เอมล้วนๆครับวินนี้ไม่มีอะไรเลยครับ
Fair enough. Second, you got a 1v5. No, you don't.
เฮ้ย
Alpha, you
เกิน
absolutely
ไปน้อง
catching him easy.
And just like that, a flawless
Em
response
luôn.
from Fnatic.
คิววะเดินไปยิง
Able to
ยิง
find success towards top
Ew.
mid. And the spike and there was a great read from Sentinels. To try and, I guess,
นี่ก็โผล่ไป
mitigate
ยิง
the risk on the back of this wall. This time around, the isolation of Bang is perfect. It looked even more ridiculous the second
Như này
time.
bảo
The
phải
second
thế.
kill from Alpha.
ตามอยู่
Gonna
ตาม
need
อ
to
ยู่
see that
เดี๋ยว
Alpha
พี่บอสโผล่
sense
ให้
on that pool. You're gonna need to see him firing,
ยืนปุ๊บ
right?
พี่โบ๊ท
But
ถอดกางเกงเลย
7-4,
แบบ
okay.
แม่งเลย
It's not
มันเขี้ยว
a complete shutout here. Fnatic have found enough rounds to build forward. Now,
ยืนสู้หน่อยดิเซลซิตอะเดี๋ยวพอสกอร์ได้นี่พี่โบ๊ทเด้าแน่
Fnatic feel
โด
as
น
if
แน่
they
เซล
have
ซิตอะ
found something
7-7 เมื่อไหร่มาแน่
to work upon.
I mean, they're drawing the rotation.
Mày có
towards
sẽ là
top
phản
middle, right?
đấy,
You
Quỳnh Phục
can't
ạ.
leave it open. Narrate has to react. John QT has to be present. This time, Narrate very present. Down to 20, but he's done his job in this. They want to try and get some pressure through Market and Alpha.
Nè, giờ lắc
Disrespecting the
cây.
util felt like a desperation play
Yeah,
almost.
sure.
ไปตลกนะวันนี้
Look
เซ
how
ลซิ
deep
ตอะ
they are, Mike.
I was
Hoàn
gonna say,
talo của
most
Dớt
of the
là
task now with making something of nothing, to be honest with you. Just as
not like that.
Zelsis able to find the wall bang. Now down to Chronicle and Crashies. A 2v5 to try and convert here into a 7-5 half. A tall order.
It certainly is, and I have to credit the discipline from Sentinels because the tempo and pacing from Fnatic, which has been discussed, is very slow. It is very cautious, but
เป็น
Kron
นี้เขาต้องทำอ่ะ
got them 4 before.
แต่ว่าเจอ
Need
สอง
more
ดิ
this
ทำไง
time
อ่ะ
around. Does have crashes there. One
C
shot
wants to
dart.
make something happen here.
You got to get at least a kill,
Pretty
right?
good.
That's the long and short of it. You have to at least get a kill to make this
Mobile
possible, and
PDQ
ideally
that.
be able to back away. They may not expect him so close by, but the horn will do the job. Nice work on
Oi.
one for the trade. Instantaneous. Sentinels playing the numbers game very well. Crashes
เฟล
can't
ซิดป่ะ
ร้อยครับ
do enough.
เฟลซิด
Sentinels
วันนี้ไม่
looking
ไม่
very in
ไม่ใช่
control, Mike.
คนละ
This
คน
has
อ่ะ
not been a problem.
No, I
ถ้า
think
ปิด
Fnatic
กล้อง
have
อยู่
adopted the game plan here to
เปลี่ยน
try
คน
and
อะ
slow
บอกเลย
things down and make Sentinels sweat a little bit.
วันนี้โคตร
มันยังมั่นใจอยู่อะมันยังโดนมันไม่ค่อยโดนยิงเยอะ ลองมันแบบโดนยิงเลยราวให้หัว
แน่อันนี้แมปเซน
ทำไมมันฮาร์ฟไทม์นานจังวะแค่ฮาร์ฟไทม์มันต้องนานขนาดนี้เลยเหรอ
Again, you always aim towards a 6-6 for sure, but just, I mean, it didn't even really feel like an 8-4 half, to be honest with you. Fnatic to come away with as many as they did. Can they build upon that now?
And yeah, instantly different pace here coming out. Second fast towards elbow, clearing on through. Paranoia late, actually. So you can already see that Kai's had a look, but he sees nothing. Very late presence coming out from Bang Berserker. Straight on the side, Boaster!
พี่โบ๊ทนี่ไงเจอพี่โบ๊ทเดาแน่มาเลย
Get out of there! How's he found two? Kai comes back around, but we're in a 3v2 now. The pressure mounting, you can see it. Just getting into the scrum.
เฮ้ยนาเลนไม่ได้เดาแล้ว
Backing in the pistol.
Another situation where you think Fnatic have got the early win to get around under their belt. Sentinels just strip it away. Boaster, two fantastic kills that stun on the first, actually, to find Zek.
ยังเห็นพี่ก้าบอกว่าคนดูเยอะสุดในทุกรอบแข่งนี้จริงไหมครับ
But
ก็
Narek
น่าจะจริงครับสำหรับการ
stretching his legs.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
that was gorgeous.
ทะเลแก้
That
ให้
was gorgeous from the right.
เฮ้ย
Yeah,
คือเปิดไม
I'm
ค์
with you on that one. That was
พี่โบ๊ท
something
เก็
quite
บสองใช่ปะ
special there.
ให้ดูเพื่อนแล้วเมื่อกี้เตรีย
And
ม
a
ลุก
mid walk
ลุก
from
แดนแล้ว
Fnatic want to take the fight to
Boy,
Sentinels.
song
You're on the
for
defending
that.
side now.
Oh.
Right? You're chilled out. But Narek can pick up
Generally.
where he left off. Carrying on this sort of fatality, lethality.
Wait,
but
what?
also on a classic. I'm sorry, maybe just a what?
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ย
What is going on, Mike? Are we in
โดนครับโดน
deathmatch?
Fnatic seemingly now looking to play a little more aggressively,
พี่โบ๊ท
taking
แบ
the
บสู้
fight
ชี
to
วิตจัดตอน
Sentinels as
นี้
you would have wished in the first half. Boaster put a classic in his hands and he's
No,
shining
no
right
more,
now.
right? You're not going to do...
Besting Zekken twice now.
That's ridiculous. Hello. Hello, speed up.
Player standing.
Delsis clears him. No more naughtiness for that.
There.
Scrappy, who's kind of lingering around middle, maybe able to see if he can get
Then
maybe
the-
something.
then the
to
top
try
side,
and-
yeah,
Can
they
he
didn't.
recover anything?
'Cause they've still got the main weaponry. You're looking at it, right? The two Bulldogs are still there. It's one Stinger that's gone down. And
Knife
Delsis,
out.
โอ้โห
yeah, right place, right time, and Crashy's knife out. They're going to do it.
เพื่อนเก่าเพื่อนเก่า
10
เมื่อก่อนเจอกันบ่อยแล้วนี่ทักทายกันหน่อย
And I like Fnatic trying something here. You might as well in a round like
Absolutely,
this.
yeah. So it really comes down to this buy round now. You've got to see them get on the board here.
Yeah.
Too late. Be 11 and a broken purchase once more.
Nice, boys. Come on, let's go.
Stripping away any comfort the Fnatic have even attempted to find. I haven't found it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I've got to say as well, the part being in my mind, this hasn't just been the second show, right? It's everyone else stepping up here. Your Narrate having a great show, Bang being on the money, Zelsis as well, everyone else doing their jobs. They haven't really needed Zekken to be the all singing, all dancing. But now on the attack, obviously with the Neon, this is where we could see him kick it up a gear.
And on the attack, to have a round 3 initiator ultimate is huge for Sentinels.
Where do they fancy popping that? Got time.
Hey.
All the pressure on Fnatic in this regard,
Right.
right? They have to stay on their toes here. Can't afford to drop the ball. That pistol round would have been everything. If they've been able to drop Narrate there, that could have changed the outcome potentially, but he's still slipping through middle.
สองตัวแล้วดิ
Very secure setup here for Fnatic though.
Yeah, all that info off
อยู่ในการควบคุมเรียบร้อยตอนเนี้ย
Yeah, great paranoia, but still alive is Sen. Narrate going to take down Alpha, and they have to back away. There goes that ult we were
โดนส
talking
ตัน
about.
พอดีป่ะเมื่อกี้
Value,
หนัก
yes.
แล้ว
And Sen looking
หนั
for
ก
the
แล้ว
side.
โอ้หนัก
Back
หนั
to
กแล้ว
ล่วงเลย
Poster
ว่ะ
on Kron, devastated.
Crashes down to 11 HP.
หนักเลยอย่าง
Fnatic
นี้
have to give this up now.
There's no way back in. The flank irrelevant.
Spike planted.
This is unreal. Sen looks so comfortable here.
Fnatic look a little lost, to be honest with you.
They do. And have we seen timeouts yet?
Seen just the one from Fnatic very early on.
Love to see another.
But they set up here. It was both Chronicle and Alpha, but Alpha's posted up close and personal with his utility. Again, maybe a lack of information, but Crashes has already
ถ้าทรงนี้น่าจะ
kind
จบ
of
สอง
figured
แม
out
ปเล
they
ยนะ
drifted back into mid because that, well, not contact found, but damage
No,
trade
yes.
It's really bizarre to see that. Unfortunate set of events. Kayak now, maybe actually,
ตรงนี้น่าจะจบ
on the chopping block here.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous for him.
Oh, actually, a cheeky smoke as well. So 5 alive.
Yep.
2 rifles maintained here for Fnatic, but a long road back in, and that, I mean, the only saving grace being that they've held onto 2 of those rifles because the money, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Alpha, I mean, again, in that situation, if you're there, you have to commit towards the kill. You back up, you're dead regardless. But with the reveal through the near side, just can't find Zekken. Painting a silhouette around him.
All right. It's kind of crunch time, right? It feels like we've gone here with a bit of a whimper from Fnatic. It hasn't been the show we wanted yet. Sentinels just striding through the map. Zekken looking for the space, going to work off the back of the paranoia. Going to be punished. Kayak, nice. Set into motion there. Zekken goes down and maybe still a chance to get some control in this one. Oh, that's lovely. Kayak, just a shot through the smoke. He'll take that
สู้มื
every
อ
day
ครับ
of
สู้
the
มือ
week.
ครับ
Now backing away, conceding this space.
There.
Early win out here. Can just play towards trades on site if Sentinels commit, but see now Crashy's exploring. Zelsis has potentially some ideas at threading the needle here in this Fnatic setup. Crash is still, yeah, still
เป็น
guarding
สี่
it.
มีให้เห็น
Great
จะ
series
มีอยู่ทีม
of
หนึ่ง
this
เมื่อกี้
map yet here.
เพิ่งเห็นไป
Again, Zelsis has been on the money. That's a shoulder.
มันจะมีอีก
And
แล้วเหรอ
that's a stun. Didn't quite connect, but the
มัน
shot
จะเล่น
does.
แบบนานๆไป
Zelsis
ไง
carving
วันนี้
apart.
แบบยืดๆไปสัก
And
ค
now
น
Zelsis
เช้า
but Zelsis again. He's setting
เฮ้ย
this round alight.
ไม่เป็นไร มันจะมีด่านหน้าอันนี้
Look silly.
แบบหน้า
มัน
And
เป็น
the
เทอร์
early
ตี้
win
เบร
out
ก
for
แดนอันเนี้ย
Fnatic, but
ของจริง
Sentinels
เลยอะ
able
ล้มเป็นโดมิ
to
โน
course correct here. Now find themselves a body to the good in the post.
Zelsis just nutmegging them straight up middle. Not a chance. And now they've got to try and fight it back in, right? But you've got Chronicle and Alpha. Not really easy to bring this utility in. Double stacked up on the site. Gonna try and get themselves away, but you're gonna still play in Zelsis. Alpha making a go of it, but Zelsis does so well. Down to the 1v1, but time is running low. John QT calm under pressure. Kron, same sort of
เฮ้ย
thing.
จอนอีกแล้ววะเนี่ย
จอน
จอนบอกว่าไอ้เชี่ยกูไม่เคยโดนแม่งเฟกเลย
Trying to bait out the steps here.
โอ้โหโดนเฟก
Chronicle doesn't back down. Brazen with the
กลับมา
defuse.
ได้แบบ
To
นี้
do
เล
that,
ย
that's
จอนบอกกูยิงทองมาอยู่นะทำอย่างนี้กูได้ไงวะ
That's bold, but I've got to roll it back to this moment from Zelsis.
Yeah, I mean, the timing is just played to perfection here.
Oh,
from
don't
Sentinels.
tell
You see as
people
well,
that.
actually the
Sorry,
reveal
don't
and the phone line coming back online to set this lurk in motion. That's how they're able to flip this advantage back in their favour.
จอนบอกคนมีแผล
From Chronicle.
เหลือเชื่อว่ะ
Fnatic
หลัง
cling
จาก
to
นี้
life
คือ
here.
แบบว่าติดแรกคือจอนแม่งชาร์จเลยเข้าชาร์จ
Actually, again,
ไอ้
we
ต้
see
นจอน
further
เอา
aggression
ตัว
or
นั้น
at
ให้
least
จบเลยอะ
แต่ปกติจอนมันจะเชิงหนานะ
sent out by
เฮ้ย
Fnatic.
อันนี้หนาไป
No
อันนี้หนา
rules just
หนา
yet.
เกิน
Going again.
โอ้โดนเฟก
หนาอย่างนี้ไม่เอา
Having a glance. Just make it past the wall. Will note the player on the right side and
Oh.
Kayak.
นี่มันไปหน่อย
อยากทำงาน
Good damage here. Oh, just caught.
พี่โบ๊ท
Below the door.
Oh,
จับ
that's a
กุมจับ
nightmare,
กุ
isn't
ม
it? Trying to back away
คนอาหาร
towards
ช้าหนึ่ง
market.
นาย
Only really got
Oh.
Chronicle's utility now to rely on. And this wall committed towards mid, so Sentinels plenty of options. Actually drawn
ดี
out
เซ
for
ล
a
ซิตมัน
way
ลั่น
as
จัดเลยวะ
well, so going to leave
ดิ
that
เซลซินเอา
utility.
จริง
ลั่นที่สุดในชีวิตเท่าที่จะทำได้
Hey, Sign, actually, your theft will be invested.
Look towards top middle. Zek
Won't
might
back
get
up.
top of this as well. Kron's going to be the one to try and deal with them if they come marked, but no, it is straight top middle. He's taking space. Alpha reactive, trying to slip away. Spot the pixel, gets the body drop.
คม
John
นะ
PT
คม
down,
นะ
he knows his
อื
fault.
มคม
Alpha,
นะค
big
มนะ
double kill, but then there's still so much more to be done. 20 seconds. Where's that spike going?
เอ้ยเมื่อกี้
Bang's
เทค
got
เคน
his
มัน
ult
ยึ
if
ก
he
ยักนะ
wants it.
มันน่าจะแบบเปิดให้เพื่อนให้เพื่อน
Oh
เทร
my
ด
god.
Oh my
Still
word.
There's no way they read this though, right?
แทงเสียงหลุด
อ้าวกำลังจะไปเลย
The plant.
Zelsis, yeah, a little lazy peek in here, but actually behind the wall.
Good God, this is just centimeters away from being deadly. 5 seconds has to commit on the plan here in Kayak. Closing in. Chronicles
ผ่าน
forward.
แล้วได้แผ่น
It's on Kayak and Crashies in the 2v2 here. Bang and Zelsis. Zelsis takes the head off of Crashies, leaving just Kayak, the young gun. Good for it on one. Looking for his second.
อุ้ยไว้ใจได้ครับ
You can doubt him all you want, but he has been exceptional for this
ไล
team.
น์อัพมันแบบรีเลย์
And
โหด
another
มาก
hero
เมื่อกี้
round from Zelsis as well. This Kayak with the Red Bull clutch.
ของดีเฟนติกคนนี้
6 on the board now for Fnatic. In the
เซล
finest
ซีก็
of
ดุแล้ว
margins.
ขาจัก
And
ดูกว่าครับ
Crashies a little
ช็อตนี้บอก
disconnected.
เลยดู
Obviously, the
นี่
anchor
ตันลมด้วย
over towards A side with all of Alpha's utility. But the bounce on that stun, outrageous from Kayak.
Nice try, boys. Nice try, boys.
That was a lovely little Red Bull clutch from him. And again, the conversation around Kayak is
มีกำลังใจเล่นนีออนเลย
fantastically executed.
And again, you don't normally kind of be having those conversations about Zelsis in that light, but I'm so happy to be seeing he's really found a way to get through that Fnatic defense. Now we go back in. Bang trying to draw the eyes and all the attention, see if they can cost that rotate, right? Bring that third body over.
Crash is just playing rotation game. Actually, it's early commitment back towards B with Kayak now picking up the slack in mid. He's got friends up there.
He's got 3 up here. Probably the play you want to avoid. But they think they've got something. And Crash's catches, encourages the counter swing. Nice little 1-2 punch at the top and middle. Well read by Fnatic in that one. Good timing as well to punish Celtics on the left. Fnatic.
เป็นเรื่องวะ
How did you suddenly just get given the Sentinels book? How did you just read
พูด
everything they
คำ
were
เดียวว่า
about to do?
11-6ไม่ไกลตอนนี้ 11-7 ด้วย
Crazy to see Fnatic respond with a round like this. Actually, Chronicle creeping all the way into Storm, but John QT sharp to it.
Where the hell did that round just come out of, Mike?
I mean, it's such a fantastic read. The setup was beautiful.
I'm honestly a little stunned at it, but as it stands, John QT just trying to play this out.
30 seconds left.
If you're looking at it, who needs ult? I guess Crashies could do with this
As I say,
one.
regardless, I mean, unless he's left to survive here, QT should get his ultimate if he dies or finds a kill. Money a little weird for Sentinels. I mean, John QT sat at 4,500 and Zelsis actually at 33, so maybe able to pass some weaponry across the board, but that'll be 7 for Fnatic, clawing their way back into Sunset.
It's slow and steady, but it's starting to get. But again, this it was lovely from Crashies, but it's the fact they already had 2 other players set up ready for it. Then they really went
Enemy remaining.
It all just kind of fell into pieces, right? The dominoes started to fall. And talking of snowball, Fnatic almost have all 5 ults ready.
Oh yeah, they're in a fantastic position here. One away for Crashies as well.
There's no way this game gets close, right?
I mean, this half certainly suiting Fnatic way more. I said it's that aggression or willingness to kind of stand and fight that we didn't really see in the first half. So Sentinels just happy to receive time and time again, and Fnatic stumbling on the first hurdles on their attacking half. Here we see some fantastic reads, beautiful setups.
Ooh, looking at Kayak's line here. They do go around that. Really heads up work, actually. Nice. And burning a bit of the util too. This is ticking the boxes here, protocol list-wise. And again, Sen finding it hard to get a grip on where Fnatic are.
Sentinel's just desperate for a fight somewhere.
The discipline's not going to be giving that up from Fnatic. They've been playing this slow and steady pace.
Second happy to entertain the idea regardless. And now 45 seconds on, waiting for some of those cooldowns to come back online, and Alpha camp set up. Will potentially read this backside of the fake. Now still TP here for Bang.
Still got all the trips as well, and look
Yeah,
at
so
where they are.
he can sit here, but with the utility
บอก
as
ไม่
you
เนียน
noted,
เท่าไหร่อันนี้
they're going to know there's been
แต่
no
ยังฝั่ง
progress
ยูบี
towards
อยู่
site.
This is great. Boss is in the right place for this too.
Oh, no,
25
yeah,
seconds. They're going to have to make a run for this one. Zek's found Kayak, so... Oh my god,
นั่น
Ghost
ไง
gets away with it. Still standing. Got his paranoia. Got the TP. Gets out of there. Next player coming in. Nori gets caught.
คนเลิก
Alpha on the back line. 10 seconds.
นั่นเล่นแม่งเป้าไปแล้วเมื่อกี้
5 seconds. Springs forward. Zelsis is trying to make this happen. 7
ครับคนที่
seconds
ขึ้น
though. They are
คนที่นิ่ง
running
ที่สุด
out of time. Zelsis has to plant, and they are closing in. Fnatic starving out Sentinels.
ไม่ไกล
I was talking about the clock for Fnatic, but worked to perfection here. And it's only due to having that third body over towards B site. I mean, Boast has done so well here. For the Rolling Thunder just passing it by. But
Mấy
this
đồn đi
TP
bot
back
kìa.
as well, it forces
อันนี้
Sentinels
โค้ช
to
ต้องจบนะ
hesitate.
ต่อไปอัน
They
ตี
have
ต้อง
to
ปล่อย
hold
กลาง
on. I mean, Decken makes handy work of it, but like I said, it's the clock then that suits Fnatic. Nobody has to swing onto these angles. They can wait for Zelsis to make a move.
12มันนับยากมาก
This is actually the sick. That was going to be Sentinels. Zekken going to go for it. Just the stinger in the back pocket. But now you can see already for the challenge. Zelda's going to catch back towards middle. And they're going to go for a higher tempo piece towards B. But there's still 3 bodies here, Mike. Do they cancel on this? Now on the ult, surely.
Zelsis knows he's got a bit of a gap to
มัน
play
มัน
with
กระโด
here.
ดขึ้นได้ปะเนี่ยแล้วกระโดดข้ามแถบ
So the trip behind him. It's Fnatic again now, actively trying to hunt him out. They
ลอง
know
โด
he
โร
has
เทต
crossed.
มีอย่างมากตัวเดียวเมื่อกี้รู้แล้ว
Zelsis. He might.
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ยหมูหก
How is Crashies alive?
โอ้เมื่อกี้แค่มันค่อยๆมี
The pacing here is
ทันอยู่นะ
quite high tempo enough. They've got a complete free sight. Alpha's still here.
เฮ้ย
อุ้ยคม
The
โค
one
ตรเวอร์
that
โอ้ยอย่างเวอร์
slaps the rate away from it. And now down to 3. That plant doesn't feel comfortable yet. Got to wait out the ult from Crashies. They still got more to burn if they need it.
ไม่ได้เพน
40
ครับ
seconds, a second attempt at the plant.
ดูแล้วว่าเอลโบ
Come
ตัว
through now. The 3v4 now for Sentinels. Nelsis trying to get active, find something. TP out!
ปัจเจอร์
มุมนี้แบบมันมีอะไรมุ
Someone
ม
just
เนี่ย
back to back clip that, I don't care. Celsius.
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell is this from Alpha? Celsius has to be a hero though. He has to put on the cape.
เป้าสั่นว่ะเป้าสั่น
Put on the costume and find 2. He's doing the dance. He's desperate.
โอ้โห
Fnatic still
มุมนั้น
alive.
มันมีอะไรอะมุมนั้นอะกระโดดเข้าไม่หยุดเลย
Just went nuclear.
แล้วพี่เอาปัจเจอร์เขายิงทะลุคืออะไรวะ
From Alpha. I mean, the first one crucial just to slow down the hit here. What? Show me the second.
มุมหน้านะ
Exactly the same.
เนี่ย
มันมีอะไรแค่
เนี่ยดูดิ
Just
สงสัย
disgusting.
แม่งจริงหรือเปล่า
Unreal.
And then finds the Scrappers.
น่าจะทดสอบป่ะว่าไอ้นี่มันนี่ไงมาดิ
He's here. He's here. You better
เอาเลยเว้ยยืนเฉย
Fnatic now
5 rounds, Mike.
knocking on the door.
เนี่ยนะเซนขึ้น 12แล้ว
in a row.
โอ้เอาพเยอร์3 คิวเมื่อกี้คือแบบเวอร์ทุกตัว แล้วยังไงต่อทีนี้อัลฟาเยอร์ยืนก็รู้ใช่ไหมว่าจะเกิดอะไรขึ้น
เนี่ยถามเอาพร้อม
มันจบแล้วครับผมไม่มาติกฮะ
วันนี้มันดีนะ
ตัวนี้มัน
เออ
แพ้กลับบ้านอ่ะ
จากไหนนะ11-4ใช่ไหม ใกล้เข้ามาเรื่อย
Well, especially after the
ๆขจกอะไรขจักเนี่ยมีพิมพ์
you wanted SEN.
You went for Fnatic?
Yeah.
Crazy.
I've still got Kayak now. There's like I stay CS and
Fair play, fair play. Okay, Operator is in, and this is one of the swing factors. If you aren't familiar with Fnatic, when Kayak's previously had some bad games, that Operator used to get him out of that
been the
ditch.
catalyst for him.
But he's certainly not been in any ditch so far. He's been having a mad performance, so another layer added to this.
Maybe
ทำไม
this
นี
is
อ
a
อน
read
ในโปร
into
ซี
the
นแม่ง
pace or the tempo shift
ดู
after
เอา
this
ตัวรอด
timeout.
เก่งๆแต่เวลายิงอ
Could
อฟ
be
เซ็ต
rewarded here as it does look like a contact play from
แทง
Sentinels.
กดอีกกด
God,
ปุ๊บ
if
ก็
they go
คือ
in contact
เต็ม
on this, it is
ออก
so
สตาร์ท
brutal. Kayak's going to be a one and done.
เฮ้ย
Yeah.
Still gets it.
ทีแรก
เด็ด
Zekken,
ยังไง
he's
ยังไง
had
ก็
a
เทรด
hard
ไม่ได้
game
อะ
here, I'm going to be honest, and that's rare to say because I feel like Zekken's one of the most consistent high achievers.
อันนี้คือทีแรกมัน
Struggling with that
ไม่เห็น
and
ใช่ไหม
another deep
หรือ
line
ว่ามัน
adopted.
อยาก
They've
ดู
got to
มาก
commit utility to force him away. You can't be going for these contact pieces now.
มันไม่มีตัวเปิด
Look up.
ๆ เอ้าแล้วไม่โดนด้วย
Smoke's going to make it difficult to get
Do
into.
it. Go on, do
Oi.
the thing, do the thing, do the thing. Walk the smoke, I dare you.
รอรีเซ็ตแบบเฉียบ
You hate to see it.
planted.
Fun enjoys around the world devastated.
Still got his ultimate though.
จริงๆเมื่อกี้ควรให้
Make something happen
ให้พาวเลอ
potentially
ร์
here in the
หา
post
ไม่
mark.
ควรเอาตัวไปหาเลยงงจัด
Very slow, cautious in approach here, but Kayak confident. His teammate's got his back here.
ที่บริการ
They got to start building now, though. The time is ticking, right?
Ui.
There's the trade out. The paranoid
ไปมา
not
ไป
be able
กลับ
to be
ครับ
worked upon there, sent through.
เฮ้ย
Fnatic
เวลา
gonna get
น้อยแล้วนะ
moving,
แบง
set
ค์
with an opportunity now. Layered utility
เอ้า
well, but
แบงค์หล
Chronicle
บแฟดไม่ทัน
catching
หรอก
two sleeping.
นัวเลยดิ
Back goes down complete. Why is no one looking at Chronicle? Banana right back in the headlights. He's gonna know where they are, but Crashy's sticking on the diffusing. Swing!
Oi.
Oh, and he doesn't
เป็นไงยืนดีขึ้น12
It wasn't needed an ace from the raid.
ทำไมเล่นช้ากันเดี๋ยว
Has to make
โดน
a
ของเบรก
move
อะ
here. The Red Bull clutch going in Sentinel's favour to find 12.
I know exactly.
God, it was Kron does it on one side, Narrate does it on the other. Just too late. Because even Narrate unsure,
มันสั่นลุ้นอยู่
hand shaking for a second, but then he's up. Knows what he's done. He's got Sen to 12, breaking that
เอาจัด
momentum.
ว่ะ
Sentinel's
มันถึงแบบ
back, looking
มัน
ready
มั
for
นไม่
this.
ขนาด
They
นี้
got
เล
to
ย
keep going now.
นักแข่งแม่งแบบฟิลเป็นไงวะมือระดับนี้มือสั่นอะ
Money's so fragile still.
Yeah, I mean, look, yeah. After that string of rounds,
Oh
look at
my
the
God.
consequences. Look at dramatic reaction down. It's the reaction now.
It's
จี
beautiful.
ครับ
Poetic for Narrate to be the one doing this. Finding comfort out in America.
Mal
Out
up, Kenny.
Celsius. Crashy's now got bodies in
Wow.
front of him about
โอ้โห
5 seconds.
ง่ายๆอย่างนี้เลยเหรอ
ทำไมมันถึง
now
แบบ
next.
ไปแต่คลาสสิกเลยตัวเลย
เออทำไมไม่เอาปืนเข้ามาดีๆวะ
Big names. Same to be said on the other side. 4 players waiting. Sentinels.
เอาไป
2
เจอ
kills away from map 1 under the belt.
เจอเขาร้องอย่างนั้นมันยาก
Waiting. Alpha. Contact made. Narrate down. Next layer
เจอ
has to come in. Join
เตาแน่
together.
ข้างในมีตัวหนึ่ง
Playing in
แน่
unison now. One
ไป
right,
ใกล้
two
หนึ่ง
left. Kron has a little look. Finds the one close. Waits for the swing. Now we're going to
Oi.
need a magic moment from Alpha. 6 bullets and the
Hey, bang.
time's on his side per second. 12 HP.
He's misread this.
Oh my God. Zekken is absolutely ice. God damn. Oh, beautifully done.
ยืน เอ้ยยืนปุ๊บแพ้เลยไอเวน The curse activate เซนบอกแม่งไงกูขึ้น12ไว้เลยพอมันยืนเท่านั้นแหละ เป็นเรื่องเฮ้ยแต่ทรงนี้สู้ได้อยู่สบาย
มันอารมณ์ดีจัด
เฮ้ยแต่แอดเซนนี่มันอัลฟาเจอร์แชมเบอร์นี่หว่าใช่ป่ะไอช็อคไอคอมนั้นอะ
ใช่
ไอคอมที่ตีนานๆน่ะ
เดี๋ยวต้องดูว่า มันจะแก้ยังไง มันต้องเห็นแล้วแหละ รู้ว่าเอฟเฟกต์เล่นยังไง มันคอมแบบ เล่นได้แบบเดียวอ่ะ แต่เมื่อกี้อัลฟาเยอร์ยืนปุ๊บหยุดเลยนะ ตัวเลขอ่ะ ของจริงว่าคนนี้
ของจริงของจริง ให้เฟนาติกไปครับ ไม่น่ายืน Curse activated แต่ว่ามันต้องยืนเอาโมเมนตัมปะนาเรศบอกแม่งยำกูไว้เยอะตอนอยู่ NBA ขอกูเอาคืนให้สาสมใจหน่อย สวัสดีครับ ไม่ใช่ทุกทีมที่จริงๆแล้วเสียหลัก ดูดูไอ้ซีแฟตมันยืนดิแล้วดูอัลฟาเจอร์ยืนอิมแพคโคตรต่าง
คนยืนเพื่อชนะ คนยืนเพื่อเคิร์ด
พันคนนี่คือหลับไปแล้ว ประมาณ800
ต้องจิ้มมันทราย RB มันจะช่วยเหรอ
ต้องถามว่าทรายมานี่ เอามาแทนใครดีวะ
You want to talk about the run that not all that bad. They haven't played it here.
มาแล้วครับไอ้ท่าน
Theorycraft, maybe he goes for something else, but very important as well. You know that the chances of you picking this map and you starting on the attack are like, let's say 95%, okay? Some people, especially if it's a pick, if it's the last
โบนหันมาบอกเอ้ากูจะเล่นอีกคอมนึงไอ้เจ้อ
what Fnatic were able to do in their attack, a lot of that aggression on mid, all of those straight denials that this composition offers.
Fnatic, or excuse me, Sentinels got kind of obliterated by Paper X in their post plants when they played
กดหรือเปล่าเวเลอะเซคันด์
They were getting caught off guard
กดโชว์ไปทีไป
in off angles when
กดให้รู้ว่าตัวมันกากขนาดไหนไม่อาจจะได้บัฟหน่อย
but turned up to a new
ถ้ากดมาคอมนี้นี่เจอแบบ3เลยนะ
watch for where he's putting his TP
นี่ไงเทโฮมาแล้ว
forward. And now for Sentinels, we have to talk about them because they are locking the tail, they are locking the Vise, and this is
ล็อกเลยเซคันด์เฮ้ย มาดิ
คอมบ้าจัดอ่ะ
Second goes for the waylay, the first player to pull that out here in
เวเล
คอม
เลย
ป้า
What?
Well,
Really,
it's his
Teho.
first waylay, that is for sure. I don't think that he has played the agent in an
นี่มัน
official
แก๊งตัวใหม่
match.
นี่วะ
Not that I can
I don't
recall.
think so.
แบบนี้เอเจนต์ออกครบทุกตัวเลยพวกเนี้ย
Is this Jogamo?
น่าจะเอามาพีคสู้กับเจอวะ
Played this a ton in Americas with that waylay in the mix. The slow is great. You can dive into market all these different things. GB, this is a hell of a curveball.
All right, folks. Well, it's now time to find out if Sentinels sink
เพราะว่า
or
ก็ไม่มี
swim.
เฟกก็
Are
ไม่
we
มี
gonna get that map 3? Let's send it back over to your
KO
captain,
Tejo
Pansy and High Pop.
เฟดที่คนเล่นด่านนี้เห็นมีแต่เปเปอร์เล็กรักจังเลย
ก็คือถ้าไม่มีโซว่าอย่างนั้นมันต้องเป็นเสกอะไอ้ตอกมันไอ้ไม่มีโซว่าอย่างนั้นต้องเป็นเฟสใช่ไหม
อืม
อันนี้ไม่มีเลย
Headline tonight.
เน้นเอาตัวหาข่าวกันเนี่ย
What are we seeing with this?
I mean, it actually almost suits to play into this, right?
It
you can
does.
almost dive onto Alpha a little. Well, I said a little more coordinated, but there's a lot of pressure now to try and. At the end, there's not many counterplays, right? To
แผ่นหน้าอะไรเอาเข้ามาวะมีแผ่นมาแล้ว
dip his toes and get out, but could be a trump card, the Uno reverse from Sentinels, and that's where Milan even touching on, bringing out a curveball, but hey, how do you react now?
มันแน่คู่เนี่ย
Just one up to you in that matter, but we dive into this, don't we? We get to truly see the test of these two
spit
creative
off.
sides. Fnatic
Aw.
on the attack, and of course Sen then on the defending side. And then
ยังอยู่เหรอไอ้บล็อกอะ
we got a lot to learn. Already a 3-play stack on this B site.
เสียงเบาจังวะ
Bit of pressure here, a probe sent out in terms of the util from Crashies. Second motion is played towards short. It's Alpha to lead the charge. We'll find John QT, but actually no damage done there.
No, and that's a couple of those bullets spent. Already the rotations coming in. Narrate's going to be here.
Ui,
Kayak on
kẹp.
the corner. Nice shot from Kayak. Quick to try and hunt that down. Does get denied the springboard forward, but Narrate's screwed. Yeah, Kron was hungry for that. And they're fighting for that space behind tree, taking over towards
rอบ
heaven,
เนี่ยวะเนี่ย
making the site really
ยาก
uncomfortable.
จัด
It's two players trying to tuck in towards hell. And if they get the spacing right here,
Oh.
Fnatic, it should be pretty light work. This was really well crafted, Mike.
Just say the miss on the first, but
โอ้โห
Alpha
จะจัด
connecting with the headshot. Zekken now
คิดว่าเซนมันมาเอาหาปะ
to find this pistol.
Have I told you about the story
เอา
of
หา
Zekken
อยู่นะ
1v5?
ยังไงก็โดนอ่ะจริง
I've not told you that one.
You have not.
He was on a waylay, which is crazy,
Was it?
right? Yeah.
Round one of the second map.
It must have been probably a different game because I don't see it happening now. Kron's playing the no fun allowed game.
The fun police.
Yeah, they've turned up. Sirens are on. Yeah, Tekken's having a go, but it's...
มีเก่งกว่านี้ปะ
This is the man still scary as hell. God, that
Yeah.
man. Nasty with it. But a round nevertheless for Fnatic here to get the first in the second map.
Certainly a confidence booster through everything they had at that comeback on map one. But said Sentinels. Well, now a curveball here at map two, and maybe some early learnings here to find on the side of Fnatic. Excited to see, really. I mean, it will be the face-off. Maybe not in the first half here between Alpha and Zekken. Maybe not so much Kayak in that regard.
All right, one Sheriff for Zekken. And obviously on the other side, you're going to see them try and go farming here. But a big investment, Kron, Kayak, prized possessions they don't want to be losing, and a 5-play stack. So they better avoid one side of this map if they know it's good for them. But let's see if they
ย้อน
can
เว
just
ลา
test
มัน
out
น่า
the
จะรี
waters.
เลือด
Puts a lot
รี
of
ยูทิลิ
pressure
ตี้
on
ที่ใช้ไป
I'd say
ทั้งหมดกลับ
Crashes
มา
to kind of do this good scouting to
Good
make
man,
sure they
yeah.
don't fall into these sort of traps.
คุณนะ
in place. And it looks like
แบบ
they're aiming towards
แดด
middle
เข้า
to
ไป
begin
แล้วปาสกิลแล้วกดย้อนกลับมาคืนให้หมดทุกอย่างเลย
ถ้าอย่างนั้นคนเล่นเยอะนะ
Still cautious.
ดูเก่งนะอย่างนั้นอะ
Any early
King
advantage
word.
here in round two.
Ooh, okay. Narrate goes down
เดิน
nice.
ภาพเดินเดะ
Enough correction in the end round
ค่
from
อย
the second. This is
ๆคอนแทคกัน
beginning
ไป
to
เรื่อยๆใช่ไหม
built. The other
ก้อน
four
เนื้อเนี่ยไปด้วยกัน
percent
เนี่ยกระจุก
not
นะ
really all that enthused by this round, are they?
ใช้แท็บแชมเบอร์
Especially when you look back
หา
towards the
ข่าว
map now.
อันตราย
Big gap. Ground to cover.
Good call from Fnatic though. They'll be happy enough with that.
Still so cautious of
Yep.
a snake in the water here. We'll find a clean plant though. Able to get themselves out of sight as well. Yeah, really scratching their heads now.
I said not here. The second is getting closer. Doors shut though. Nope. Doors open. And Fnatic would like to find the
farmหมดเลยเหรอ
opponents. It does seem a little bit of hide and seek so far,
ตู
but
ฟาร์ม
Kayak
ออฟเลยไง
going to take down Zekken, who did have that sheriff. So the main
Yeah.
sort of danger weapon gone.
Keep
Speaking
fire.
of weapons, there is one now dropped.
Launching thorns.
Have to see if they can recover this or keep it out of their hands. But Zelsis, this is a lot. That's 3 players here. They're going to make Fnatic work for this.
เฮ้ย
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Still trying to keep them in market here. Well, that's you both
ไม่
ย
ร
อ
อ
ด
ด
คิวอยู่เลยเหรอ
Okay, Vandal back in. Everything recovered. So yeah,
รู้
Vandal
สึก
Phantom
ได้
and
โค
the
ตรคุ้ม
Guardian
อะ
still in
ได้ทั้งอ
rotation.
อฟทั้ง
Difficult to really
ตัง
place
ค์
the
ทั้ง
weapons
สกิล
in
ฝั่ง
that
ข้าม
situation. Almost want to force Fnatic a little deeper, maybe to fall to the spike, but the plant position. A little bit of safety here. Damage done though.
พี่โบ๊ทบอกแค่คลิกซ้ายค้างไปเรื่อย
Going to cause problems for the purchase here. And obviously the offset to that being Alpha. So the ability to buy up effectively a Guardian in the back pocket.
ๆรอบหน้าพี่โบ๊ทซื้อโซ่มาล่ามอัลฟาเตอร์แล้วจนกว่าจะเล่น
Outside
จบ
the
แมตช์
map
ห้าม
for Zekken
ห้ามลุก
this
ไปไหน
time. Does have Zelsis
ล็อก
here
กับเก้า
too.
อี้ไว้ถ้ามันจะยืนก็ต้องเอาเก้าอี้ไปด้วย
Remain very early. Again, this tempo from Fnatic is slow. We've been kind of talking about this. Very, very slow and steady.
Yeah, and certainly some
attacking sides.
question marks here of what Zekken's going to be doing. Does enable a lot of defensive aggression. And Alpha
Shot.
beheaded. In similar setup though to what we saw earlier on. It's not Alpha to lead the charge here, but rather sell the fake elsewhere.
I quite like the deeper positioning from Narrate. We've seen that
Yeah,
Fnatic do like to
don't
prioritize that
come on,
deeper
maybe
terrain
Hondo,
control as
right?
well. If he can police this, it'd be impressive, but it's difficult. Fnatic once
Don't
again
bet, yeah.
taking that territory.
เฮ้ย เกือบน่าจะเล่น
Kayak tries to get a little technical with it, but Narrate comfortable on the pressure. So far, so
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Actually overextends and
Yeah,
is
Narrate.
rewarded.
Two with the Bulldogs, by the way.
Bulldog
Massive value found. Will force now Chronicle both to consider just
Both
holding on
cut.
to this weaponry.
Not many opportunities for play here with that spike going through tree, as said.
I
If
mean,
it all goes
เซฟเลย
wrong,
ว่าโบนัสเล่านะ
you're kind of stuck there.
เซฟเลย
They
เกาะ
do have the
เกาะยัง
benefits.
ไม่ลด
Only Alpha that's broken.
ใช่
Put himself as close to a real weapon as
เหลือเชื่อ ไม่เคยเห็นมาก่อน
amount of credits left in the bank. The Sentinels here on the board.
ทำไมวันนี้ดูวาโล
Sen.
รู้สึกเป็นเซฟมันปล่อยเอง
มันเล่นไม่มั่นใจ
It's
มั้ง
only really Kayak and
ปกติ
Alpha
น้อยนะ
making progress here. Crashes as well.
ในลีกอะน้อยนี่ที่ว่าแบบเซฟ
Yeah,
แล้ว
Narrate
เซฟ
goes
อีกอะ
huge here with Bulldog. Awkward there from Kayak's position. Snappy onto Crashes as
เซฟ
well.
ไม่
who
พักเลยอะ
had a rough first map. We'll see him certainly establish himself early on here on Ascent.
Yeah, and a little bit scary as well if Narrate starts going early. You saw how that last map ended. I mean, he was on a high note and a half.
Oh, he's buzzing up on his feet.
Oh, and a little bit of a deeper exploration coming out from Zek in there. So this feels like this fight's going to be happening a lot, right? Between Alpha and Zek and fighting for that sort of early space on maybe B main or over towards A. This time Zelsis there with him. And they are waiting. This time Alpha, a bit of damage done.
เกือบละเกือบละ
Wants to clear this util, but couldn't quite crest the corner.
We really want to see them remove the...
มันเทคหน้าบีคืน
Yeah.
They should have noted on this side of the map.
Narrate's been fairly quick to rotate over towards A. He's making moves now. But this time around, the difference being Fnatic sit behind this. Spike still over towards the B
เห็น
side.
แบบนี้แล้วอยาก
Zek
ให้
is
มันไป
still
เจอกับเปเปอร์เล็ก
commanding
ให้แม่งดันไปสู้กันให้
space
จบ
into B main.
Zek's been
อุ้ย
outdone this time.
นี่แหละครับ
เม็ดเดียวครับ
Between these two so far in these rounds.
ลำบากเลยอย่าง
เจ
งี้
อเอง
Some stall on this site. Can buy a bit of time. We saw that earlier rotation
Well,
coming out from Narrate. Now he wants to get back. Can Zelsis buy some precious seconds? Can he keep Fnatic away from the door?
กดแล้วมันเอาสกิลการเด่นมาวางไว้ลึกๆไอ้ยไม่มาเอาไอ้
Slips in the smoke. Takes
I
away
right have
Alpha. Looks for some more damage.
ชื่อ
He
สกิล
can't
เหรอ
do much
ไอ้
more.
เบลด
Kind of pinned in at this point.
เออ
Had
เสื้
to
อ
go
วาย
ใช่ว่า
cat.
แพงอะ
ไม่เอามาวางไว้ลึกเลยเพราะรู้ว่าตี
Zelsis
ช้าแน่นอน
catch him. He actually caught the backside of it as well.
Yeah, but overextension towards CT. I thought
เดิ
they
นหน้า
could
ที่ไป
try
หน่อย
at times see if someone could swing off him. But Chronicle
แต่ก็
goes down and leaves it in this
โดนไล่แล้วนะ
3v3.
ก็ต้องออกมา
Now to send them break back through towards the site itself. Look at the utility they have. One flash for John QT. That's it pretty much, and one smoke for Bang. Difficult to breach this side of the map. And that's it. That's pretty much it. Two towards Cat. High flash swing. Away we go. Crash. He's blind. What is that? Bang still firing on all cylinders though. He knows where Kayak is. But it ain't enough to
แต่มัน
kill
เป็น
him.
คาร์ดกักไง
Kayak survives and Fnatic make it out like bandits.
พี่โบ๊ทบอกเลยเดี๋ยวกูลุกเอง
The
ไม่ต้องลุก
Scratch is alive there to find a kill. Maybe just a catch on the flash themselves, but
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
Alpha
เฮ้ยคุณ
crispy on the entry.
คุณไนท์เนี่ยเลดมาโอ้โหลิงบุ๊ก thank you เด้อน้อง
Almost lining up a 4K here.
God, Bang.
นอนดึกจัง
Close
เลย
on that.
นี่ตีสี่
I was like, bro.
เอาเวิร์กไปที
Damn. Okay, timeout early for Sen though. They're touching base up on
มี
what,
สาม
round
แมปทำไง
5.
วะเนี่ย
They've hit the brakes here. Not liking it. Maybe just kind of trying to
มีสามแมปทำไงก็ตีห้าดิครับ รอเลยพี่ว่าของของเซนมันดูฝืนๆไปปะแต่มันอาจจะมีทีเด็ดตอนบุกก็ได้นะ เห็นไปตกปลาที่เท่อยู่นะพี่เลยมีโอกาสด้วยกันสักทีอยากไปเนี่ยพี่อะพร้อมเลยถ้าวันไหนไม่มีดูอะพี่ออกได้ทุกวันเลยเราอยากไปไหนอะเฮ้ยหายยังน่าจะหายละนานละเห็นป่วยอยู่
ทำงาน 11:30 น.
พรุ่งนี้เหรอ
3
ใกล้แล้วเดี๋ยวจบโตลอนโตนี่ว่างแล้วมาสเตอร์โตลอนโต
Operator is in, but so force on the other side.
มันจะชิงแล้ว
Second taking a look. Knife comes in, probably going to catch one there. Imagine that connected. As Zekken decides to rattle off a shot, but back away. That opens up gap for Fnatic.
ตกเปล่าอย่าตก
Towards
ถัง
a pace change on
สี
both
เขียวนะครับ
sides, though. As soon as the tour de force is out,
Active fight
the
on towards
operators
street.
here, yeah.
เฮ้ย
Actually, the spam up to kayak.
And
อย่าไปยอมครับต้อง
Oh, narrate!
ต้องสู้
How you diffing kayak
อย่ายอมมันยิงหัวเราเลยนะเว้ย
already.
เรียบร้อย
See this
เรีย
coming
กแม
in,
น
try and clear out, and it does. Hunter's Fury does well to
มัน
catch
ดู
out
ด
the
ใช้
raid,
กั
but
น
they
ง่าย
made
จั
a
งวะ
hard work
แอน
to
ติ
play
ส
on
ว่าน
Cat, a real different hold. They're just playing it forward a little in unison.
เหมือน
Big
รู้สึก
opportunities
แบบ
for Alpha to bring in the ult
พวกนี้พอ
either.
รู้ตำแหน่งนี้ปุ๊บมันรู้มันต้องแบบ
ว่างสองวีคเหรอ
ทำยังไงให้แบบเปอร์เซ็นต์โดนสูงอ่ะ
Pause for thought here from
หัวเขียว
Fnatic. Even 4v4, but John QT tagged down to 47, so slight
เล่นนึกว่าไหนคอร์สเป็นเก็กโค้ด้วยอ๋อไม่ใช่
Alpha once again curious.
นั่น
Does
ไง
have the spike himself as well, so
โคตรกดดัน
ข่าวไปทั่ว
นี่อ่ะ
crashes can come and reinforce this, but
อ่ะ
it's Zekken
ปาดเลยครับผมวัยรุ่น
And look at the
Mount
time.
once more.
The word
Oh.
melons is coming to mind.
แล้วพี่จอนเขาแบบ
Yeah, we're getting closer, but Bang's still here.
ไม่สงสัยอะไร
That's everything. And Bang's currently getting curious. Dealt with by Kron. A messy shot from him.
แพ้ตัวเองว่ะ
Zelsis can't get there in time just yet. And look how disconnected Kron is. This
พี่
is
จอน
so
เขามืดจัด
difficult for Zelsis to clear out.
โอ้โหแล้วคนนี้ขึ้นไปยืนอย่างนี้
Dart, shock darts back in play as well.
ทีมแบบปิดเกมอ่ะ
Second that Zelsis
รี
gets
โพซิ
close
ชั่น
to
ไป
the
เวอร์
side,
เกิน
gets contact.
เมื่อกี้มันยังยิงเพื่อนเขาอยู่ในไซส์อยู่เลย
Checkmate of Kron's position surely comes in, and it's there. Lovely positioning. I thought they were too late then, Mike, but they are letting that clock.
คอมแม่งเล่นช้าที่มีประสิทธิภาพเดียวนะไปพังของตรงนี้ไปแจกข่าวตรงนี้
Side of Zelsis, but just a really bizarre
แต่หลักๆ
exchange
ชอบเล่น
here.
ช็อตนะคอมเนี่ย
Towards short, it's only really the Hunter's Fury that opens things up for
จอน
Fnatic.
รั่วเลยตอนนี้จอน
Zekken shows his hand with the operator. Able to deal with it. Couple of ultimates now online for Sentinels. Still got Kayak though.
ก็EUC จะไปหาดู
Yeah,
นอก
look
ส
at
ถาน
the
ที่
pressure coming out of B main too. It's kind of look towards middle.
เฮ้ย
Pushing
เอาวาทีเด็ด
four of us here. And there is. They're fighting together. Sen, kick up the pace.
จับ
And
กุม
they
ว่ะ
rip apart Fnatic. Both
นี่มันต้องชวนทะเลาะอย่างนี้
have a mountain to climb. Alpha rattles off the bullet. They now know where he is. Spike's in a dangerous position too. Alpha wants that back. Boast already trailblazing away. Alpha gets the spike, he gets away. Now where do they go? It feels like it has to be
เฮ้ย
towards
ไปเข้าเอเลยได้เล่นนั่นแหละ
There's pressure elsewhere.
เราต้องหาก่อนนะ
They're not gonna
ให้
watch
เพื่อนไปวางเนี่ย
Surely
Right?
not.
Oh my.
Yeah.
No. Why is this choice feels
คิดมากคนคิดมาก
There's not going to be any
Playing Sen's
confirmation for,
rotating?
for Sen, but this is certainly bold.
Oh my god, they might.
นี่อ่ะโอเคแล้วเนี่ย
Oh, they catch more than the
อัน
timing.
นี้ได้ละ
They catch Zekken.
But do they read that as Sentinels have already rotated and now go back towards B? Zels is still in a position to
You
do
weird.
damage.
He's thinking about it, isn't he, Alpha? And with Zelsis still alive,
ที่ว่ามันเข้าไหนผมว่ามันเข้าบี
he triggers it. Trying to
Yeah,
bait it out to look
Hey,
back
Ewa.
like a double fake potentially and a late
Both
lurk.
is
Oh,
on
yeah.
Oh my word.
That was close. That was so damn close to smoke.
เซลซีต้องเช็คอ่ะโอ้
And Sen
ไม่ทัน
have
แล้ว
to
วะ
react to it. They have to respond to it to some extent. But it is the play towards A
Boy,
now. Plants can be coming down.
โอ้โหหลอกแบบ
Navigate this.
หลอกหัวหมุนอะ
Paranoia still there.
That's
Oh,
huge actually.
hey, wall
5
ตรงกลาง
seconds
มัน
on
ทำงาน
smoke as
นะ
well for Boaster.
Door shut as well. Where's he off to? They don't know, we do. Smoke gonna go in. Ult's popped. Alpha's out of it, but they're gonna flood the site now. Sen looking to try and clear, trying to maybe catch Boaster in the meantime. Paranoia is still in play. There it is, posted. Alpha, you gotta come into this one. And he checks it, it's
Oi.
clear for now. They are hunting them down, but Alpha denying. Boaster trying to live as long as he can.
เรียบร้อย
The man
โอ้โหโอเปอเจอร์เอาดิ เอาดิ ยืนดิ
damage.
มึงนำเยอะๆอย่างเงี้ยเขายืน
โคตรบ้า
อย่าไปยืนเราสำคัญ
A little awkward there. The paranoia could have connected potentially
down, sit
onto
down.
Alpha. Not sure of the range, but what a recovery.
Player standing.
It takes everything from Alpha. 4 kills for him.
apologize,
And this pace change really from Sentinels. Actually, the second timeout coming through.
Boasters up. Boasters up. You shouldn't be losing, what, 2v4?
ของแท้เซนถึงก็เรียกคุยเลยเฮ้ยมันยืนแล้วเดี๋ยวจอนมันของหมดจริงวะ2 วันแล้ว จอนไม่จัดเลยดิโอทีเพิ่งเสร็จฮะตี 4อะนะ
That's when you watch the minimap back and it's a round of seconds, millimeters almost. But a huge win for Fnatic to find their 5th. Sentinels now really a stinger and a sheriff for Zekken.
8 ช็อตนี้เลยเหรอ
Tuck themselves back into a deeper hold for sure.
They've been abusing Cat over and over again.
Yeah, they have, yeah.
And I quite like the occasion, Nerate's been trying to play a little close towards Tree, but then we had that Chron and Crashies round that just battered them. Sen finding it hard. They've been so close a couple of times, but it's just not quite been there. Steadying. You can see that Fnatic getting that protocolist right. Early clear.
เหมือนไม่มีประโยชน์ไอ้วอลไว้อะ
It's all ahead of 60 seconds.
แม่งมาโดดแล้วมันก็ไปยื้อเวลาเล่นใหม่บางทีก็ว้าวุ่นเลย
Very well. Making those rotations now difficult, and Alpha gets let off the leash. Has a glance towards middle. It's still building towards A.
Say ult here for Kayak as well, so the drone will come through if it doesn't confirm. Maybe a UCB actually. Spam almost catching on John QT.
Oh, safety found in the smoke there. Almost a second of thought for it. And Alpha's
โคตรกดดันอะตอนเนี้
Fnatic
ย
playing the
เซนอะ
entire map
There's
on
a
the
3-play
attacking
stack.
side.
เข้าใจฟิวอาร์คิวแล้วไม่เล่นไม่ได้ยังไง
So they've actually got the read right here, but you
มึ
look
ง
at
เล่น
the
เหมือนโดน
weaponry, that's
ไฮไลท์
the
กำลัง
hard
คืบ
part
คลาน
here.
เข้ามา
Sen
เรื่อย
getting the tempo right, getting the read right, but with 25 seconds it can go wrong. Fnatic could have left this too late, but let's find
เอ
out.
ต้องขยับ
24
เร็ว
seconds.
เดี๋ยวโดน
They've
ตั
got
ด
to make
ปี
a play
เดี๋ยวรู้
here.
รออยู่
Still coming in, and Crash is taking those brave first couple of steps. Good work from Zekken. Good
That's the
stall.
omen, yep.
It's 17 seconds now. They got to get
Oi.
towards the back of the side poster. Makes a meal of it, but lands it in the end. Zekken again.
ไฮไลท์
โอ้
กลาง
เซ็นว่ะ
Zekken
ไฮ
is
ไลท์กำลังคืบ นี่อ่ะ
lands a shot and Kayak is sweating bullets. This one's
หลัง
over.
จากยืน
Heroics from
หลังจาก
Zekken
ยืน
doing the damage to Fnatic.
หลังจากยืน
Gets the ball. I mean, Fnatic
นี่ขนาด
victims of their
Eco
own
นะ
success here.
โอ้โหมันของมันแรงจริงว่ะอัลฟาเจอร์ไม่ไหววะ
Then playing right into Sentinel's hands. Or the hands of that man right there.
It's a scary player to get going, to get confident, to get feeling out this game. Look at these
10 seconds
shots.
left. One enemy remaining.
Good.
And then you look at all that, and Bang's
Second layer.
still there, just waiting.
That rock
Nice.
solid
Time.
player.
Play time, boys. Play time.
The mascot
Second
50
ดือด
coming through. Beautiful highlight there for Zekken. But can they keep these reads up, right? They've got to keep a grip on Fnatic, who are looking slippery.
Boaster down on the stinger now. Broken by
Retrieving flash.
for Fnatic. Second one away from the ultimate again, but John QT and Narrate have theirs to invest. Still sitting on Kayaks. Now Chronicle.
There.
Rip away the
Missile
advantage here in terms
Oh.
of the purchase for Kayak. That's 60.
What?
What?
จบเลยครับ
Houdini in the server, because that was just
ของ
simply
หมด
magic.
ได้ไง
How
วะ
has he gotten two there? No right at all. Great knife timing on that one to connect though. Gets at least tonight able to invest the ult. So now the plant's going to come in, but they're in a 5v3.
Sentinel's giving this up already. You can see them tucked into the
Cancel,
side.
yeah. What the hell was that from Kayak? Give me that on a replay,
I mean,
please.
the first, maybe.
Second.
Outrageous.
Show me it back. Can't take it. You got a feeling away for SEN. They can't get that momentum on their side, right? Yeah, a brilliant round from Zekken. Heroics from him. Right back, cool. Okay, Kayak's behind us and he's just gotten two.
Well,
All
especially now, if you're Kaplan, you got to just sit back and watch these rounds.
Yep.
It all rides on John QT in the server.
อะไรวะเมื่อกี้มันจะได้ราวแบบดีๆมา
Round 8 here for Fnatic.
หรือแค่เมื่อกี้อัลเฟอร์มันจัดให้จริง
Wow.
เขาจะมาจัดให้เดี๋ยวรอ
The
เอาไปยิง
turning
สอง
point for them
คิ
in
วอ่ะ
terms of momentum
จั
and
ดให้
establishing
ให้
themselves
อีกรอบหนึ่ง
now
ๆจะจัดให้เรื่อยๆฮะ
with a 4-round lead. Certainly got the funds to support that.
Oh, he
spots him in the smoke.
โอ้โห
That is
ตาย
absolutely
หนึ่งเลยตายสองด้วยดิแบงเงียบเลยว่ะตอนนี้
Who's looked so sharp. I said coming alive in
ถือว่าวาร์ป
map
แล้ว
one.
มันต้องกระโดดเหรอโยรุ
Yeah, Kayak is an absolute
ใหม่
gunner.
ก็เห็นสูตรมันก็
apparently. Okay, we've got a couple of
วาร์ปไปในเทียนสลาย
for
ค่อยกระโดด
a
นะ
while now. We've been kind of keeping track of that. Kron's got his. He wanted it in that previous one, but actually the knife denied it, and then they had a round regardless. On the other side, though, Zekken
บ
one
อล
away.
ไปช็อตปะ
John QT's got his. Narrate's got his. Need to see something around this, though. Once again, respecting Fnatic to have all of this mid control. Not much of a test towards this.
Yeah, Sentinels have not been dipping their
แผน
toes
มัน
in.
แผนมัน
No
ลึกลับ
operator,
Yeah,
no challenge on
whatsoever.
it.
วอลปิด
Don't
หน้าบี
fancy it.
ใช่ปะแล้วก็ใช้แฟลชเคลียร์กลางดันจังหวะแรก
Second now sitting on 3K.
เพราะว่าสแกน A
Deeper wall.
เดินกลาง
Yeah, 'cause I mean, Fnatic were able to pull this out very early on in the previous
Map.
rounds.
Oh god. Kayak again.
เขาเรียกว่าแผนเอาไฟ power เข้ายัด
Rabbit in there, had to pull out. No, pretty simple, but the
Bye,
timing's
Gole.
right for Bang. Takes away
Bye, Power,
Alpha,
Gole.
trying to maybe scale into this and stalled out on shore. Uh-oh. Time to run. Okay, they're good.
Chronicle ahead of this now with the spike. Actually not going to be isolated.
Okay, this is nice though.
มันน่าจะเก็บไป
This
ใช้
time
ตอน
around,
รีเทส
do get to invest the ult here. So just those classics waiting, but I've heard something about those Sentinels classics. That makes me a little bit nervous here. And even Kayak investing you, so I want to clear house.
นี่ไง
Come down.
แบงค์นี่อย่าพอเจอเงียบๆปุ๊บมาเลยครับ
From Bang. He could be on for the ace. 8 HP
Bang
in a
on the
dream.
speed.
Celsius gets the job done. But beauty from
ตัว
Bang
สี่ได้
there.
ไงวะนะ
The desperation to capitalize
เขาบอก
on
แบงค์เงียบๆ
Chronicle's
เอาไปสี่
ultimate is their downfall.
Seconds left.
Up against the ropes in hell. I mean, the flash is perfect. And
Enemy
โคตร
remaining.
เดือด
you can't fault the first two swings here.
I'll have what I.
Just when you think it might be the moment Fnatic stabilize here with the lead.
ทำไมสีหน้าโค้ดไม่ดูไม่ดีเลยวะได้ราวนะเว้ยดีใจเลยดิ
Still separate these teams.
I like this.
Like I said, yeah, with the funds in the previous. Zekken now on the operator, sorry.
But also that maybe they're willing to, I don't want to say challenge middle, but let's see how they maybe want to approach it. Kayak wants to test early.
เฮ้ย
Second.
Well, just, I was going to say,
second
What was the plan?
a really
เพื่อน
awkward
ออกมาเทรดให้ไม่ทัน
Maybe
ด้วย
some comfort on the
there.
agent? I don't know. That didn't seem like he
เดดแมนวะ
went the way he wanted. So Narrate now.
Whoa.
What is going on in these couple of moments here? Zekken, sorry, excuse me, Celsius is still on this side. So they felt pressure in market and through main. This feels very indicative of this B hit, but we've seen how slippery Fnatic can be. Hesitation on rotation, but Bang closing the gap. He should be the checkmate here. Keep Celsius steady in holding this side, but
John.
QT's gone down. There's still a wall behind here. TP could be taken for Bang, but if even another 4K, it's ridiculous. Fnatic slow and steady has been working, smothering Sentinels. The plant up
เลือก
next.
ไปทีละคนทีละคนทีละ
Bang,
ค
I
น
mean, he was a hero before, but this, I don't think is in the wheelhouse today.
มันดูมั่นใจอัดเซนของมันมากเลยไอ้
Look for an exit.
เหมือนมันเพิ่งทำมาแล้วแบบ
Again, maybe even retrieve the operator.
สำหรับ
But
ทัวร์นี้เนี่ย
both are tucked into pizza.
And again, I come back to the start because I quite like the idea, kind of playing a little bit deeper initially, waiting for that early wave of util, and then maybe taking a glance. But it felt like maybe just a bit of discomfort on the agent for Zekken. It didn't look like obviously that was what he wanted. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dearie me.
ตายดีกว่า
เดดแมนครับอัน
Bang,
นี้
if you survive.
เรียวเดดแมน
It
So
ain't
if you're
gonna
gonna kill
happen.
it,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, an early TP from Kayak and the clone. I think he knows he's got him back to rights.
Yeah. I see it.
Beautiful play up middle.
พี่ว่าจะมีคนก๊อปคอมนี้ปะ
And again, it's just the time
Yeah.
that it takes him to
ต้องเรียนรู้ก่อนใช่ไหม
pull the
ไปถึ
operator.
ง
And
คอมเซน
that's,
อ่ะ
yeah, I mean, Kayak's on the
อ๋อ
angle.
คอม
So
เต้นเร็วนะ
Just an ankle
ยาก
shown.
ไม่มีทางเลยนี่ศูนย์
That was enough for the shot from Narrate then.
One enemy remaining.
big round from Alpha though,
ประเทศเทโจ
paving the
ยัง
way
โหดอยู่อะไม่แน่
towards B side for Fnatic. And
เดี๋
the
ยวจะเล่น
trade-off
ไม่ได้
again. Look at that timeline. Last 4 going back and forth here.
Lovely matchup actually between these two. I'm
แต่
liking it.
เซตอัพง่ายอยู่นะของเอ
And
เวอร์ติก
again, it's
อะ
that whole idea of being better to
Stop
be
it.
remembered for ambition.
จำแค่ไม่กี่อย่าง
For obedience, playing their own way.
ดูไม่ซับซ้อนนะ
bringing out new agents, as
ใช่
in
ดู
on
ไม่
this
ซับ
way,
ซ้อน
like,
ง่ายๆ
it's
เล
either
ย
hit or a miss, fair play, you know, you can call it
ยากสุดคือไป
how you
เอา
see
ลี
it.
คอน
This is
ของ
the first
แคท
half
ที่
on
มา
the
จบละ
defensive side. But then you
อัน
look
นั้น
at
คือคีย์
Fnatic, of course,
ยากสุด
rewarded
คือ
so
ต้องไป
far
ฆ่า
with this
คนให้
chamber
ได้ด้วย
adjustment Chronicle as well.
ต้องแม่น
on
ด้วย
that vice.
ต้องแม่นด้วย อันนี้คือเรื่องที่ยากที่สุดเลย ถ้าเดินไปโดนเขารวบ โดนเขา
Fnatic
แฟด
have
เนี่ย
been
เรียบร้อย
in control in terms of, like I said, playing the entire map, drawing out this util very early on, but
โอ้โหแล้วมีโยรุคอยไปนู่นไปนี่
don't spring into action.
ดูดิต้องถอยมาเล่นกันซีดีมาแม่ง
Say when they do try to dig their heels, and that also hasn't suited them.
No.
คอมไม่งกินพื้นที่มาก
Other than some heroics from Zekken here and there.
This is... They're playing back both.
Really?
30 seconds yet, and they've read it so well. Where are you meant to go? Zekken trying to buy him time with the ult coming in, but still Zelsis has to lean forward. Boaster takes him down. He was actually set into motion well. Narrate does a little bit of damage from CT. 20 seconds, starting to fumble on time, and already Bang going to take the quick TP and the ult invested towards the back of sight. 15 seconds for Fnatic. Come on, you got to get towards the site here. Zelsis set up for success. Bang on the trade. Can't do enough. 7 seconds and a plant is wanted. Does Kayak get given that freedom? No, he does not. Narrate there, denying the plant, and Fnatic leaving it way too late.
What's the setup here? 10, 15 seconds earlier. It's teed up for Fnatic, but
แมตติกเล่นคอมนี้นี่คือแมต
once
ต์นั้น
more,
แม่ง
I dare say it, victims
Think
of their own
about
success. They have so much space to play into, so much freedom where they're almost second guessing themselves in some of these situations. Bang to spring the trap once more. 3 on the round from the rate. Quiet half from him. You can hear Zelsis now trying to rally the troops towards a 5th here to close out the first half.
Trying to ignite something. It's been a hard game to get that kind of momentum building. And it's something actually to keep that away from Sentinels. They are a team that never feel truly down and out, no matter the scoreline, no matter the map, no matter the matchup. The way that Fnatic are playing this
หลังจาก
slow
ยิ้มก็เนี่ยจะฆ่า
LDS ground has been hard to build momentum from. And again, Bang getting caught off there. Just that kind of 1v1 over on A main that was slowly building.
Yeah, it was a warbang as well, so that's just the edge of the... John be on the top of the boxes, but have to wait and see.
He's not been having a highlight game. Narrate, on the other hand, has been nice from John QT.
โอ้ยยังได้อ
Way
ยู่
to
ตอน
make up for what's not been a good affair yet. Can he do any more though? No, goes down with a lot of
London
util
King.
as well. Cleared out by Boaster. Besting the other
Deploy.
IG out. And Quad support, not letting them fight alone. Security
block up.
found for the plant.
อีเล็กพูดเยอะ
Zelsis, just a formality in the pathing back for Fnatic. Making it up to 8,
กันยังไงอะ
keeping
รูด
Sen on just these 4 rounds.
ผมแบบ
Mike, this one
ต่างมันต้องเซ็นอยู่แล้ว
เอาน้ำมากินเนี่ย ขนาดนี้เวลาไปกันต่อ DC ยังมาอยู่อีกอะ
looks with this chamber. We've seen this sort of stuff. Kayak, of course, that amazing ability to be able to pick up those 2 kills on the A site. Ridiculous at times. However, we go in. Sentinels. Are we going 3? Or do you have it in 2? Only 4 rounds to their name. It is a long path back.
แดดตามโดนป่ะ
Did see that
ที่แท็บไปดิยังไงดีที
face
นี้
off initially in the first half
แล้วเบรก
between
ปุ๊บมา
Zekken
หมดแล้วครับ
and Alpha. Certainly more so here in the second. Is set piece going to come through for the Sentinel. Zekken up
โอ้โห
close and
ทั้งไว้
personal.
ทั้งแชมเบอร์
Doesn't find any contact. Actually, Chronicle
โอ้
finds
เซ
it.
เคนเองอีกแล้ว
That corner, uncontested, was wild. It felt like they checked off every other part of the map. It was a very well crafted approach, but still, does a bit of damage. And look at Narrate, 34 HP and tucks in towards help. Looks like Short is the way forward here. Slow and steady for Fnatic once again, waiting, and Sentinels tired of it. Try and get involved again, punished.
เจอแบบ
Zealous is
3
the
วะ
only
เนี่ย
one to make out with
เดิ
a
นมามอบเลยครับ
positive trade
เดิน
here.
แบบ
He's
3
fallen. Alpha doing what he needs. Even crashes
ผมไม่
now
บอก
on
แต่
his
ยืนเอง
feet. Boaster in prime
Wait,
high
yeah.
series form, giving
เจอ
it
เพื่อนเก่า
large.
เนี่ย
There's a line there that I won't repeat. Maybe another day. So Chronicle just, yeah, no pressure whatsoever. Move the tip of the spear here and to a 4v4 ahead of the plant coming through, but Alpha.
That's tasty.
มันลั่นอยู่เนี่ยวันเนี้ย
Shot here to seal the
ลั่น
deal
ลั่น
ในช็อตโวช
under
ม
their
ด้วย
belt. So Sentinels can get anything going here to
จับแชมเบอร์
flip
ส่ง
round
พ
2,
ลัง
but only classics.
I mean, this is
จับอะไรก็ได้ที่ไม่ใช่
starting
ESO
to
ตอน
look
เนี้ย
like that Icebox third map is becoming a reality between these two. First map didn't feel as explosive.
จากดวลไร้พ่ายกลายเป็นอะไร
This
ก็
is
ไม่
only
รู้
a
เลย
test. Be careful here. They are close by. Those classics can do work, but again, shot in the dark and Alpha is rewarded. Zekken disrespecting it, takes a glance in and then dips out.
Would, peel away now. John QT, the only casualty. Zelsis HP bar as well, down to 32.
John's been having a bit of a nightmare as well.
Yeah,
Rough
yeah.
game for him.
Able to really have a say in a lot of these rounds. See a fairly thankless role on the KO, but certainly expect a little more from him.
Shadows traveling.
He's timing on that smoke actually. See the paranoia.
Yeah, I was going to say, inside the smoke, so...
There we go. Tron. Oh, he's so well controlled, but Sen
Wait.
digging in their heels
They
this
lin, they
time.
lin.
Hold on. Anything they can recover, any plant to be had would be perfect. So Narrate going to go for the plant and Zekken put on guard duty. Now Dron going to find the first and they look to flood. Zekken going to be trying to make this one happen here. Narrate by his side, going to spot the players do the dance. Oh, and it's so
Oh,
simple.
Medela.
Fnatic not
Yeah.
really giving any room for Sen to get up to anything.
Keep 2 rifles from
กฎ
this.
ข้อแรกข
We'll
องการ
find
เล่น
the
ในแข่ง
10.
คือแม่งต้องยิงรีคอนให้ได้
Oh, charge
จะตัว
wise,
ตาย
gonna
ใช่ปะ
prioritize crashes on the
เรื่อง
Hunter's
บันไล
Fury.
หมดแล้ว
Maybe. Maybe just go through the housekeeping.
มันจะเสียทามมิ่งยังไงก็ตามแต่ต้องยิงรีคอน
Comfortably, 3 still alive. As I need a bit more fire with Sentinels, Mike. There's just a bit of a whimper here.
Now's the time to make a stand. Long road back into the second half with Fnatic kicking things off with 2.
นี่คืออะไรเขาไม่มีรีเพย์อะไรให้ดูหรือว่าดูแล้ว
Bucky and a Sheriff. Boaster back on
น่าจะหลับ
one of
อยู่
his trademarks of old.
Yep. A vintage look coming back in.
Yeah, Fnatic rounds to play with almost, so expect them to ride the economy out. Maybe looking to actually get an operator on the board nice and early.
This is scary though. Jump spot top middle, and now Paranoia comes in.
โอ้โห
Alpha's
แข่ง
really
จัด
got such
ใจถึง
confidence.
อะไรขนาดนั้น
Smoke was still in play, and he knows it now.
รุ่นใหญ่
The snap towards Zelsis was filthy. Still gonna get his man. I thought it was Zekken on the chopping block, but he
มันยืน
gets
แบ
to
บโอ้
live.
โห
Zekken recalled to avoid being
เซ
pinged
ต
by
อั
the
พ
dart
เซตอัพ
there.
โคตรดีอ่ะ
See, it was almost a surprise to see
ทำงาน
somebody swing out from
หนามเปิด
position. 1-for-1 trade now. Damage done to Alpha and Crashies. Argue a slight advantage.
It's an opportunity, isn't it? It
เขาบอก
feels
ว่า
like
โร
they've
เท
been
ตด่าน
lacking
หน้า
those.
จะเอาไอ้นี่ออกสปิดกับเพร์ล
Sentinels will group
แล้วเอา
as
บาย
4,
กลับมากับด่านใหม่
proceeding towards Bosto, who now has the
Yeah.
Bulldog instead.
ดูดีอยู่นะ
Time is going to be, I'm not going to say late, but it's going to be short.
ดูดีเลย
I mean, it's tight if they don't make a move.
Look at this
Because
walk down
Chronicles
mid.
already
เออนี่ขายไม่ค่อยออก
Nothing
เท่าไหร่
behind him.
แต่สปิดนี่ไปแล้วนะ
Yeah, this is going to get deadly because this flank is going to be fast as well. They need to get through side. They still need to clear back boathouse, and they're not investing utility. Want to keep this quiet. Boaster, can you buy the time? Zekken does well. Takes away players from CT. Now Boaster forced to fight for the flank. Comes
พี่
in,
โบ๊ท
2 players.
Dead man
Straight down cat. Nice
ออก
damage.
มาเยอะ
Not a nice job. 6 seconds. Alpha can't do it. Sentinels down to the wire, but clinging on.
a ton of damage done. Fnatic
Big lead,
frugal
no?
in the
Love her,
purchase here, so it feels like best of a
ด่าน
bad
มัน
situation.
สวยวะ
Second, the one to make this a little harder.
One enemy
Fnatic.
remaining.
Snurate with another 3-piece.
Beautiful.
Like I said, the purchase in the previous now to find an operator in the hands of Alpha. See if we can put this to work. He's been present time and time again here in B main and hasn't really had anybody to greet him.
เฮ้ย
Big ping at 6
Ow.
seconds. You've got to be careful. Oh, the spam. But he finds
Yeah,
Kayak.
How's it gone that way? Do they speed up off this, or how do they want to play it? There's a little bit of a question mark around that. Maybe push out on B potentially because the wall got cleared, so they gather up towards Cat. It looks like they really want to continue towards A, but Quad's been solid too. Second, taking space away towards Tree. Boaster coming on bite. Does have that paranoia if Quad needs it, and I think he does now. Yeah, wait, they didn't even check for it. Narrate still doing damage. Bang on, good layering here.
เอาละครับ
Nice
ผม
scaling up towards
ไกล
the
ไหม
site. The
60
spike should be in now.
ก็ตีลาวก็ไม่ไกลเท่าไหร่
Plenty of util, one of the Hunter's Fury, so
Zelsis.
กำลังเพลิน
You couldn't get better positioning in that. The timing. It's time to
Yeah.
run for Alpha. That is too valuable of a possession. You want that operator for late game.
and a big round actually to keep 4 alive. The
Huge.
Sentinels to build back in. Second, was actually trying to remove that advantage. Don't want to see
Hang on,
another one
Timo.
given away here.
Well, they are close. They got to this quick.
แคมเบอร์กับออฟนี่ถ้าไม่ล่านี่ปัญหาใหญ่อยู่นะ ตัวมันชอบแบบเดินออกมาอ่านพิดิก
but I think they're going to
แต่
pull
มา
us
ล่าก็
out.
ปัญหาอยู่
And
หายไปแล้ว
they'll
หนึ่
be
ง
kind of leaving it where it is.
การเงินก็ไม่ดีด้วย
But again,
เอาเซฟด้วยเหรอ
starting to see a little bit more life in Sentinels, Mike. There's a build here. The fact that Zekken got that kill on Kayak still feels ridiculous.
Spam back as well. This is obviously Kayak on the Phantom as well, so no traces to
แอ
even
บอารากี้เหมือน
aim
กัน
that from Zekken.
Spike down.
Right here, Sen
One enemy remaining.
have to commit towards his side as well. I don't want to say disrespecting the utility, but certainly knowing when they have to dial up the pressure.
All right,
วันนี้
well,
แข่ง
This is now looking like a
พี่ดู
big
แข่ง
round
ตั้ง
as
แต่
well in
กี่โม
my
ง
mind. As
ห้า
much as
ทุ่
the
มครับผม
purchase is low for Fnatic,
Sure.
I need Sen to look clean on this.
And it's actually the next that's going to be crucial in terms of stringing together this comeback. Have tour de force and potentially still an
แต่เห็นคอม
operator.
โบเทโจกับ
Alpha
Yeah.
scares the life out of me in
Wait.
these scenarios. When he
ดูว่าตัว
does,
ปลอม
how did that not land? Second.
นี่อ่ะ
Oh, the second time
Yeah.
of asking. Alpha
แล้ว
goes
เป็น
back
เรื่อง
in
เอา
for
ดิ
it. And Alpha
เหี้ยแม่งควัก
a
อัน
block with the
อัน
arm, holds his ground, stands as long as he could, but he goes down. Sentinels now flooding towards the site. Still have mid control, but still 2 to clear on the site
มัน
itself.
ขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
The
เฟเจอร์
Ring's gone, they've got options here. The buy now looking a little less lethal.
แต่ถ้ามัน
at
ควัง
this
มาแล้ว
point.
ตัดได้ทั้งสองนี่น่าจะเป็นเรื่อง
ถ้า
Slow
ยิง
the
โดนก็
tempo, Mike.
จบแล้ว
I want to get a grip
ออ
on
กไม่ได้
this.
แล้ว
Now you got a Bucky and a Stinger to work with. Sheriffs to complement it, but
Easy head. Stunned to the ground.
utility perfectly placed here. And a chance for Sentinel to sweep through sight,
Oh,
but
la
the
iead
crossfire
pao à.
doesn't
Idea,
amounts to
idea.
nothing.
อันติเสร็จแล้วก็บายเลนซ้ายอันติเลนขวา
And Kayak just cut out of the round. John QT needs
Oh.
that maybe in the end, but he gets it.
This is
Oh, that's up.
absolutely huge though, because it draws out the tour de force.
Yes.
2 massive tools to offset potentially a lesser purchase, which is on the brink here for Fnatic.
Oh,
I mean, again though, there's nobody swinging into bottom mid here
yeah.
from Sentinels. I mean, Zekin's up close, but
One enemy.
no
Could you
clearance
imagine?
to these close angles.
Can you imagine if that went the other way? That one shot, look how close that was. Even Alpha's like, how? But still, just... if that had gone the other way, who knows? But
Basically 4 players at 4K and above. Zekin with his ultimate as well. Certainly it'll be awkward here if Fnatic will concede and have to ride a lower purchase.
tense. You're looking at Kron, you're looking at Crashies as well. Those ults are here. Zekin's got his. What's the early approach? Sentinels eyeing up B. Big commitment. Zekin takes a walk first. Has a look. No one up close. Knife not going to find much. This time to fighting Kayak quickly handles Zekin.
เค้นไปกันเลย
That looked all too easy. And Sentinel sent back.
Launching thorns.
Back down to 15 HP, but Sentinel's not really to find a response or a trade there, with Zekin just trying to make use of some aggression through B main. Back to the drawing board now for Sentinels. Question marks across the map for them. Have a trip as well on Alpha with a very deep position, actually tucked into hell. Imagine the TP to get him up out of danger as well.
Cover going out.
Smoke will go up and try to bait out some of this utility. Well, he's deal with the trap, but there's layers to this from Fnatic.
อย่างนี้รู้ว่าเฟกนะวางของอ่ะ
Now actually the clock
อย่าเช็คแล้ว
will apply further pressure now, and actually confirmation here of presence in B main.
เอ้า
Okay, bang. And look at the time though. We're down to 10 seconds. Kron just turreting about, and they've got to try and power forward. Kayak's still alive. Yeah, he's down to 15, but his presence alone is a problem. Sen looked lost without a plan in that.
แล้วทำไม
Losing
โด
Zekin
นบาย
early
ดูไม่ทัน
on. I said
โด
this
นบาย
was
เพื่อน
a
เหรอ
huge opportunity for Sentinels to really apply pressure. Let this pass them by. Beautiful opener from Kayak. And I said able to dip away, deny that trade. So Sentinel's just kind of hoping that somebody from Fnatic would play into their hands.
Good job, boys. Nice round, boys.
There's desperation
Nice round.
towards B. Fnatic grinning really on the back of that.
Don't miss me too much.
And this time around, the adjustments through middle, right? There was similar drone before, but now look at Kai's position though. Playing deeper in towards B main, but pace change coming out. Pressure towards market. Crashes up to the test though, takes away John. Caught on the follow-up and Sen. Falling short when it looked to just matter most. Bang right back into it though. 2 big kills and it's still game on. Flooding through B main.
11หนาวมาก
Trying to get this plant in
วาง
motion.
หนามวางหนามวางห
John's
นาม
gone down here in the end. No one able to retrieve him in this situation.
ซ้ายขวา
3v3 post plant now.
Very early flank coming through now. Crashes does have the Hunter Fury as well. TPS, you're right back out.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
I was going to say, was he going to try and backstab Storm there?
Zelsis on the back pedal.
Don't be bored.
Right up on top. They had no idea. The paranoia not going to affect him either. Rocket send this right back to him. Bang now blind. He was the hero who got them the 2 that made this look doable. Narrate still standing, the king of the 3Ks, 4Ks hell, but he's fallen. And Fnatic break down the door. Looking for the defuse. They've got this
เรียบร้อย
one.
ทำไมทีมอื่นเขาขึ้น 12 กันง่ายจังวะ
Quiet here now.
เอาไปเจอเหรออ่ะเดี๋ยวเรานี้ให้
Point now for Fnatic. Purchase going to be a little shaky on the side of Sentinels. Crash is just timing this to perfection. It's Chronicle to complement that as well.
อันนี้ถ้าเซลซีไม่โดนนี่จบ
Yeah,
เลยนะ
most are over the top.
Zelsis
ค
สำคัญนะเซลซีบางของเสร็จแล้ว
totally
อะ
unaware of that possibility.
มันไม่ทันแล้วมันวางตัว
12 to 7.
Come on, man. Where you running, bro? Where you running?
ไว้ด้วยนี่
Here we are. Icebox looking more and more likely.
นี่แหละเดี๋ยววัดเลยว่าเคิร์ด
a
ป่ะ
brick wall that they can't seem to get above, around.
อุ้ยเซนตีเยอะขนาดนี้ไม่เคิร์ดหรอก
Zek are not given much play in middle this time. Corn and Crashies have been good at this. Till in corner takes a glance, but doesn't fancy it.
This is now looking to re-explore towards this utility that late round.
เราไปก่อนหนึ่ง
Poster. He's
นี่แหละ
down
โบ
one
เตอร์
point.
Oh, the timing is outrageous on this too. Ult goes in, they're still trying to power forward, but Crashies going to take down John QC
จะเคนหัน
again.
ไปทีเพื่อน
But
กู
that's
หายไป
Johnny
สอง
waiting.
พอครับโดนอันติ
Perfectly placed. And now Sentinel scrambling. Zelsis and Bang have to come together to save the day.
Retrieving flash.
Well, Fnatic are taking us the distance. The third map looking so likely. Bang's been great. The Fnatic have been better. We go.
ไปยาวๆครับ
ทำทุกอย่างแล้ววะ
ไม่มีทรงเลยวะแอดเซนเชี่ยโหดเลยขนาดนั้นเหลือเชื่อว่าคอมนี้มันจะโหดขนาดนี้
ห้องน้ำมัน
นี่นะครับภาพ3 แมตช์ 2 ทีม ให้มันสมกับเป็นรอบลึกหน่อยเอ้ย พอแล้วพักก่อน ช่วยกูด้วยกูง่วงนอนแล้วกูจะตายแล้ว
Going to see the continuance of that maybe he was not going to be allowed to stand up again from that chair, but time and time again, especially in rounds like this one, in this 4v2 scenario, how he played around the ultimates that were thrown against him with his abilities as well as Chamber, giving a perfect result for the side of Alpha. I said at the beginning of the day, if you are a SEN fan, you do not want this Alpha to show up.
No, not at all.
The style of attack side that Fnatic was calling fit Alpha so perfectly, and it allowed him to have so many moments where he took over these rounds, ends with nearly a 2.0 KD, and in those slow rounds, they're letting him walk into mid, they're giving him utility to do that in these mid rounds, and Alpha, in those big moments, was constantly stepping up, delivering these opening kills. No one on SEN was positive in the first kill to first death department. Second was down 4, and the majority of that was Alpha just going crazy at the start of these rounds.
It makes you want to have the Chamber meta back, just so you can have everybody.
Wouldn't go that far.
Yes, that happens.
I don't know. Toronto, do we want the Chamber meta back at all?
My people. No, they say yes. They say yes.
Okay. We hear what we want to hear. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. But though, that wasn't the only thing that we were seeing in the server pop off, because we also got to see our duelists head-to-head. We also got a little bit of Waylay as well, Mimi. And although it did not lead to that Sentinel's victory, it was refreshing to see that agent be used in this situation. But maybe, was it a little overcooked in your opinion?
I don't know. I really think the biggest problem for Sentinels was their defense. And in that way, I would have maybe liked to see them go into more of a double Sentinel comp, which is really strong to hold it down on that side of the map. But I wouldn't necessarily say the Waylay was at fault for the loss in this one. I think the biggest reason Fnatic won was how incredible they were calling their attack side, how good Alpha was playing, and also how these other players were stepping up. Kayak, Fnatic's rookie, is one such example. Bea, he is playing great even in these high pressure matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't matter that it's Alpha out there getting the kills. Kayak has so much impact in every single one of those rounds, because all of that does not work if you do not have a Euro that is not scared to go in and have the rounds that he has. And especially looking ahead, looking at our last map, the question is, what is Kayak going to be playing? Are we going to see the Sage? Because we have seen Sentinels play and actually lose on Icebox already on this tournament. So we have to think about what Fnatic's going to do.
We absolutely do. Just looking at one stat here, 14-6 in first kills for Fnatic on that one. That speaks volumes.
They won all of their post plans. That's very important.
It looked incredible in all of those moments. This is a weird series though, because both these teams, I think, managed to pick a map that exposed a big weakness in their opponent's map pool. SEN has never been a great Ascent team. They weren't today. Fnatic has never been a great Sunset team. They were not today. But now we go to Icebox, a map that has been a home ground for Fnatic in the past, but that Sentinels has also been great at as well to tie up this series.
Do you feel like this is the best map to kind of get that neutral who wants it more in this situation?
I think this favors Fnatic, because in my head, if I was Sentinels coming into today, I would pray that Fnatic is not feeling comfortable enough to go for the Ascent pick, and I would have, Bandit first, Bandit second, and maybe go on a different route.
It goes to show just how good Fnatic made in terms of decisions in this map veto, to pick Ascent, to force Sentinels into this position where they had to leave one of Fnatic's best maps to end this series. Icebox, in my opinion, is the best chance for the last chance from Europe to send SEN home.
We've seen surprises from Fnatic on Ascent. I do not know what we can expect for Icebox.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, right? Are we going to see anything unique? Are we going to see anything interesting here, right? That's the question that is going to be on everyone's mind as we get ready for this matchup. Agent select should be coming up in just a little bit here. And guys, I'm really, it's anyone's ball game here. I genuinely feel that way. I know you guys say it feels good for Fnatic, but the reality of the situation is when you're in this moment, when you feel the energy of the crowd, just like the way Zelsis is getting the crowd hyped right then and there, you simply can't beat that. You simply can't beat that. That is it could very well be the sixth man in this one, Mimi.
Absolutely could be, but you see Celsius doing that. Boaster's been doing the same thing on this stage. You've heard the clips of his speeches to the team, bringing up the energy, just having fun out there. He's doing the same with each and every
เริ่มจะนอนหูจะนอนแล้ว
Select here in a moment, folks, but we want to hear from you. Who do you think's going to walk away with the win? Is it going to be Fnatic? Ooh. Is it going to be the Sentinels? Oh. Hey, yo, Fnatic fans, where you at? Is it going to be Fnatic? There you go, but surely the Sentinels fans aren't going to be let down. Let me hear you, Sent fans. Woo. I feel the energy in here, Mimi.
It's two of the biggest fan bases in Valorant. Two teams
Hell,
that
I'd
have
go as far as say two of the biggest fan bases in esports.
เขาบอกว่าการที่เราหาวคือร่างกายเราขาดออกซิเจนเลย
Since freaking Battlefield days. So let me tell you, this is a team that's prolific in our sport. But here we go. Agent Select coming in. Let's see what we end up getting here, team.
No surprises on the side of Sentinels, right? This is what they were playing the other day. Second playing on that Omen, no duelist on that side. My question really is what Fnatic is going to do. We see some hovers here, and even though we did see the Sage, it was not in Chronicle's arms. I don't know if they're going to lock this Agents, Mimi.
Yeah, it could be a little change up. I do hope to see Fnatic stay with some variant of the Sage comp is does lock in the Jet there. So the one duelist in the server will be the new
เฮ้ย
player
มาว่ะ
on Valorant.
ไอหมอ
On that young man, but he has a big opportunity here to send a fan-favorite squad home, and we're waiting for the final two lock-ins. We'll see what happens.
Last hope of Europe here for Fnatic. Sentinels, if they win today, they get their third match this year against G2. Lost to them both times in both America's finals.
We need the man on your screen. Well, not this one. Of course, this one for the side of Fnatic, but Narrate has been having such a good series for Sentinels. With him on the get-go on this attack, he could be the difference maker. And with seconds to go, Chronicle is going to be the one locking in the Sage. Okay.
So it's a slight change, but still, it's going to play pretty much the same
No
as what
flashes.
we've seen from Fnatic in the past. You're right about that switch up, but I think this comp is still strong. Solo Sova is fine on this map. Enable Kayak to go crazy on that Jet and have a slight wrinkle in your plan for Sen.
All right, Toronto, let's get some hype going. I want your hands together. Let's do this. Let's clap, clap. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Map 3 starting right now. Fnatic, Sentinels, Hypok Pansy, over to you.
Yeah, we got you for this one. Don't worry. It comes down to the third as it should, Mike. NA against EU. One of those first ever times we got to see high-tier Valorant between SEN and Fnatic all those years back. Now we're here. Only one can survive. Only one gets to carry on.
I mean, it's just so fitting with the way.
เล่งมือหน่อยครับ
Return really to old school icebox in that regard. Yeah, all eyes towards Kayak to hopefully put something in motion here for Fnatic on the decider.
I'm glad the Des mentioned it as well. Narrate, the man on the screen, he has been influential to Sentinel's success. And respect given so far by Boaster. Doesn't want to stick around too close and give up too much. This is an all-in, Mike. This is every player from SEN over this side.
Gonna plant spike.
That will come through. Oh, actually, Alpha finding one ahead of time. John QT will fall. Narrate will respond.
Okay, Alpha does have the Sheriff and so does Kayak. So these are two big hitters. Same to be said for Zelsis, though. Two players towards back yellow, two towards B long. How are they going to cross up to this one? Narrate still got Dizzy to invest if the contact comes in. Bang, waiting to swing on yellow. Now joined again towards long on this for the other three. Shock Dart not going to be all that much of an issue. Paranoia gets burned, and that is a lovely flash as well. Nice from Zen so far. It's only Alpha to be drawn. Oh my god, Alpha. He tried it. He gave it a go. But Sentinel standing strong here in map 3.
Convincing pistol round here. Said Respect shown from Boaster, allowing conceding all that space. Allowing the free plant to come through. Faith in the retake. Actually, a beautiful opening here from Alpha. From downrange.
And I'm going to keep my eyes on this throughout this game, at least on this half. If SEN keep getting into post plants, right, if they get that, there's so much util for Leon, you need Chron alive. You need that wall still in play, right? And he was one of the first.
He's the safety for that defuse, for sure.
Well, I have to wait and see. For now, not really a big factor in this sort of round. You're looking at Sentinels keeping this clean here. Want to keep those Bulldogs up. That's 3 of them there. The Singer could be lost potentially, as could that Sheriff, but those Bulldogs are prized possessions and a rate, allowing them to scale up off the back of the utility. There's a lot of bodies now on this side of the map, Mike.
We're looking for something cheeky. Rinse and repeat here for Sentinels. Boaster already very low, actually.
ตัวนี้ก็ยิงไม่ดีครับเลยแบบว่าลุกบ่อยหยอกเดี๋ยวแม่งโดนฟ้องอีก
Smoke still in hand. Viper util on top, gonna slow this down, and Bang getting curious. Catches Boaster, clears it out. This is good. This is really good. Sen not feeling any of that pressure, apart from Alpha, who is firing here, by the way. Apparently that Ascent map gets him confident.
Absolute monster on Icebox.
But these are the 3 valuable weapons. They can't afford to lose these.
He's going to be given a chance here. John QT still curious, but
Gun here.
I don't think he will yet. Won't catch sight of anybody on the retreat. Will fall to the spike, and Sentinels go 2-0 up to kick things off for you on the decider.
เปลี่ยนเป็นเต้าเตอร์ติกไงการไม่มีอะไรมากเลย
Planting the seeds here towards B. Early on, important to show presence on this side of the map.
อย่างแม่มาจากแบบที่แล้ว
Something else I'm noting is the fact that Narrate's got that ult so early on.
Yeah, very early on.
Huge for the bonus, right? If they want to try and employ that now, potentially, that could snowball this entire map, or at least this half. I wonder if they try and indicate a similar approach. This time around, you do have Kayak here, though. It's only been Boaster really soloing this so far.
It's on an Odin. Let's try and hold down the fort here at B main. Kayak catches a glimpse, but doesn't want to reveal himself just yet. Certainly unorthodox here, and you mentioned it. Here's the ultimate to hopefully pave the way for Sentinels, but
หายยังไวเจอพลังโอดินของพี่โบ๊ท
So Fnatic gets to kind of backpedal away, sit towards backside, allow for the rotations to come in. So a good stall out here between the Odin and Kayak's presence. Dealing with that ult, yes, it could be picked
วาง
up.
ไม่ได้นะเนี่ยโอดิน
It's
มุม
done
เนี้ย
well, and it has been.
Back
Back
door
into
พอดี
hand now, it looks like. Kayak still waiting, could potentially do some damage if they go for a plant here. You can see that come in, and it is down, but Alpha strides in again, this time bigger weaponry. 2 touch on site though, and that's a surprise. Kayak falls, and Sen still holding a lot of ground here. No trades at all. It's really only been Alpha drawing blood. Where's the rest of
ยัง
Fnatic
กับพี่
in
โบ๊ท
this?
ยังสแปมอยู่หรอ
Want to do something to clear these 2 players off site. No flashes, and Bang unwilling to be moved, and they don't know about John QT down here. Oh, it's stunning from Sentinels. A perfect play in the bonus round.
Huge conversion for them. Not sure if Narrate did manage to find an upgrade there, but regardless, they have a massive advantage coming into round 4. Any real positives so far? I mean, Kayak almost caught completely off guard by no idea of anybody tucking themselves into sight here. QT snappy on those 2 kills. As I was saying, the only real positives here, Chronicle and Alpha. Good progress towards their ultimates, but in this round, you only really pin things on a Blade Storm potentially, but it's just not there.
No, and again, you can see that the momentum fully swinging towards Sen's favor. But I like this walk coming out from Fnatic. Herding. But there's not much to deny them over on that A site. Oh, Chron. Okay,
John
QT. This does split
นี่
them up a bit, makes it a little bit trickier. But still, it is only pistols. Sheriffs, yes. And they are heading towards that A site. Crashies. Potentially Alpha do damage here. Alpha's position now going to be known. Cross to be made. Nice shot on the first, but Crashes gets cleared at the same time, Mike. This is looking pretty comfortable. But that back line, if they wanted the traditional Pokemon, won't be able to be had.
Safe plant, though. Obviously, awareness of the threat here. Rifle in the hands of Kayak, though. It's going to be mitigated by Sen's positioning. really banged. Whew. Weapon model actually covering it, but
วิ
Kayak
คม
gets a second shot at it and
แต่ก็
converts.
เจ็ตตลอดนะแบบนี้
Okay, paranoia with Zekin has to be big here, but no real ability to swing off it, and Zelsis has to go clutch. A 1v2 and Kayak on the case. Kron, he's already
เฮียดเลยเซลซิส
Zelsis
โอ้โห
knows that time is not on his side.
นี่เราสโมกลูกนี้ไม่งอย่างกวนตีนเลย
Fnatic with a Mastercard thrifty, catching off Sentinels. Yeah, Zelsis still clearing up, but the round is
ไม่ได้วิน
Fnatic's.
ได้ใจพอ
Sentinel's early work here to try and draw an extra body across the map here, maybe open up a site a little easier. Get everything right on the way in, but just can't stick the landing here. And the wall deciding things for Fnatic. Talking about that early progress, Alpha and Chronicle. Now bring theirs into round 5. And the other thing Fnatic bring is an operator for Kayak. It's in a 1 and 4. Be something.
Line, though.
Whether or not anybody's actually going to be expecting this, the awareness there.
I do like this.
I mean, the smoke definitely
Yeah,
shows awareness.
Feels like it, right? But how do they path up to this again? All these audio cues, man. He's got to be chomping at the bit. Oh, that's
Would have been given a shot there.
It does get to a bit of a 50-50 here. He knows he's in danger, and yeah, right timing to back away, doesn't get punished. Making Sentinels burn a little bit more of that utility to scale up. Has to force himself on a deeper line now.
Zelsa's still trying to backstab something on A site as well, but keep our eyes on the action here.
That's brave.
Actually, just dealing with the utility has drawn the rotation. Look at the minimap. Boaster hangs about in Snowman, but
โอ้โห
it's
พี่
drawn
โบ๊
a
ทสั่ง
massive
โยกเลย
rotation out.
Yeah, the fact that Boaster was able to get kind of back up towards yellow and felt no pressure really. Check in behind that wall. Gives them a bit more freedom. They have to almost reset.
Warning,
Yeah, they
yeah.
can try and re-approach this like a fake, but Boaster can still check behind it. He knows there's no one
เห็น
here.
วิงแมน
He
วิ่ง
can keep
เสีย
his
โพซิ
players
ชันเลย
close towards this A site.
โคตรเฟก
There's that lockdown, lovely timing. Look at this, 16
โอ้โห
seconds.
เป็นเรื่องเลย
They've got to make a move on it.
เป็น
And
เรื่องจริง
watching, perfectly poised above for 10 seconds. There's not much to be
เฮ้ย
done.
พังว่ะ
Lockdown does go down and the plant is in. Sen just about salvaging this round as the ball players close by.
Oi.
Fnatic now flood back in, making 5.
John.
Good flash. John on the swing. Kayak still firing though. Down to
Ooh.
3 for Sentinels. Oh, but John QT unwilling to move from the site. Resilient till the end. Rez comes. Oh, John doing it perfectly
John
from
จัด
the site itself. Now Zekin and
จัดให้
Moraine gonna try and hold on to this. Kayak barely alive, goes down. Kron falls. That's the defuse gone. Just on crashes. 1v1. And time is ticking. Narrate just has to play to the tune of the clock. I think it's too far gone, surely. Again, similar
โอ้โหเท่าเดิมเลยแคชชี่
Sentinels in the
John
final
ไม่สุดๆ
seconds
ว่ะ
holding
จอ
on.
นจัดให้
Ice cold again from the rate.
เดือดโคตรเดือด
Fnatic beginning to sweat a little bit. Big
ทีของ
investment.
วินนี่คือสโมก
The
ลูกนี้เลย
lockdown,
เนี่ย
the res comes through as well. Some tools they'd worked towards early on, but John QT just running rings around Fnatic here. In the wall going up, but providing no safety whatsoever.
Let's go, Marshall!
The force an early timeout here from Fnatic once
Ba.
more.
เฮ้ยแอสปาร์ตโพสต์
สโมกฮะสโมกโบสเหรอ
อืม ตัวนี้เขาเน้นเป็นสคอตครับ
Reads
เล่น
behind.
ขา
สโมกเซคันด์ดิเนี่ยโบสเป็นไว
It's
เปอ
been
ร์
a lot.
Anticipating that that's the plant coming through. You could see still questioning that. So crucial work from Boaster, but unfortunately, Kind of part of the seams in the final few seconds of that round. We'll hear of the orb. Played Storm Pop, but negated early on in the round.
There's 3 players pinged on the knife too, so big info, even in a round like this. You can see the instantaneous rotate from Kayak, maybe trying to offset the expectations after being identified early on the knife. But Sentinels still going to be taking their pathing towards this A side of the map. Alpha taking a glance down middle, seeing no one on the cross, and it is going to be this A side hit. Sentinels now, looking to scale up well.
ทำขนาดนี้เลยไหม
Keep it clean. Crashies does have the Sheriff, but Chronicle's already been cleared. Easy work for them on the site. The plant next on the cards. This is, as said, concise work. Celsius could be in a bother. There's Kayak now coming around. Contact swing, it's nice. Good synergy between the 2 players.
เสียทรงเลย
เกิดเหตุมันเกิดจาก
Bang
ตรง
next
นี้แหละ
potentially in line. Does have the help from Zekin if required.
จุด
Oh!
นั่นไง
จุดเริ่มต้นของการคัดใช่
That one for Kayak. That's all it is.
การทิปตี้ด้วย
Balance the pressure from CT.
นี่อ่ะ
There it is. Crashies catching John QT. Now Zekin and Narrate split in this.
โอ้พี่
Trying
บอ
to
ส
fight it forward. Narrate finds a
นี่
corner
นี่
to
จุด
play from a Kayak.
จุด
Delivering.
เริ่มต้นของทิปตี้
Beautiful from Fnatic against the odds again.
ชิดเซนโดนทิปตี้2 รอบแล้ว what the
Blade
fuck
Storm to carve out this round. The MasterCard Thrifty converted here. Fnatic find their second.
งงว่ะ
Strip away any of that comfort Sentinels were trying to establish. Actually humbling the economy. The bait and switch perfect
ขยัก
between Alpha and Kayak and
เสียหายมากอ่ะ
continues further, finds 3 on the round.
Remaining.
อุ้ยแล้วมีแต่คมจัด
จ่ายอันตีทุกอย่างไปครับคุณพมานอันตีจ่ายคนทีม
โอ้ย
ตาย
จริ
ไป
ง
ไม่ได้วิน
More energy on stage as
ใช่
well.
อะจ่ายงบประมาณไปอะ
Much
เอ
needed.
อจ่ายแล้วโดนทิปตี้นี่โหเศร้าเลย
Don't want to see him go
Foul
quiet
down.
now.
ตะจนเนี่ย
Again, Sen hometown
kick there.
favorites pretty much at this point, right? Regional
กัน5-1อ่ะ
on their side, but
เฮ้ย
actually Crash's blind connection gets the rate. That's huge scalp to claim.
เดี๋ยวทำไมทีเดียวตายเลยโดนเลยอ๋อโดน
Poster.
Snake
Body
bite.
blocking him out on towards Zekin as well. This is getting rough around the
Combo.
edges. Sen not having the same
โด
sort
น
of
5-1
success
นี่
on
แบบ
the starts this
เลือกที่
time.
นั่งล้อเมื่อกี้ทางติดหน้าต่างหรือเปล่า
Very difficult to recover anything here. John QT down to 20 HP. Stinger,
โอ้เลย
2 Sheriffs. Sentinels to pin their hopes to here in round 7. They want to do what Fnatic just did. Layering of util. No part coming through just yet, so
Kind of difficult now, isn't
yeah, I was
it?
going to say that information could be key to Sentinels, but still, Kayak eyes trained. Chronicle just on guard as well on the front line.
Like, not going to go deep enough to dissuade Kayak, but feels very indicative still of this pathing towards the B site, right?
30 seconds
Kron
left.
getting curious. Spots out one. There's more.
Mod,
And yeah,
mod,
he's
mod.
throwing them up now. Fnatic keeping 5 standing. A valuable timeout for them. Just had a moment ago, getting them back on the same page.
The connection
คนนี้
here,
ก็มันดูชิลจัง
not ripped with the Hunter's Fury. I'm not sure if it was the snake bite or actually the he had the snake bite coming through. Again, the rate just squishy as
ไอ
anything.
หาไปเลย
เลย
Seconds left.
Away and again, it's a risk-free approach to an anti-eco effectively. Sure, you could argue it's a big ultimate to draw out, but
ทำไมสมัยนั้นโคนิเคิลมันถึงมีปากเสียงกับคารอนวะมันเป็นเข่งไง
keep it in touch.
มีคนไปยืนกวนตีนมันนะ
มันทะเลาะกันแล้วเนาะ
มันไม่ได้ทะเลาะเฉยมันเป็นแค่แบบว่าเซลซิดาวซิดาวซิดาวอารมณ์เหมือนเบนจี้กับมอนอะเนี่ยเดี๋ยวดูเปเปอร์เล็กกับวูบอะรู้เลยแม่งจะวัดพลังกล้ามกันรัวๆเลยเจสันกับไอ้ซุยเฟตอะ
เขาบอกซ้อมกันบ่อยเลยเด้อ
เอ้ยโอ้โหต้องจดขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
impact now. Timeout called from SEN, but plenty of cards to play now.
Might even be a mid piece here. Onto this barrier. Not necessarily seen any presence shown just yet, and Zekken not necessarily struggling, but a slow start here on Icebox on the Omen. Just with the turret early on, so just forcing the adjustment. Can't sit back on that util. Will draw the eyes of both Boaster and Alpha. Kayak
มุม
tucked
สั่ง
in
ตาย
with the operator here.
Maybe a nicer line to work off if that Dizzy is coming in. He
ทำไม
can
เจนจีมันไม่ซื้อถูกไซส์แบบนี้บ้างวะ
maybe don't give away the position.
ซื้ออย่างก็ผิดเจนจีมันนะ
แต่มันซื้อผิดไซส์แบบ5-6 ดาวติดอะบ้าเกินโอ้โหมันจงยิง
That was almost two. Oh, big catch there as well, though. Can anyone save him? No one's nearby. Oh my good god, if someone hunts this. They're not close enough to catch him. Respect having to be given, but the lockdown layered.
ตอนเอาดี
So a reset here, but a man to the good, Fnatic. The post plant strong, though. Zekken's HP is a factor. Only on 3 at this point. But they're playing on site here. They're not backing away.
ถ้าพี่โบ๊ทแม่งไม่ออกจากไวเปอร์พิษอะแต่ยืนโดนตีนะข้างนอกมันจะเป็นยังไง
Straight off of util and actually no
Don't do
progress.
it.
นี่อะ
Boaster
ไปก่อน
finds Zekken.
That's part of the front line gone. You're now looking at John QT. You're looking at Narrate to pick up that
Narrate
next
sick,
layer of
maybe.
slack here. Narrate gonna fall back towards Maze.
Oi, John!
QT not clean enough to get it instantly without a trade. Crash is taken away. Narrate!
จอนจัดเลย
It's brought to the knees. Crashes doing so well there. And Fnatic pulling off the retake.
Oi,
They
oh, well.
want the crowd up on their feet too. Boaster putting it on a show, as are Fnatic now.
ไอ้อัปเจอร์มันฝากเคิร์ดนี่แหละ
Falling as well removes the pit from the table.
ก็บรรจงอะ
As rough as well, because Zekken
เป็นโอเปอเรเตอร์ที่เน้นโดนไม่เน้นเร็ว
Yeah, down so low because that operator tag crashes. Beautiful cleanup from him.
พี่โบ๊ทเอวหวาน
Tied up now, 4 apiece.
That feels good after a timeout too. That was meant to be tailor-made, right? That was the best plan coming in. Maybe called by Kaplan, maybe more of a conversation from John QT, but it was that conversation. And here's a switch up.
As soon as Sentinels show presence on mid now,
มีสักพักเสียราวนี้
actively
กู
looking
หาให้
to counterbalance that.
Here.
Show their faces and plant their flag.
พอโดนอีโคราวนั้นหูเสียทรงเลย
Very deep angle behind this A
ตรงมัน
side.
ติอะไรตอนแรกเสียไปหมดเลย
Set up here from
แข่ง
Sentinels.
แข่งอย่างเงี้ยพลาดไปหนึ่งพลาดนี่สำคัญ
Sen
แพ้ได้
still
เลย
have,
เกม
okay, still got the
Oh,
Viper
tama
spin
yung
on
pil.
the bang. They still got Zekken as well. On that TP,
Yun,
but
len doon,
crashing
yun.
big info here. And at the same time, Alpha strikes. Brilliant combination, but an answer back. There it is. John
Huge
QT's
jump.
trying to fire up too. Front
นี่อยาก
line
ที่จบคนยืน
John QT. The kayak.
Spike
You're not
down
gonna
A.
do this, are you?
เยอะไม่น่าเลยเยอะ
1v3? A 1v3 kayak? Really?
โอ้โหจะเล่นท่ายาก
ไปเกินไป
Drive as Zelsis. Calm under pressure. And Zen taking a step back in this now.
ยืนแล้วกระโดดราวหนึ่งเสีย
Dismantling this A side hold.
ปวดที่
Crash
หัว
is
เขา
caught
มึง
completely off guard by John QT scaling up so quickly underneath him. That's Alpha unable to tuck his tail and dip out of sight. A beautiful shot. Follow
โอ้ย
up
จอน
actually.
จัดให้
John QT to find his third. Sen find a response here after 3 unanswered rounds. Do still have the pit. So what a TP from Zekken as well. Now back on the res for Chronicle, so not
เหมือน
many
การยืน
ultimates
ไม่
in
ไปกับ
play.
เพื่อนฝั่งของข้าม
John's just got hit.
Yeah, make that an extra one. Command now for John QT.
ไม่มี
Fnatic
ตังค์
have
ซื้อออฟ
found
อี
the
กเหรอ
space once more in mid. Kayak in the same position, but this time able to play in the cut effectively.
Again, he was on that flank before.
มุมขยันโคตรน่าโดน
To it too. So this feels like it's likely, even though maybe Alpha trying to break the turret gives them sense of calm.
อุ้ยไม่ต้องเล่น
Quick as hell. Kayak takes away the hero of the previous. John QT down. That's also the ult removed. That's a big piece of the puzzle. They could play on site if they want to. It looks like they fancy a bit of that. Alpha's still there. Up towards Rafters. Not this time.
เกือบจะกดคลิก
Fast himself. Now trying to scale up cleanly. Alpha can deny the plant.
เอาเป็นเรื่องเลย
เป็นเรื่อง
เป็นเรื่องเลยครับ
This here.
Now, actually, Fnatic can try and reinforce the hold here. Alpha under a ton of pressure, but he's not cleared.
They
โอ้
just
ยอม
set the
ตายเลยว่ะ
barrier and didn't clear it. That's not good enough, but still a 2v2. Spike in hand, and TP is out of there. Zekken wants safety.
โอ้ไลน์นี่มาเร็วด้วย
Your plant is what he'll get.
แพชชี่อ่ะ
Big gap, though, between him and his teammate. Zelsis now picking up the pace a little bit. Crashes and Boaster paranoid of a lurk.
ออนด้วย
Sentinel's able to
คอนไปก่อน
regroup
ไหม
here.
แบ็กไซด์เนี่ย
Crashes
Under.
has key utility. So
Hey.
much to play in here.
อ้าวอย่างนี้ได้เล่น
Still
อย่างนี้ได้เล่น
paranoid about maybe closer players. Zekken waiting, swings it, spotted, TP's out, gets away. Boaster trying to creep forward, couldn't snap in time, and now down to Crashes in a 1v2. It's looking like Sam, back in charge.
Totally in sync there
เปิดเลยครับ
from Zelsis
คว้ามาตรง
and
นี้
Zekken. Safe plant comes through on the back of the TP. Zekken able to get the hell out of dodge. Beautiful adjustment here from Kayak, but gets Alpha maybe one more from this position. Makes it a little easier, but it's Chronicle falling there, standing to face Zekken. That opens this up. And Sentinels follow through. 6 on the board for them.
Placing swarm grenade.
เลือดยืน
Rifles except for the Bladestorm here on the side of Fnatic.
ไม่ไปยืนชีวิตก็ดีขึ้น
No
เรื่อย
command and a pit here for Sentinels. It's only Boaster
ออกบนนั่งเลยนะวันหลัง
on
นะ
guard here on B
ๆ
main.
เอามาล็อกโซ่ไว้เลย
ล็อกไปเลยนะขอร้องนั่งยืน
They're trying to speed up. It looks like Fnatic clearing out deep towards ace. They can free up the rotations, but he is in a really precarious
โอ้
spot,
โห
Mike.
So with the ultimate here from the rate to pave the way. Spam coming through from Bosa, but not
โอ้ยหรือพี่โบ๊ท
anything. Actually, yeah, bang, sorry.
แปมโดนเลยบ้าง
That's 10 HP.
โดนสแปมเนี่ยโดนพี่โบ๊ท
Still really
เข้า
close
หัวไป
by here. Considers the swing and
Wait,
oh, it's huge.
นั่นไง
Denies the plant and gets a body dropped. Flank now
Don't
on the
defend
way.
that.
Sen need to really secure this. Almost turtle up for a
มาครับ
second.
ไฮไลท์
Pause, trying to catch a player. Kayak careful. Doesn't want to overdo this, but Sen now scrambling forward. Spike back in hand. A
เฮ้ย
punish.
โอ้โหแล้วพี่โบ๊ท
What is that? Kron and Boaster
เป็นไร
both
อะ
in unison.
สแปมอย่างแม่นเลยพี่โบ๊ท
Punishing Sen, wanting that safety. Leaving Zelsis in a 1v4. Not a hope
เก
in
มเซนโหดจัด
Fnatic. Nearly getting back on level footing.
Boaster happy to stand his
Boaster
ground initially. Again, a ton of information actually that it's not an early flood.
พี่โบ๊ทมันเก็บค่าบันทางไปอย่างเยอะตอนเข้าไซต์อ่ะดูดิ
Again, it's just the timing of some of these gunfights that Fnatic choose to take. Just catch Sentinels completely off guard. I mean, some of these kills coming through. A little PS, unfortunate for Sentinels, but
อย่าเพิ่งยืนน้องอย่า
that
เพิ่งยืน
chip damage really paying off.
Big ult still here for Fnatic too. Rez online for Kron. Alpha's got his and
Now,
Crashies.
Fury.
That's 3 heavy hitters. On the other side, you have bangs there. Didn't really
Hey,
get the
combo
chance
doon,
in that last round to bring it in.
พี่โบ๊ท
After
ยิง
being
พิษ
taken so low. Obviously, Narrate used his. As
ที่มัน
did
จะมาอันติละ
QT. So, scaling up as expected. This is something we've grown used to now from Sen. Oh, Boaster careful. Always caught that timing, but from afar, that is gorgeous. Crashies. Good connection, couldn't quite find another, but big info and big damage.
2 tags here. Narrate down to 45.
Oh my.
QT down 70.
เริ่มกันใหม่
Bang on a stinger now implies. Is he going to try and get up close and personal in his pit? Pause. It's a cut sound here from Sentinels, but Fnatic not moving. There's no threat elsewhere with Kayak posted up.
เดี๋ยวก็โดนพี่โบ๊ทสแปมอีกตอนเปิดม่านเข้า
A nice deep line on the other side. He feels
มีคน
strong
ตาย
enough
แน่
to
วะ
sit for one. Here's that lockdown. Put them under a little bit more pressure to play out to
เฮ้ยยังมาตัดพี่โบ๊ทว่ะ
closer here. Force their hand.
เหี้ย
Prepared for it. Zekken trying to make a bit of a play on the back, but no. Bron's gonna come down nice from the rate. Viper's Pit laying in, but Alpha fast. He's closed the gap quick. Oh, what is that from the rate? The hero set needed. John QT, just a shot in the back of Crashies. We noted how far away Kayak was. But,
Hey.
oh,
Huh?
what is that?
เนี่ยมุม
What in
มุมที่
God's
มึงโดน
name is that? But it may be for nothing. Kayak would have to be a hero, and it's not gonna happen today. Celsius keeps SEN in the lead.
ถ้าไวเปอร์ตายจะเป็นเรื่องเลย
Half 7 to
ผมไม่ห้ามยืนจริง
ผมบอกว่ามุมนี้เป็นผมก็ยิงก่อนเลยไอ้กล่องนรกเนี่ยก็มีคนเนียน
ยิงตลอดอ่ะ ถ้าเดินมาขอสักชุดหนึ่งอ่ะ
เฮ้ยเอาเฟเจอร์มันอย่างซวยเลย
อุ้ย
มีไรดันบุกอย่าไปซีครับพี่ให้เป็น4-5บ้าไปแล้ว เดี๋ยวดูก่อนว่าเล่นอะไรอะแต่ตอนนี้ปวดท้องมากเลยวะไปเข้าห้องน้ำมาเกมจบ ท้องมันร้องตกจอกเกือบมา
Discussion to be made.
เข้าห้องน้ำแป๊บปอดเปิดเสียงก็พังอีก เปิดไม่งั้นช่างไม่
John QT standing tall and proud.
Yeah.
Top of the board here for Sentinels.
โอ้มนจะเปิดเลยนักหนาเนี่ยน้อง ช่างมันเปิดแม่งเถอะ
Opportunities limited, but certainly seen other duelists really shine in that role, and that is a comfort factor or not.
For the Coinbase Econ report, of course, you can see there that Crash is leading by quite the margin, it looks like. So, you know, bang for the buck.
Certainly is. See what the approach is here from Fnatic in the second half. Whether or not Kayak will be able to continue to keep Fnatic in this. See safety in this composition as well. We're looking for clean plants, able to reset away. So on the back of the wall really from Chronicle here in the pistol round.
Here we go, right into it in the second half. We're in the final map between the two. SEN now on the defending side, of course, Fnatic having to pick it up on attack. Slow and rather methodical beginning. You have to get used to that tempo. We know that Fnatic play at their own pace. The knife going to find nothing after John QT's early contact.
And certainly in terms of pacing as well, there's not going to be any surprises in how Fnatic approach this. This composition. But giving up A here, maybe toying with the idea of exploration towards mid, or some pressure coming through, but boasting out.
This could be an issue.
Certainly could. I mean, happy to sit back and play towards a retake here. Deep investment of the wall, actually. Now Swarm's popped. We'll be able to get the plant here regardless.
Or 5v5 post-plant in pistols. God damn. Here we go. Double stacked up. Oh, sorry, triple stacked up.
โอ้โห อะไรวะน่ะ
Can't get away from my man. How dare you?
triple
Find
damage
some security here, though. I do want to see them stabilize for this close plant.
There's no flank coming through either, so
Nope.
this is all in from Sen.
Christ, look at that paranoia. If they were a little bit closer, it could have been lethal. But Fnatic still hold the numbers, and the smoke is wondrous to work in. Narrate can't quite find them, leaving just Zelsis outgunned here and outnumbered. Fnatic getting the first.
On the board here, and Boaster on his feet. Looking like they might tie things up here to kick off the second half. Again, looks like that's going to be the approach, or just the pistol round here. The Sentinels. You can check that if you allow Fnatic to get this clean plant, reset back into deep post-plant positions. Really bang that can cut sightlines here with the wall. But plenty of tools for Fnatic to lean back on. Just narrate play side once more. Actually, yeah, maybe looking like a little bit of aggression towards B main, but utility down from Alpha, going to keep that in check.
Yeah, it certainly should do. He only has the Ghost. And actually, his util starts getting cleared, so he's feeling that there's someone nearby, but they're already rotating. But by now, look how close Fnatic are. And there's big guns out on display. Kron's got one, Kayak's got one, and so does Crashies. So they're the three that can't really afford to fall. And it's simplistic in approach, Mike. They're not making too much of it. Alpha going to catch Zelsis trying to hit that rotate round on the flank. And we're into 3 players remaining. For Sen, this wasn't a round you were expecting to win.
Certainly not. Well, they can do any damage, but with the smoke going up and really huddled outside heaven, don't expect them to be charging on here, maybe feeding into ultimates that make Fnatic's life even easier. Alpha's on the hunt though.
Hello. Oh,
the first. And
how's he doing now?
Falling now. Actually, Crashies following through here, but
you don't lose that gun.
Certainly don't want to lose the rifle now. If Boaster was up here, potentially with the stinger, different story, but 4 survive, and Alpha just bringing a Ghost in here, like I said, coming forward, finding a kill outside B main, and then falling.
Yeah, taking the box.
Extra kill. Decent progress made.
We're all even, Michael. 7-7.
Big buy round here.
Yeah, and I want to talk about pressure between these two, because normally it is a bigger conversation, right? And yes, it is still a chat maybe with Kayak in that sort of list. Maybe at best. But these are experienced legacy teams, right? I know from the original iterations, it is only Boaster still standing. But these are the big boys, right? When you're talking about these two teams, none of them are slouches by any means. They should be able to keep their heads calm, keep themselves cool under this pressure. It's now tied all even. It is game on between both of them.
I don't think knife catching on anything here. Zekken posted up, clean on the first.
Very
dip
nice.
away, but and a 45 HP does have the regen. No res here from Chronicle. So we'll have to continue plow on as 4. Zekken setting up for the paranoia. Yes, slow work once more from Fnatic.
They've been testing Sentinels' patience the entire game, it feels like. Zelsis rewarded as well. Locked in towards punishing middle. Yeah, Alpha's slipped ahead, but there's still utility here. Yeah, maybe if they got Zelsis down, it'd be a different scenario. It's not the case. So what's the game plan? So scattered throughout this, Mike.
Is Alpha rewarded here? He's actually not dealt with the turret. He's waiting for maybe somebody to show. Now have a chance over the top of Boiler, potentially. Yeah, Boaster can lurk ahead here with the Poison Orb. I mean, they can almost pinch onto B. The Zekken still finding success.
You thought you had a better shot at it, but it is still Zekken stood there. Everyone else from Sen went over towards A pretty much. And Fnatic not getting any fair fights, it feels like, for them. They have to dig so deep for these players. Smart work. Alpha nice. But again,
10 seconds.
to try and get any further would be surprising. Yeah, caught up in his own utility, really making a mess of that. But a Kron 1v4? Perhaps? Not to be. Nice spacing from Sen. And the awareness here, Mike. I mean, it's not flashy Valorant at this point.
No.
But Sen know exactly how Fnatic are trying to play this.
Sure, certainly just trying to force the hand of Sentinels, force them into being decisive themselves, but Sentinels not biting on the bait. It's mid piece. Really rough. I mean, if you don't find an engagement, the other side of it,
Come on.
it's tough to then just charge towards B because Zekken has so much space. There's nothing to kind of pick up the slack towards B main. Operator in the hands of Alpha, yeah.
I mean, we saw what he did on Chamber.
Yeah, yeah.
But we know that Boaster can op, obviously Kayak can op. Alpha, let's see if he's got it on the Killjoy here. Again, Rez is there for Kron. Narrate up towards 410 though, willing to hold belt. The rest of the map, they're getting curious. Down B long, wanting info. Zels is still patrolling towards mid, but they're close on this A site now.
Kayak relaying information there with the sound cue, but probably unaware of Bang's position here. Actually, a little jump over the top there, surely spotted by Narrate. They do drift away. Yeah, very sweaty Valorant here.
Oh, yeah.
Just waiting for a peak to punish, but able to actually push deep enough to get a wall up.
Any swing? No, couldn't get a swing off that. I thought maybe with the Dizzy going up, they could have maybe caught someone, but still held towards backside. The plant's gonna come down, but they're so close here. Bang, considering the punish. But Kayak got his buddies back. That's a fumble, though.
Actually, yeah, luckily. No pressure coming through there because Kayak ain't that vulnerable.
Ooh, this is getting really tense, Mike. You can see it, you can feel it. Drifting closer, Paranoia goes in, but an early swing from Bang goes down. Effective trading from Fnatic. Trying to take back from the site. Sen can't stick the landing. Second falls. John QT forced to back away. Fnatic playing the better game of this. Scaling up well together, trading in well if they felt that presence. But this style, Fnatic happy to play with.
Bear in mind, Sentinel said they were expecting this, right? This is how they knew Fnatic were going to approach today. Fnatic seeming to find some success with it in the second half. This is so tense in some of these situations because you can see Sentinel's almost just apprehensive of when to pull the trigger on some of this utility. Get the ball rolling. Maybe some early round aggression to remove some of that comfort with so many bodies standing.
Just didn't stand. That's it now. He's evolved. But it's probably the reason for this timeout. Again,
absolutely is, yeah.
This tempo and pace, like, I mean, if you look at regionally, like Americas, there are teams that play to this sort, I don't want to say to this extent, but they do play a more methodical, slower game style, but they can then scale up. They do play like a bit of a more variety to it. You look at G2, who are kind of the, you know, very, I guess, meticulous in approach, a little bit more patient. And obviously SEN are well aware of how to play against it, but here against Fnatic, they're taking it to kind of extremes, right? Very slow,
really
very steady.
This is way slower than actually traditionally we see Fnatic play even, so you can see they're really dialing into that approach.
I mean, how many 5v5 post plants have we had at this point, right? It's every step is very hard fought for, very cautious. I mean, Alpha was up on towards pipes with that operator deep before even contact happened. That was, you know, it took so long to get there. So Sentinels maybe needed to check in, get their heads straight on here. As it has been 3 rounds to Fnatic's name against only the 1 response from SEN so far.
It's just not there for Sentinels either. It's going to be Narrate bringing the Sheriff to the party here. There's only really Zekken with Bang sitting with anything notable in the bank behind this.
กูโดนเพลงทำเอา
Getting the rate
เต็ม
maybe a little bit of aggression as I said, but Alpha
ขออนุญาตหายไปรอบนะครับพี่พอดีเผลอหลับพี่จะแข่งได้กี่โมง5 ทุ่ม
Oh, it's clean stuff here. That's what happens when you try and get aggressive against this sort of pacing. Kayak now caught though, denied by the Dizzy.
รอดได้ยังไง
Narrate trying to puff out the chest a bit, trying to control that space. He's done
ใช่เหรอ
very
ผมไป
well.
ห้องน้ำอ่ะ
This is the sort of round that Fnatic are almost baiting Sentinels into playing.
That's the dream. Oh my god, Alpha. Bang took a step. He was like, maybe I can help out Narrate. Maybe not. And Alpha combat operating up the line. Narrate tries to take a second target inside. Kayak looks a little easier. Yeah.
Plant hasn't come through just yet. Kron does have the res, so look to maybe get Kayak back on his feet. Not necessarily needed here, as we can see on the minimap. Celsius and
น่า
Narrate
ให้พี่โบ๊ทวางนะ
probably
ใกล้จะเมียนติ
considering the save already. 2v4, certainly not comfortable. Would feel like a roll of the dice. Let's try and get this started.
This has to be a mentality reset
Yes,
for
yeah.
SEN, because Fnatic look locked into this, and they just tested out what it looks like if we go a bit aggressive.
Yeah, like I said, this is the sort of round that Fnatic are almost begging Sentinels.
Oh, come on. Yeah, have a
Dangling a carrot
Hey, you
almost.
want to take some map control? You want to get an early
Stop
pick?
us from sitting outside this site.
Please. I dare you. And well, they tried, and you saw how well that went. So Sentinels need other options. They need to go deep into the playbook, get a good grip on what's going on here. But it's hard, it gets riskier and riskier as the game goes on. Fnatic now up on 9. As the slow and steady march back into the series carries on here. And look at it again.
I saved your life man
You're so ready and so quick though from Kaya.
My ultimate is ready.
It's frustrating as well because these sorts of rounds it becomes
โมเมน
harder
ตัม
and
มา
harder
เฟนติก
to justify
ตั้มมา
that aggression with
มาแล้ว
the finances, the
กันไม่อยู่นะกันยากไอ้บล็อกอะรู้แล้ว
really the bigger picture cost of that.
สลับฝั่ง
แม่งไม่ควรจะมีจริงๆเว้ยไอ้
Knocking
แบบ
on
3
the
2 คู่
door of double digits here. Need I
เป็นพ
remind
ยายาม
you
จะ
the
มาหาทำ
decider
เมื่อกี้ก็
and
ติด
an
ขัด
elimination on the line for two big
คือ
names
เขามา
here
หา
in
ทำยาก
Toronto.
ต้องรอ
They're trying to get a bit up in their face.
จะติดขนาดอยู่แล้วไอ้เรื่องที่แบบว่า
I don't
คุ
say
ม
it
แบ
feels
บแล้วแบบ
obvious, but
รอ
it's
เฉ
almost like
ย
they're trying to then say, okay,
ซึ่ง
Fnatic,
ถนัดแหละ
okay, come on,
ที่
reclear,
จะ
do
ยิ
the
งกัน
same sort of thing. We're
เต็ม
ready
แบบ
this
จ่าย
time.
ออกมาทำนู่นทำนี่คือแบบ
Three
ตั
players
ดไม่
here
ได้
now actively looking,
ไม่ได้
playing
โดนตัด
on
อีก
410. Sorry, excuse me, just
ถ้าจะมาตัดต้องมาแบบเป็นเล็กอะที่แบบจ่ายของแล้วแบบมาทุ่ม
On the filthiest angle
ไม่ใช่มาแบบมาปาดคนเดียวอะไรเงี้ยไม่น่าได้อย่างเงี้ย
belt.
มาแบบ1-4เลยมา4เลยให้มันจบไปเลยอะ
มาแบบไฟให้มันจบ
ถ้าเฟลค่อยวิ่งไปกลับโพ
The
ซิชั่น
silence feels so oppressive, doesn't it? Because you've still got Alpha's ult here. If they want to invest it, they can. They can leave this late and punish this push-up potentially.
นี่เป็นเหตุผลที่
They don't like what they're
เรา
feeling here.
ควรจะ
Something
เชียร์ให้
feels
เขา
off.
มาจัดโซนเอเชีย
Leave Alpha posted here and maybe consider a rotation.
มันไม่แข่ง
Maybe
ตี
just
สี่
find
ก็บุญละ
contact
จริง
elsewhere on the map.
But it's hard to have confidence
Toronto
even in the
แหละ
lack of contact because of how
มัน
they're
ก็
playing
ยังแบบว่า
Got to do something quick though. Down to
เป็นห่วง
30
สุขภาพ
seconds.
คนเอเชีย
30 seconds left.
Again, confirmation of two members of Fnatic still.
20 seconds.
Yeah, this
นี่
is
ถ้ามันแข่งตีสี่ตอนนี้น่าจะประมาณ9 โมงครึ่งแล้วพี่
weird now. They've got to just run on
วัน
to
นี้มัน
B-side.
เดือดไปวันเนี้ยอุ้ย
Celsius, get ready! 10 seconds! And the spike is still down towards B-Long and
แล้วมันล็อกขาด
outrageous you're getting away with this! Second John QT and the rate nearly falling asleep during this round, surely! Good lord, how they meant to be this focused for so long. Second!
จะชนะชิว
Trying to find a player here.
อุ้ยแล้วนึกว่าโดน
But you've still got Alpha's ult if needed. Yeah, they clear close, but that deeper line, that operator still in play. Paranoia is there, Flash still there, but they got to get
ครับไฮ
going.
ไลท์
Hell, they had to have cleared yellow by now. It feels, look at Boast's position, almost offsetting Zekan's. And yeah, it absolutely has, because John QT felt safe and secure, but Zekan now outnumbered. And again, Fnatic controlling the tempo, controlling the time.
คู่นี้แม่งเล่นกันนานจริงชอบ
Be everywhere at once.
มันดูแบบว่า
I mean, that just looks
เอาสุด
มันเล่นเต็มวินเกือบทุกราวอ่ะ เต็มวินใช้วินาทีอ่ะ
แล้วแบบไม่ทุกแมปเลยดีกว่าที่แม่งเล่นอีก
Fnatic are teed up to convert.
Last one down.
But then 2 kills found. And things crumble
ปกติ
for
มัน
Sentinels.
อยู่ดีมันเปลี่ยนมาเล่นช้า
I'm
look
very
at this
nervous,
half.
yeah,
Look
but
at this half. Look at the timeline.
I mean, look at the purchases as well.
ตาม
Now forcing
มัน
back
ต้อง
in
เล่น
on
ช้า
this.
แหละของ
Nothing
แมป
left
2
in
แมป
the
3
bank.
มันต้องอย่างนั้น
This is going to test Sentinels, their mental
แม่งเล่นเป็น
over and
vitality เลย
over.
Like you said, it's almost like they're playing
คู่แรก
to force
คู่แรก
Sentinels
จี
to
แพ้
make
ครับ
these
แต่
desperate
เกือบชนะ
decisions
อีก
late
แต่แบบ
round
โอ้อะไรกัน
จับ
มัน
แม่งโคตรดี
because they're just left guessing.
อ่ะเซนเดิร์กกลับมาปะ
And Fnatic will be reveling in this, won't they? Loving it, knowing that they've got that time
Oi,
always
I'm on
on
a
their
mare.
side, even though it felt so late. Now we look at what Sentinels can do to try and hold this back.
ปันแฟกจากทางบ้านด้วย
Towards
ตอ
that
น
kind
นี้
of top
ไป
and
เลย
lower
มาจับ
side. Nice from Narrate, takes away Kayak. Here
แผ
we
นที่ไอ
go.
บล็อกวอเตอร์
Again,
ยืนเยอะ
that
กว่า
red
จำน
spin
วน
in the
คิว
back
ของค
pocket
ดีเข้า
some time. Zek goes back in.
แล้วลอยนวล
To the grave, and you're right. Where was the support in this?
It's almost Leaning into the game plan here, this comp, you can allow somebody to take a hyper-aggressive peek, but that res has to be safe.
They're stalling out. Oh! You madman, Alpha!
ไอ้เชี่ย
You
เปิด
should
เทอม
never be able to get away with it.
ได้เหรอวะอย่างเงี้ย
อ๋อมันโดด
Locked
ยิง
down
เลย
now on top. 35 seconds, but
โอ้
we've
แล้ว
seen
ไปปัก
how
อย่าง
late
ลึก
they
กัน
run
ติ
this. Oh, they could go B for all we know.
30 seconds
อุ้ยมันลั่นจัดเลยเนี่ยตั้งแต่แมป2อะ
And Alpha is feeling absolutely out of his mind in this round.
ได้เล่นเลย
Still dug in deep here. Kron watching that top side,
Ui,
forced away.
อะไรเห็น
Angle
ก่อนเหรอ
better for Sen. Hard fought 4 steps here though, and Alpha
เหมือนมุม
getting
ไปเห็น
left
ก่อน
more and more on an island.
นี่อะ
Can't escape.
ผม
Bang
เยอะไปหน่อย
removes.
โทษ
A heartbeat found in the Sentinel side.
ตายหนึ่งขวา
Ashes
หนึ่ง
and Kron still standing. Smoke on the spike should draw the attention. They're playing it calm. Now the second attempt at the defuse. Composure from Kron.
Ow.
Oh, it's stunning. The
โอ้โห
reveal
เรา
is
ไม่
perfect.
มัวแต่เหม่อไม่ยิงดีคอน
Standing from Fnatic. Zekun has to try and master and he can't. Another stride
ถ้า
from
มันจุ่มตอน
Fnatic.
แรกเลยก็จบแหละ
มันโดนรีคอน
รี
นะ
คอนของ
อ๋อ
ไอ้ที่ยังรีไม่เสร็จอ่ะ
Just the mental of
ที่มัน
Sentinels
สโมกแล้ว
has
มัน
to be
มันฉีกตัวไป
broken.
สู้ได้ตอนแรก
From how these rounds play out,
Look
with
at that.
Alpha
จบแล้ว
doing
วะ
things like
วินิ
that.
ต้องได้วินิต้องได้
God, they played this
อ๋อ
so
มันยิงปักตรงนี้เลย
well.
นี่หว่าแล้วแบบมันสแกน
Good
ผมมันเร็วอะ
God.
ยิงยากอยู่เนี่ย
Alpha up at 21 and 12.
เซลซิสมันไอเซคันด์มันกำลังนี่ไงระแวงคนอีเคิลอยู่เพราะมันเพิ่งยิงเซลซิสไป
Bladestorm here, Pit here,
ก็เลยไม่ได้ยิงดีคอน
Hunter's Fury. The other side, Kentucky.
อุ้ย
เอากลับเลยอะ
Watching him is
นี่แห
like
ละโมเมน
poetry
ตัม
in
ที่เฟอร์ซิ
motion
ชนะคือ
today.
เอาพเยอร์มันจะส่งนี้แห
Lethal
ละ
about it though. Feels like he can't miss, and
ยิงเป็นโดน
Sentinels
อ่ะ
silenced in this
การจับตัวนี้
matter.
ก็ยิงเป็นโดนเหมือนกัน
They've got to dig deep here.
เออ
They're
สอง
gonna
คน
need
ทำลายล้างอะ
someone to ignite a
ตอนเนี้ย
spark.
โคตรของดี
แล้วไฟเยอร์มันถือปืนนี้แบบ
Utility
Liệt chặt.
littered.
ในอ่ะ
จังหวะแบบว่า
Boasted
มัน
are coming
โบ
through
น
and
ตั้มมา
probably
ผมเล่น
plant
โคตรใจ
the
ถึง
seed of
แล้วไปเอาให้
ให้เจ
เรื
อ
อน
จะให้เจอเอติกตลอดไม่งทำใจลำบาก
Fnatic
ว่ะ
now heading that direction.
ผมต้องมาลุ้น
Alpha
สอง
finds
คนเนี่ย
another. John QT will fall. Just
จริง
three
นะ
men standing out for
แล้วพี่
Sentinels.
โบ๊ทอะ
I mean, Alpha feels
วันที่
like
Vitality แพ้นี่คือพี่โบ๊ทล้วนๆเลยนะ
feels perfect to him. In his mind, it's playing out as he
อย่าง
dreamed.
รั่วเลย
Zelsis
โดนพี่โบ๊ทแบบ
desperate to
รั
find
ว
impact, but the wall's already there. So the plant's going to come down, and Alpha goes hunting. They've been conditioned over and over. Sentinels, mental must be on the ropes at this
ๆเอา
point.
สักอย่างเอาสักอย่าง
Swarm grenade.
How do they fight back in to try and deny 12? I don't know if you can.
No, I mean, it looks like as if
Oh,
it might
God.
even consider the
Oh.
pit.
Yeah.
Certainly
Can't
going
live.
to force Sentinels
ขออนุญาต
into
ขึ้น
a
12
position
ก่อน
where they have to hold on to
โอ้ย
these weapons. They forced up once
รอบหน้า
more.
มีอันเตอร์ฟูรี่
Second, nothing
Hunter
in the bank.
die
John
เลย
QT 100 credits. Ultimates to
แต่
play
จริงไม่
with,
ต้องรีบ
but
ก็ได้นะ
Alpha's on the hunt.
He's having a worldy game as Alpha.
โอ้ย
Oh, God!
มันบาจัดเลยก่อนเลย
No one can stop him right
มัน
now.
มามันแบบ
Look at that
ทามมิ่ง
smile.
ทุก
Look
อย่าง
at
มี
this
ความมั่น
man.
ใจด้วยอะดู
He's
ยิง
still
ดิ
going. Even Jake's up. Even Bosa stood behind him, just watching this happen. Gets caught in the end,
เดินไป
but
ฟาร์ม
that
อัน
is
ติ
just madness. We are
รู้ว่าปืน
seeing
ตัวเอง
it.
ไม่มีใครเก็บไปเล่น
Kron
เยอะ
found
ส
a
บาย
raid 2 at the very end, Mike.
ดูช็อตนี้
This might be a death rattle from Sentinels of a second
เซ
half.
คันช็อก
Fnatic on the verge of sending them home. And a monstrous performance
ยืนเลยว่ะ
from Alpha.
กาชี่ยังยืนอ่ะ
But 24 and 13.
เฮ้ยแต่พอเจอไม่ยืนว่ะ
A map
ไม่อยาก
where
ให้
previously
เคิร์นละอยาก
some of
อยาก
his
รีบเลิกแล้ว
อันนี้รู้ละ
greatest moments.
เอาพอเจอบอกเห็นใจคนไทยครับ
Look at
อยาก
that
ให้ไปนอน
timeline.
ทีมรู้
Good
อยู่
God.
ยืนเปล่า
Just
อย่ายืนนะ
one blip
จอยทางไหน
along
ไม่
the
หยุด
way.
มันก็
Still on the
ยัง
outlaw.
ซื้อเอารออยู่
Who knows as well, because the purchase is so uncomfortable for Sentinels.
And the deeper knife might be giving away that they tried to play up to this
โอ้โห
fantastic. Dark come in,
Okay,
this kayak ready though. Players nearby. They swing.
Ui.
Sentinels digging deep here. Desperate hold on the
Oi.
spray. Not going to do enough. They get to live. First time they've drawn first blood without a quick trade.
Chronicle no res here either, so can't get Kayak back on his feet. Alpha still on the hunt, scope in hand.
I'm terrified of him. So should
นึก
Sen.
ว่าจะหัวแตก
For now, he carries on.
ทำไมมันต้องย่อ
Respect.
APM เยอะอะตอนนี้
Shown from Alpha this game. He's drawn 3 players just to
Yeah,
deal
I
with
mean,
him.
look at the respect he's commanding.
รอด
In terms of usage, in terms of pressure,
ตาย
try and
you.
shut him down. Gets a heal as
กลับมา
well.
เริ่มใหม่
So back into a much healthier position now.
ไปเอาปืนในคัดจักรมาเล่นปะ
35 seconds though. And SEN have
จะบอกให้คัดจักรไม่ได้ซื้อ
It
ดู
feels
จาก
like
ตัง
we've
ค์
been saying this for the first time in a while. You can see the Crash is trying to draw them
รู้
away
การเงิน
from
เสร็จ
the
ไม่
SEN
ดี
side.
Sentinels know now
They're-
not to
they're-
bite.
Yeah, they're learning their lessons here. They've had to learn it the hard
Đồ
way,
mà.
but 20 seconds, it can
Tên
still
mình-
go any which way.
Placing swarm grenade.
Alpha, the one to be stepping in here. Paranoia perfect.
เฮ้ย
Fantastic
เกือบ
อุ้ย
work
นึกว่าได้นะ
from
เมื่อกี้ตรงด้วยนะ
Sentinels. Second and bang when
Bên
they
trong
need
là
them
spray.
most, doing enough here. I don't think Kron and Crashies can do much now. A lifeline given. Second gets away as the clock ticks. Sentinels stay alive.
Trying to just prevent potentially the upgrades here. Zelsis will come through.
Big
2 with the
work.
stinger. Up to 9 now. 3 left to find and walking the tightrope. In terms of the economy here, Kayak removed early on from this proactivity. Sentinels just showing grit and resilience here.
And bravery, Mike, to go for that play.
Nice kills, boys. That's fine, that's fine. Nice kills, boys. Let's go.
To be able to kind of keep themselves feeling in this after what's been a very hard half. You can see the scoreline yourselves. We go back through a 12-9. SEN. It always feels like there's something with this team that they can pull it back from the brink, but Fnatic right now are deadly. Alpha at a new high almost. And the weight of the world here
แตกเอ
it
ว่ะ
does go towards B is on
ปล่อยคุณจอยไว้
Zels's
ยาว
shoulders. The one man on this site. Yes, John QT could catch a cross.
ๆน่าจะจบว่ะคราวนี้ดูจาก
This is a
ดูจาก
lot.
โพซิชั่นแล้ว
The finest of margins are able to slip through.
Oh my god.
Turret dealt with, but it's actually Boaster underneath Tube, so a little bit of misdirection here. Zelsis, yeah, he's hook line and
ดูจากโพซิ
single.
ชั่นแล้วน่าจะจบ
That might be enough. They've got the keys to the
คือ
castle
ตอนนี้สอง
now.
นี่
They've
เดิน
got
ด้วย
the
กัน
full
นี่
sight.
เบร
They
ก
don't
ไง
even
วะเนี่ย
know the level of success they just found.
แล้วเดินด้วยกัน
This
จริง
could be heartbreak for Sentinels, but they're going to give it everything they have.
เจอ
But
แบบไว
the
หนึ่ง
final boss of Alpha has just caught bang. Kayak,
โอ้จบ
the
ละ
Guardian on duty, takes away second.
เข้าโซน
John
สองคนพร้อม
QT
กัน
in
มา
the
เล่นให้
race
กำลังใจเพื่อน
has
ไม่
to
ขึ้น
face the music, and it's playing to Alpha's song right now.
คันจักรนี่แบบโดนวัดได้หมดเลยนะ
Digging deep, but it's not gonna
มัน
be
ไม่ได้
enough.
เล่นกับสกิลแบบเขาเรียกว่าอะไรอย่างที่บอกอ่ะเล่นนีออนจะไม่ได้เก่งแต่ถ้าเดินยิงนี่โคตรแม่นเล
จี
ย
โอ้โหมันตัวยิงแบบโคตรตัวยิงอะ
มันคือตัวยิงแบบยิงเลยอ่ะ
ใครวัดกับมันไหวนี่
ทีครับที
โดนมันยิงที mentality breakdown อะ ดูพี่บูธยังโดน เอาเจอเล่นเหมือนรีบอะดู ไปแล้วครับ
คันจักรอาจจะปวดท้องหรือเปล่า
สงสารเพื่อน
คันจักรบอกว่าไม่ไหวแล้วพี่เอาหน่อย เดินกลางกับผมเลย
เอาวะให้กำลังใจเพื่อนเลิฟคุณครับ เจอกันอีกทีวันที่20ครับผมไปเปิ้ลเล็ก ไปแล้วหนุ่มๆสาวๆเจอกันครับโคตรได้พัก2 วันได้
แปะ
พัก
มัน
2
เอา
วั
อะไร
น
ใส่อ่ะ
แล้วเจอกันนะครับขอบคุณที่มาดูนะครับขอบคุณที่อยู่ด้วยกันยันแบบตี 5 ครึ่งเลยส่วนตัวผมก็ไม่ไหวละไปนอนดีกว่าหนีไปนอนแล้วไปแล้วพี่เจอกันนอน
เจอละนอนเหมือนกัน
ไม่ไหวลุ่งสางเกินไป
เจอกัน
ต้องรีบมูฟก่อนแล้วครับแชทบ๊ายบายฝันดีนะครับอรุณสวัสดิ์ครับผม